Chapter 392. It's just that despite the addition of Ito's say, in the face of absolute numbers, the advantage of one or two airframes can't change the outcome of the entire war at all. So after a few hours of fighting, Obu suddenly issued a retreat order to the Archangel alone, ordering it to retreat to the mass accelerator Kagaya, preparing to ascend to the universe with Obu's Kusanagi. Leave Obu? Are you saying that we have to escape? Master Hime. In the command room of the Bright Night Mass Accelerator, Margot looked at Hime in shock. I'm sure all of you know that it's only a matter of time before Aubrey falls, Hime said calmly in a deep voice. Father, what are you saying? Kaka asked in disbelief. Everyone has already taken refuge, and the enemy has reinforcements. The next attack will be taken by us. Hime turned to Kaka and whispered to everyone. But even if we lose Obu, there is still something we cannot lose. Hime looked at Margot and said Ito, Mu, and the helmsman of the Archangel behind him and said, Behind the Earth Core is the leader of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum, Mutta Azrael. Moreover, Plant has now fallen into the hands of Patrick Sala, who advocates that the Adjusters should be the new race. If this continues, the world will become an endless war between two factions that do not recognize each other. Will your future become like this? If you can see another future, then hold on to the only remaining spark here and move towards that goal. Although this is a very difficult path, I hope you can understand, Margot Lamius. Hime finally said to Margot gently, We believe that although the spark is small, it will never be extinguished. Margot looked at Sei Ito and Mu behind her and said with a serious expression, Then quickly go and prepare. Hime said, Yes. Margot agreed and brought Sei Ito, Mu, and the helmsman back to the Archangel to prepare. As for the following battle, Sei Ito and Mu did not need to participate. Just as Archangel was preparing nervously, the three new Gundams of the Earth Army that had previously returned to the fleet due to exhaustion of energy appeared on the battlefield again and flew rapidly towards Huey. Captain Ramius, let's go. At the same time, Nimi's voice rang out from the bridge. I understand. She then contacted Kira, who was already seated in the Freedom Gundam. Kira, I'll cover you. Archangel, set off, Kira said immediately. Raise the bow of the ship by 20 degrees. Prepare the positron siege cannon. After receiving Kira's reply, the Archangel's engine immediately started at full speed, propelling the Archangel into the sky. At the same time, Odd, who was sitting in the captain's seat, ordered loudly with a serious expression, Launch. As Maud's words fell, two scarlet lights immediately shot out from the front of the Archangel's legs and rushed into the sky. Then, as if a seal had been broken, a circular positron diffusion interference immediately appeared in the sky. It enveloped the Archangel like an ion channel, helping the Archangel to break free from the shackles of gravity and accelerate into the atmosphere. Then, shortly after the Archangel ascended into the sky, the grass shaker, which was wrapped in heat-resistant armor, also accelerated away from the mass accelerator under the protection of the Freedom and Justice Gundams, and broke through into the universe. The moment after the grass shaker left the mass accelerator, a bright white light brighter than the sun suddenly lit up from the center of Ob. Then, a series of violent explosions occurred in Ob, destroying Ob's government building, the Dawn Society's factory, and the mass accelerator Huey that the Alliance desperately wanted. One day and one night later, on June 18th, the grass shaker, which was in geosynchronous orbit, completed the combination operation with the other parts of the grass shaker that were previously stored in orbit. Then Maud, Sei Ito, and Mu took a small engineering inspection ship to the grass shaker to discuss the next plan of action with the actual person in charge of the grass shaker, Kisaka. Welcome to the grass shaker. In the garage of the grass shaker, Kisaka, who was wearing an Ob military uniform, said to Maud and the other two who came out of the inspection ship. Thank you. Maud thanked him. Then, she left the garage with Kisaka and walked toward the bridge. The facilities here are so complete. During the journey, Mu looked at what he saw along the way and sighed. Since the beginning, the grass shaker has been used as a ship to communicate with the colonial satellite Heliopolis. Although the mech's operating system and weapons are equipped, it is not as complete as the Archangel, Kisaka explained. It is divided into 5 parts and only uses the central part to communicate, Mu said. It is a very efficient way to do it. Soon, they came to the bridge of the grass shaker. It looks like the Archangel, Maud exclaimed as she looked at the environment in the bridge. It is the Archangel that looks like it because their mothers are all from the Dawn Society. Kisaka smiled at Maud, then turned to look at the woman sitting in front of the console with her back facing them. Can you show the universe map? Yes. Immediately after, that woman's voice sounded. Director Erica Simmons? Mu exclaimed in surprise. Hello, Major. Because you want to use the M1 in an unfamiliar space, you can't do it without me. Erica smiled and greeted Mu, but when she glanced at Sei Ito from the corner of her eye, a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Then, Erica turned back and pressed on the console, and a universe map appeared on the big screen in front of Kisaka. Now we are here. Kisaka landed in front of the map, looked at one of the big red dots, and said, As you can see, L5 is Plant, and L3 is Artemis. But neither of these places is suitable for us, so the only place we can go now is probably here. Go to the L4 Colonial Satellite Group? Maud asked in surprise. Although the Grass Shaker and the Archangel have no problems with supplies at the moment, they are not inexhaustible, especially fresh water, which will soon become an urgent need, Kisaka explained. At this time, Carrie, who was wearing the Dawn Society uniform, and Aslan, as well as Kira, who was wearing the Earth military uniform, came to the bridge together to listen to Kisaka. The L4 Colonial Satellite Group was destroyed at the beginning of the war and then abandoned one after another. Now there is no one left, but it can still be used as a water source. It reminds me of some painful memories, Maud said softly. It doesn't matter. This is different from Unius 7. Sei Ito patted Maud's shoulder and smiled. Then Maud remembered that Sei Ito had participated in the attack and defense of the L4 satellites. In terms of understanding of the L4 satellites, no one here could compare to him. There are still a few colonial satellites in L4 that are still in operation. At this time, Aslan suddenly said a long time ago, due to intelligence reports that the Yuk group used that place as a base, Zaft had investigated that area. Although there are no longer any residents, there should still be a few colonial satellites that are still in operation. If it's a suspicious group, I have a rough idea, Sei Ito said thoughtfully, and then said to the people looking at him, it's probably the mercenaries and recyclers, and possibly the intelligence dealers. L4 was their gathering place before it was destroyed. But don't worry too much, those guys are very smart, they won't attack us for no reason. So going to the L4 satellite group is not a bad choice. Then it's decided. Kira smiled at Carrie. Okay. Carrie agreed. But is this really okay? Since the next path had been decided, Mu suddenly turned to Aslan and said, Of course it's not just you. There's another person as well. I also saw the battle on Ob. This was forced by the situation at the time. Although I don't care about the military uniform you're wearing, we may have to fight Zaft in the future based on the situation. This is different from Ob. Are you aware of this? Also, you're Patrick Sarah's son, right? Whose son he is has nothing to do with this. Aslani, Carrie said angrily. It's more painful than you think for a soldier to leave his own army. Not to mention that the leader there is his own father. If he doesn't believe in his own righteousness, he can't even go to the battlefield. This is a very big turning point. Is it that simple? And he's different from Kira. He's a regular soldier of Zaft. Mu said seriously to Carrie, then stared at Aslan and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, but if we're going to fight together, I hope you can trust me. Is that okay? What do you think? After a moment of silence, Aslan looked up at Mu and said seriously, in Ob, no, in Plant on Earth, I've thought a lot about what I've seen and heard. Whether it's right or wrong, what I know and what I don't know, I haven't figured out these yet, but the world I envision is the same as all of you. I think so now. You're really strong. Hearing Aslan's words, Mu immediately returned to his usual self and said frivolously, different from Kira. I've been like this since I was young. Kira was stunned at first, then looked at Aslan and smiled. The things Ob gave us are huge, Mu said softly. To be honest, it's almost impossible with just these two battleships, but our determination won't change. In fact, if you're really determined, it is not impossible to achieve it. As soon as Mu's words fell, Ito-sei suddenly said. Instantly, everyone's eyes, including Erica Simmons, focused on him again, looking at him seriously and expectantly, waiting for him to speak. Chapter 393. Ito's gaze slowly swept across everyone and said, "There are only two goals. One is to end this war, and two is to establish Aubrey again. Am I right?" Everyone looked at each other one by one after Ito's gaze swept across them. Finally, Carrie nodded and admitted, "Yes." "Then let me ask you a question. You should have the funds that Aubrey left for you, right?" Ito looked at Carrie, Kisaka, and Erica again and asked. "That's right." Kisaka and Erica looked at each other and admitted in a deep voice. "That's good." Ito nodded and said, "In fact, you can use the funds to recruit space mercenaries and get them to assist you. Whether it's a war or an assassination, as long as you can afford it, they will do anything." Kisaka, Erica, and Carrie fell silent at the same time. It was obvious that they hadn't considered this before. "In that case, what are we?" Kira said in a deep voice. "Then what do you think our current actions are?" Ito looked at Kira and asked with a sneer. Then, he ignored Kira and continued to look at Kisaka. "Actually, I personally prefer the option of assassination. It can minimize your expenses to the greatest extent, and it can also quickly eliminate those stubborn members of the upper class. If it's just assassination, it doesn't seem to achieve the goal of ending the war," Kisaka said in a deep voice. He was obviously going to reject this proposal. Of course, it's impossible to end the war with assassination alone, but have you thought about the new guys in power? Even if they are still supporters of the current ideology, can they still maintain such a high influence? Ito asked in return. Then, without waiting for anyone to speak, he answered himself, "Not necessarily." In that case, would there be any changes to the forces that had originally submitted to them? Will the opponents jump out and do something? Can't we use this as a pretext to do something? Then we can end this war. After hearing Ito's series of questions, everyone could not help but fall into deep thought again. However, Ito did not give them much time to think before he spoke again. "At least as far as I know, there will definitely be at least 3 forces that will jump out when the time comes. One of them is the East Asian Republic of the Earth Union. They are originally a country that upholds moderation. They have never had an extreme racist in power, and they will not reject the adjusters. So without the influence of Muda Asler of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum and the chaotic oppression of the Atlantic Federation after the assassination, they will definitely immediately stop this enemy or me policy and maintain their national characteristics to continue living." As for the last one, Ito paused and turned to look at Aslan and Kira. "I think Lux will definitely jump out." After hearing this, Kira and Aslan had different reactions. Kira frowned, but did not show any dissatisfaction. Aslan, on the other hand, lowered his head and fell silent. "That pink princess?" Mu asked curiously. "Yes." Ito nodded and looked at Aslan. "As far as I know, she seems to be a wanted criminal of plant and is being hunted all over the country." "Yes." Aslan saw Ito looking at him and nodded and admitted in a low voice. "If Patrick Sarah is assassinated, then there will be no one in plant who can command the entire situation like him and Siegel Klein. By then, the upper echelons of plant will definitely be in chaos. This will give Lux the opportunity to jump out and use her great popularity among the people at the bottom to gain political support. From there, she will be able to influence the decision of the pro-Klein faction and achieve a certain goal. But all of this is based on the successful assassination." Mu pointed out the crux of the problem. It's possible for 1 or 2 or a few people to be assassinated, but for so many of the upper management to be assassinated at the same time, I think it's impossible. Where there's a will, there's nothing impossible for this kind of thing as long as you're willing to do it. Ito shrugged. "Okay, I've said what I need to say. You can think about the rest yourselves." After that, he turned and left the bridge, walked back to the garage, sat in the small engineering inspection ship, and waited. Not long after, Maureen and Moo appeared in the inspection ship one after another. They started the engine and flew back to Archangel. Your words today have probably destroyed your image in the hearts of Kira and Aubrey. On the way back, Moo smiled at Seito, who was sitting beside him. It's not that it's destroyed. It's just that your words have reached that point, Seito said indifferently. But if we do as you say, it's possible to end the war. Moo sighed. But I guess they won't agree to it, Seito said. Well, Moo shrugged and said. He also knew that among Aubrey's group, except for Erica Simmons, who he couldn't see clearly, Kisaka was completely obedient to Carrie. And Carrie was a little girl with a strong sense of justice. It was certainly impossible for her to listen to Seito's suggestion, so it was most likely that this matter would not be known in the end. The distance between the two ships was not far. So soon, the small inspection ship returned to Archangel. Then the three people walked out of the cabin and returned to the bridge, changing the destination of their journey to the L4 Colonial Satellite Group. You shouldn't have said that today. In the captain's lounge, Maureen looked at Seito and asked, I have to say it. You know, we are also participants now. I don't want you, me, and the people on Archangel to be in danger because of the ideals of those people. Seito spread his hands and said to Maureen, You can't say that. After all, Master Naomi. Maureen frowned. That's why I admire Naomi. Ito Mori walked to Marleyu's side and sat down. He chuckled and said, It's just a few simple rhetorical questions and a few philosophical words, and you're already fooled into fighting for his ideals. This method is really, don't say that. Maureen looked at Seito with dissatisfaction. Well, it's his charisma that infected you and made you willing to fight for his ideals. Seito reached out and grabbed Maureen's hand and laughed. Don't be so cheeky. Don't you think Master Naomi is right? What is the meaning of this war? Why are we fighting? And who should we fight against? Maureen looked at Seito seriously and asked, Half right, half wrong. Seito put away his smile and looked at Maureen with the same seriousness. Maureen, you're not a child anymore. You should know that war is always a continuation of politics. Politics is a method to gain benefits. Before you start the war, there's no need to think about the meaning of war. As for why we're fighting, the answer is simple. When we're soldiers, we fight for our country. When we're individuals, we fight for our loved ones. When we're individuals, we fight for ourselves. In the end, what should we fight against? The answer is also simple. Everyone who wants to destroy the happiness of us and our loved ones, as well as our right to live, is our target and enemy. I understand. Hearing Seito's explanation, Maureen lowered her head and fell silent for a while before speaking in a heavy tone. Okay, don't always think so much. It will make your life very tiring. Ito Chung pulled Margaret into his arms and hugged her, gently stroking her back and comforting her softly. Maureen leaned in Ito's arms with her eyes closed. Also, when the war is over, you will leave with me. Seito took the opportunity to say, Okay. For the first time, Maureen agreed without hesitation. It's a deal. After the war is over, you will leave with me. Seito looked down at Maureen's arms and smiled. It's a deal. Maureen agreed. That's good. Seito chuckled, lowered his head, and kissed Maureen's lips. Their lips and tongues intertwined. After a while, Seito let go of Maureen and chatted with her in the lounge for a while. Then he got up and left the captain's lounge and returned to his dormitory to rest. What followed was a 12-day long space voyage. The two ships, Archangel and Kusanagi, finally arrived at the L4 Colonial Satellite Group on June 30th, CE71. They stopped at one of the abandoned satellites called Mindel that was still in operation. Then on the next day, July 1st, after a night of rest, Aslan applied for a small single-person shuttle for Maureen. Then he was escorted by the Gundam driven by Kira to the edge of the Zaf border military fortress, Yakinduwe. He left the Gundam's protection and flew to the planet alone. He was ready to meet his father, Patrick Sarah, to solve the confusion in his heart. However, The Gundam that escorted him did not leave. Instead, it went to the vicinity of Ikeen every day to wait for Aslan's return. Just like this, time turned again to July 5th. A high-speed pink battleship suddenly appeared near Ikeen and was intercepted by the Zaft. Kira, who did not want to meddle, immediately activated the Gundam to join the rescue after hearing the female voice from the broadcast. He then led the pink battleship Eternity that was out of the Zaft's control back to Mindel and merged with Archangel and Kusanagi. Chapter 394. Then, everyone saw the former Desert Tiger, Andy Baltfield, and Lakis Klein, who were blinded in one eye, disembarking from the Eternity, as well as some soldiers in Zaft military uniforms. It's our first time meeting. Isn't it strange to say that? After getting off the boat, Andy Baltfield said to Margaret in front of him, "I'm Andy Baltfield. I'm Margot Lamias," Margot said solemnly as she saluted. Then, her expression changed as she said with a smile, "But I was really shocked." "Everyone was, right, young man?" Andy Baltfield said to Marlene. He then turned to Kira, who had a guilty look on his face, and said with a smile, "You have a reason to kill me," Kira said solemnly. "On the battlefield, everyone has a reason, and no one has a reason," Andy said softly with his eyes closed. "Thank you." Kira lowered his head slightly and said softly with a mix of gratitude and guilt in his heart. Then, the two groups of people exchanged pleasantries in the harbor for a while before returning to their battleships and continuing with their work. Later, Andy Baltfield and Lakis, who had finished settling the personnel, came to the Archangel to discuss current affairs with Aubrey's Kisaka and Carrie, as well as Margot, Mu, and Sei Ito on the Archangel. "Is the current problem still on the moon? I heard that the Earth Army is constantly sending troops up from the recaptured Victoria City." Lux was wearing a white sleeveless windbreaker with a light purple long-sleeve top and a short skirt. Her long pink hair, except for a small portion that was braided into a braid at the back of her head to act as a hairband, was cascading down her back naturally. She spoke softly with a solemn expression. "They want to launch an all-out attack on Plant, right?" Margot guessed. "There are plenty of people who are determined to plot against Plant. For the sake of the blue and peaceful world," Andy Baltfield said in a mocking tone. Margot, who heard his words, immediately thought of something bad, and her expression turned ugly. "Stop it," Moose said in a deep voice. "I didn't say that," Andy Baltfield said with a shrug. "Although this is the truth." Moose sighed helplessly. Why attack the regulator for the sake of the blue and peaceful world? Although he didn't know what the blue and peaceful world was like, from Plant's perspective, he naturally couldn't sit still when he was attacked for such a ridiculous reason. However, the higher-ups of Plant have long treated the Naturals as obstacles. Of course, they will defend and counterattack, in order to prevent the same thing from happening a second time. How long will this continue? Andy Baltfield sighed, like a philosopher of life. What a cruel era. Malu reached out and put her hand on Sei Ito's shoulder. She leaned against him and said in a heavy tone. Seeing this, Sei Ito reached out and gently patted the back of Margot's hand on his shoulder, silently comforting her. But the ones who caused it and stopped it were us humans. No matter when, there were countless people who had the same thoughts as us, wanting to create an era that wasn't as cruel as this one. Lakis turned to look at Kira with a smile. Utopia? Sei Ito sighed. No, I just want to end the war and let everyone live happily in a world. Hearing Sei Ito's description, Lakis turned to look at him and explained. Well, Ito-sei shrugged his shoulders and didn't comment on this. Then, after a simple discussion, the people in charge of the 3 ships who had decided on their future actions returned to their respective warships and began to prepare for the war. Because the SS Eternity was a transport ship dedicated to the 2 Gundams of Freedom and Justice, the 2 planes that had been staying in the Archangel were transferred to the SS Eternity, leaving only Sei Ito's Heresy Gundam, Mu's Assault Gundam, and Diego's Storm Gundam station in the Archangel. Just like that, a week passed in the blink of an eye, and it was July 15th, CE 71. On this day, just as Sei Ito was piloting the Heresy Gundam to help the SS Eternity replenish its ammunition. A series of urgent sirens sounded in the port where the 3 ships were parked. At the same time, the announcement of all personnel, first combat equipment, immediately appeared in everyone's ears, summoning everyone to return to their respective warships and prepare to attack. But at this moment, a violent tremor came from the colonial satellite Mendel's body, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable. Then, when the tremor stopped, the Archangel, which was already prepared, flew out of the port and into the universe, flying towards the unknown warship detected by the radar. At the next moment, a communication was suddenly transmitted from the full-wave communication channel. The female voice in the communication said in a sonorous tone, "This is the Earth Alliance Army's space battleship, Angel. Can you hear me, Archangel? I demand that your ship, which is a defector ship, immediately surrender unconditionally. If you don't comply with the order, your ship will be destroyed." After a pause, the female voice, which was Natal Bajilialu, continued. At this time, the distance between the 2 warships was close enough for a video call, and then Bajilialu in military uniform appeared on the optical screen of the Archangel Bridge. "Long time no see, Captain Rami's," Bajilialu greeted. "Yeah," Marlene said. "I'm sorry to see you again in this form," Bajilialu said in a slightly lower voice. "Yeah," Marlene sighed. "I've heard about what happened in Alaska, but in any case, please surrender first and then talk to the military's upper echelons. Although my words may not be useful, I will defend you," Bajilialu said. "I believe you are very clear about the performance of my ship." "Natal, thank you." Marlene's tone was sincere, and then her voice was decisive and straightforward. "But we can't do this, not only because of what happened in Alaska, but also because we have doubts about the Earth Alliance Army itself. Therefore, we will not surrender or return to the team." Just when Bajilialu was shocked by Marlene's decision, a male voice suddenly appeared on the full-wave communication channel. "Ha ha ha. I thought you wanted to do something? I really admire you, Captain," the male voice said. "If the problem could be solved by dialogue alone, there would be no war in this world. It's because you can't understand that you become an enemy, and then the enemy must be eliminated." Director Azrael. Hearing this, Bucky Lulu cried out emotionally. Disaster, prohibition, sudden attack, Gundam attack. Azrael ignored Bajilialu and ordered, then continued on the communication channel. "Archangel, the unsinkable ship, let me end your myth today." Following Azrael's words, 3 new Gundams of the Earth Army and more than a dozen mass-produced MS immediately flew out of the 2 ejection ports at the front of the Archangel and attacked the Archangel at high speed. Correspondingly, Kira's Freedom Gundam, Mu's Assault Gundam, and Sei Ito's Heresy Gundam also flew out of the Archangel to meet them. But this was not the end. The Justice Gundam and the Storm Gundam also flew out of the Archangel to meet the Earth Army. Heresy Gundam and Assault Gundam reinforced the Archangel. Immediately afterward, Marlene's order sounded in the Heresy Gundam driven by Sei Ito. "Got it," Sei Ito responded, then drove the Heresy Gundam to hover near the Archangel and fired a beam gun at the Earth Army's mass-produced MS that approached. Space battles were not like those on Earth. When firing laser beams on Earth, one had to consider the influence of other factors such as gravity, atmospheric refraction, and so on. Although there were many factors, they could basically be corrected by human senses and the naked eye. But it was different in space. Because of the space environment, when looking at things, it would often cause an optical illusion of blurry far away, but clear near. It was difficult to determine the specific location of an object, and those who could quickly determine the location of an object were the true elites on the space battlefield. Among all the natural combatants in the Gundam world, there were only 16 people who truly reached the elite standard, including Sei Ito and Mu. And 14 of them had already died in the Moon War. The only one who survived, Mu, received the title Eagle of Antimon in that war. It was clear how rare the elites in space battles were. Therefore, although these Earth armies MS overwhelmed Sei Ito and the others in terms of numbers, they were all noobs in a real battle. But even so, after eliminating the 2 Gundams of Freedom and Justice that were restrained by the 3 Gundams of Forbidden, Calamity, and Ambush, the Earth Army's MS still had a certain advantage in terms of numbers. In addition, as the captain, Bukilialu's excellent warship commanding ability and the powerful artillery fire of the Archangel. So even with the protection of Ito and the others, the Archangel still suffered a certain degree of damage. But after fighting for a while, the Ambush Gundam, which was fighting with the Earth Army's MS, suddenly stopped and then rushed toward Mindel without saying anything. Is Kreutzer here? Seeing the Ambush Gundam's action, Ito could roughly guess the reason, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He still guarded near the Archangel and fought with the Earth Army's MS. After a pause, the Storm Gundam quickly caught up with the Ambush Gundam and rushed toward the rear of Mindel. At the same time, the Grass Razor, which had flown out of the spaceport of Mindel since the beginning of the battle but was entangled by the space garbage in the surrounding gravel belt, finally cut off the thick steel cable shackling the ship with the unremitting efforts of an M1. It broke free and flew toward the battlefield where the Archangel and the Archangel were fighting at full speed. Then, because of the addition of the Grass Razor and the fact that the energy of the 3 Gundams of Forbidden, Calamity, and Ambush was about to run out, the Archangel immediately sent out a retreat signal and then took the 3 Gundams that returned to the ship and quickly left the battlefield. Then, the Archangel and the Grass Razor that ended the battle each took back their Gundams and returned to the spaceport of Mindel to stop. What followed was a long wait of more than an hour. Even if the Archangel attacked again, the Ambush Gundam, Freedom Gundam, and Storm Gundam that went to investigate the rear still did not return. Please, Ito. When the battle started again, Margot said with a solemn expression. Got it. Ito nodded with a solemn expression. Then, he piloted the Heretic Gundam out of the Archangel and faced the 3 Gundams of Forbidden, Calamity, and Ambush together with the Justice Gundam that stayed behind. Aslan, leave the one with the cannons to me. After arriving at the battlefield, Ito said in the comms channel. Okay. Aslan replied and controlled the Justice Gundam to force back the 2 Gundams of Forbidden and Ambush, separating the Calamity Gundams and the Heretic Gundams. Seeing that Aslan had completed the interception, Ito did not hesitate. The thrusters on his back lit up, and he quickly approached the Calamity Gundam. The Calamity Gundam might have recalled what happened on Earth and immediately gave up on attacking the Justice Gundam. Instead, it raised its cannons and fired at the Heretic Gundam. 4 crimson, bright yellow, and emerald green energy beams instantly shot out from the Calamity Gundam's 2 shoulder cannons and shot toward the Heretic Gundam. As the target, the Heretic Gundam immediately moved to the side and dodged the attack. At the same time, it fired back at the Calamity Gundam. The Calamity Gundam's reaction was not weak either. It pushed forward and dodged the Heretic's attack before shooting back. Just like that, the 2 mechas shot at each other in space. However, as a turret-type disaster Gundam, it was not as agile as the Heresy Gundam in the universe. Therefore, it did not take long for Ito Sei, who was still closing in under the bombardment of cannons, to get close to it and destroy the linear cannon in his hand with a shot at close range. Then, the Heretic Gundam suddenly crouched down and dodged the 2 crimson cannons' fire from the Calamity Gundam's shoulder cannons. Then, it controlled its body to perform a Muay Thai double knee strike. The Heretic Gundam's 2 elbows and left knee landed on the Calamity Gundam's chest and head at the same time. In particular, the elbow strike that landed on the head instantly destroyed the Calamity Gundam's automatic locking system, making it so that it could only rely on its naked eye to determine the location of the object when it fired the laser beam. As for the knee strike on the chest, it did not leave much of a mark because the deck had been specially thickened to protect the cockpit. Ito, who had controlled the Heretic Gundam to complete the knee strike in Muay Thai, suddenly stomped on the pagoda, causing the thrusters on the Heretic Gundam's back to light up. It pushed the Heretic Gundam directly onto the Calamity Gundam's body and landed on the back of the Calamity Gundam. Then, he retracted his arms that were still holding onto the Calamity Gundam's shoulders. At the same time, the body of the Gundam bent down and made a rear projection pose. Then, the Calamity Gundam was thrown like a big toy toward the two Gundams. At the same time, the Heretic Gundam raised the beam gun in its hand and fired at the Calamity Gundam that was flying toward the other two Gundams. Chapter 395. Whoosh! The beam instantly broke through the space between the Heresy Gundam and the Calamity Gundam and landed on the left shoulder of the Calamity Gundam, which was barely dodging the attack, causing a violent explosion. Following that, the Calamity Gundam's left arm was immediately detached from the body of the Calamity Gundam and flew everywhere like a piece of trash. Following that, Ito once again raised his gun and fired at the Calamity Gundam. However, at this time, the pilot of the Calamity Gundam had completely regained control of the body from the inertia of the body being thrown away. He immediately controlled the body to dodge to the side and dodged the Heresy Gundam shot. Then, he relied on the two remaining linear cannons on his shoulder to counterattack. As expected, compared to this kind of shooting where the distance is constantly being pulled apart and there's no thrill in it, a physical fight is much more enjoyable, Ito thought to himself as he controlled the Heresy Gundam to dodge the Crimson Beam attack. At this time, a pale white flame suddenly flew out from Mendel Spaceport, flying towards the battlefield with extreme speed. Then, the figure of the Freedom Gundam appeared in front of everyone's eyes, heading straight for the Justice Gundam's Prohibition and Rapid Assault Gundam that were besieging it. The moment the Freedom Gundam arrived on the battlefield, the Storm Gundam's figure also appeared on the battlefield and used its linear cannons to fire at the Calamity Gundam. However, the beam that it shot out was immediately blocked by the Prohibition Gundam that suddenly appeared in front of the Calamity Gundam. The huge shield on the Prohibition Gundam's shoulders distorted the beam field and refracted the beam away. However, with the addition of the Freedom Gundam and the Storm Gundam, as well as the Calamity Gundam that was crippled by the Heresy Gundam, Ito's side, which was originally suppressed due to the number of airframes, immediately gained the upper hand and suppressed the Prohibition Gundam, Calamity Gundam, and Haste Gundam. However, not long after they gained the upper hand, the three Nazca-class warships of the ZAF suddenly appeared on the battlefield and unleashed a large number of MS attacks toward the Archangel, Grass Razor, and Eternity. On the other side, Kusanagi and SS Eternity turned around at the same time to face ZAF's three Nazca-class warships and a large number of MS-class warships. Archangel then faced off against the main Angel alone. At this time, the Storm Gundam also noticed the arrival of the Dual Gundam along with the ZAF troops. It immediately stopped attacking the three Gundams and turned around to face the Dual Gundam and started fighting with it. With ZAF's three battleships and a large number of MS fighters joining the battle, the battlefield became a complete mess. A large number of laser beams shuttled back and forth in the universe, occasionally hitting a mech and destroying it. Just as Margaret, Kisaka, and Andy Baldfield were discussing how to concentrate their firepower on the Nazca-class warship Sorcerous to break out of the encirclement, a female voice suddenly rang through the entire battlefield and everyone's comms channel. Archangel, it's me. I'm here. I'm Flay Alstar. In the International Rescue Channel, Free Alsta said frantically with a sobbing tone, "It's me, Captain Say. Don't fight. As Flay's voice appeared in the communication channel, the Freedom Gundam suddenly came to a stop. This allowed the Gundams of Prohibition, Calamity, and Rapid Assault that were originally unable to retaliate under the pressure of the Heresy, Justice, and Freedom Gundams were immediately given a chance to catch their breath. They forced the Justice and Heresy Gundams in front of them away and bombarded the Freedom Gundam that had come to a stop. Fortunately, although Kira was stunned, the PS phase transfer armor was still in effect. It didn't destroy the Freedom Gundam in the attack and save his life. I have the key to end the war. After a pause, Flay's voice once again sounded from the International Rescue Channel. So I beg you. At this time, the half-crippled Disaster Gundam seemed to have received some kind of instruction. It suddenly broke away from the battle between the six Gundams and quickly flew toward the rescue cabin Flay was in. Kira, who suddenly turned around, hurriedly piloted the Freedom Gundam and chased after the Disaster Gundam. But even so, Kira still seemed to be somewhat abnormal. Soon, half of the Freedom Gundam's head was destroyed by the energy beam from the Heresy Gundam's mouth. Then, the remaining half of the Freedom Gundam's head was smashed away by the Heresy Gundam. If it weren't for the Justice and Heresy Gundams quickly arriving, the Freedom Gundam would have been captured by the Heresy Gundam. Flay. After the rescue cabin Flay was rescued by the Disaster Gundam, Kira returned to his senses and shouted in the International Rescue Channel. But at this time, the Archangel had already sent out the retreat signal. Even though he desperately piloted the damaged Freedom Gundam to the main sky to rescue Flay, how could he succeed with his damaged body and absent-minded state? So, he was intercepted by the Heresy Gundam and the Heresy Gundam Midway and was rescued by the Justice Gundam. Then, they returned to the Archangel together with the Storm Gundam and the Heresy Gundam. At this time, the Grass Razor and the Eternity had also finished breaking through the Zafnaska-class warship Wisarius. They forcibly passed through the path the Wisarius had been forced to open. Then, together with the Archangel, they headed toward the depths of the universe. Not long after they passed through, the Wisarius, which was being attacked by the Grass Razor and the Eternity with all their strength, suddenly exploded. A blazing white light, more dazzling than the sun, appeared in the universe, illuminating the pitch-black space around the battlefield. After the Archangel left the battlefield, the 4 Gundams parked outside the Archangel split into 2 groups and returned to the Archangel and the Eternity to settle down. The sensor door opened, and Seito, dressed in his military uniform, stepped into the infirmary. Seito walked into the infirmary and asked Mu, who was lying on the bed with a sorrowful face, "How are you?" "Thank you, I'm fine." Mu turned to Seito and said. Seito walked to Mu's bedside, looked down at his injuries, and nodded, "Okay." Then, he turned to look at the photo album in Margot's hand and asked, "What is this?" Margot didn't know how to answer. She turned to Mu and asked if he should tell Seito about his situation. "I found it in a human genetic development laboratory inside Mendel." Mu glanced at the photo album in Margot's hand and said softly. Then he recounted what happened in the human genetic development laboratory. "My father was arrogant, domineering, and very suspicious. He died when I was a child, so I only have this impression of him. But can you believe something like this? Why is it like this?" Mu's eyes were filled with tears. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. And it was a failure. The telomeres were too short, causing the cells to age too quickly. "It's not your fault." Margot comforted him with a motherly voice. "That guy has no past or future. He might not even have a sense of self," Mu said softly. Seeing this, Seito didn't know how to comfort Mu. He reached out and patted his thigh, silently comforting him. "So he wants the whole world to die with him?" Margot asked softly. "I won't let him succeed." Mu clenched his teeth and said with determination, "I believe you will succeed," Seito said, then patted Margot, who was sitting next to him, and signaled her to leave with him. "Then we won't disturb you. Have a good rest." Margot got up from her seat and said, "Okay, thank you for coming to see me." Mu turned his head and thanked Margot and Seito. "You're welcome. We are comrades on the same ship." Seito smiled. Then, he nodded to Mu and left the infirmary with Margot. They went to the captain's lounge. I didn't expect Mu and Kreutzer to have such a relationship. On the way to the lounge, Margot sighed softly. Ever since the invention of cloning technology, this kind of thing was destined to happen. It was too far away from us in the past, but now it's very close, Seito said calmly. Indeed. Margot thought for a moment and realized that it was true. By the way, did Straw Razor and Eternity say what they're going to do next? Seito asked. Not yet, but I think it won't be long before they contact us to discuss it. Margot shook her head slightly and speculated. That would be best. Seito nodded. At this time, the two finally arrived outside the captain's lounge. Margot reached out and pressed the small keypad next to the door to open it. She walked in with Seito. What do you want to drink? Is it still plain water? Margot walked into the lounge and walked towards the water dispenser in the room. At the same time, she asked, "No, I don't need anything." Seito reached out and grabbed Margot's arm. He shook his head and said. Then, he walked to Margot's side and wrapped his arms around her waist naturally. He carried her to the bed and hugged her as they laid down on the bed together. "Since we're in your lounge, we might as well rest here. Just like this, let me hug you to sleep." Seito looked at Margot in his arms and smiled. "You're already like this. What else can I say?" Margot said unhappily. Seito chuckled and kissed Margot's forehead. Then he took off his shoes and hugged her body to the bed. He chose a comfortable position and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Margot felt helpless. She hugged Seito's waist and leaned her head against his chest. She also chose a comfortable position and closed her eyes to rest. Chapter 396. Soon, the two of them fell asleep in this peaceful environment. Until an unknown amount of time later, they were awakened by an urgent electronic beep. "What's the matter?" Margaret, who was awakened by the beep, let go of Seito, got up from the bed, and walked straight to the communicator. "Captain, Miss Lakis just called and invited you to discuss the next plan of action," Mirialia said in a crisp voice. "Got it. I'll be right there." Margaret ended the call and turned to look at Seito, who was getting up from the bed and putting on his shoes. "Let's go," Seito said after putting on his shoes and getting up from the bed. Then, the two of them walked out of the captain's lounge and went straight to the bridge. At this time, on the optical screen in the bridge, Lakis on SS Eternity, Kisaka, and Carrie on SS Grass Razor had already appeared on it and were talking to each other. "Sorry for making you wait." Margaret, who was sitting in the captain's seat, looked up and said to the people on the screen, "It's okay. We're the ones who disturbed you," Lakis said. "Look at you guys. What's wrong? Have you thought about what to do next?" Seito, who was standing next to Margaret, said to the three people on the screen. "I'm more or less sure," Kisaka said. "We plan to contact my father's old subordinates in plant and the people who still support the idea of Representative Himi in Auburn. Then, through them, we can contact more peaceful people to achieve the goal of ending the war," Lakis said on the screen. "But contacting them will take time. We're in the universe now, and we just lost our base. We can't get any supplies. Do we have a time to contact them?" Seito asked. "As for supplies, I don't think it'll be a problem." Lakis smiled. "Oh." Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at her in surprise. "Before contacting you, I've already contacted Teacher Malchier and asked him to help us solve the supply problem," Lakis explained. "With Teacher Malchier's help, supplies won't be a problem." Seito nodded. "What do you need us to do?" Margaret asked. "If it's possible, I hope that Captain Lamias can try his best to contact some peacemakers in the Union and get them to work together with us to end this war," Lakis said. "I feel that instead of having us contact them, you might as well ask Teacher Malchier for help. Even if it's Aubrey's remnants, it's fine. After all, we are only ordinary soldiers," Seito said. "Peace is not something that can be achieved with the efforts of one or two people. It requires everyone to work together, so everyone's strength is indispensable. Besides, as the victims of the Alaska incident, your appeal might be more effective than Teacher Malchier or Aubrey's remnants," Lux retorted. "Okay, I understand." Without waiting for Seito to speak, Malu answered with a serious expression. "Thank you, Captain Lamias." Lakis thanked him with a smile. "Well, since Malu agreed, I naturally won't say anything more. But where are we going now? We can't just float in the universe." Seito shrugged and asked, "Why not?" Lakis blinked and asked with a cute look. Pretend I didn't say anything." Seito shook his head in astonishment and laughed at himself. After that, the few of them discussed some more details and ended the call. "By the way, why is supplies not a problem with Teacher Malchier's help?" After the call ended, Malu looked at Seito with a puzzled expression and asked, "Teacher Malchier is not a simple person." Seito chuckled meaningfully. "As far as I know, he exists in almost all philanthropic industries and important commercial organizations on Earth, and he is very influential. He also secretly funds recycling merchants mercenaries, and some intelligence organizations. So, don't look at him as an influential, borderless religious person on the surface. When it comes to invisible forces on Earth, if he says he is number 2, no one would dare to say they're number 1. Not even Blue Persian Chrysanthemum. I didn't expect Teacher Malchier's influence to be so great, Ma Lu said with a surprised expression. So, as long as he is willing to help, even if he doesn't show up, just letting the recycling merchants help us transport supplies can solve all our current problems, Sei Ito concluded. If that's the case, why doesn't he show up to end the war? Mirialia, who had been listening to Sei Ito and Ma Lu's conversation, suddenly asked. I don't know. Who knows what he is thinking? Sei Ito turned to Mirialia and shrugged. After that day, Archangel, SS Eternity, and SS Kusanagi began to drift aimlessly in space. All of their supplies had to be completed by recycling merchants like Rachel, who had met Sei Ito once before. After drifting like this for more than 2 months, a piece of information immediately broke everyone out of their leisurely life and returned to a tense state of combat readiness. Then, Archangel, SS Eternity, and SS Kusanagi started their engines at the same time and sped towards the plant. But, to use nuclear weapons, Ma Lu said in surprise during the voyage. There is nothing to be surprised about. After all, there is Joshua's precedent. At this time, after 2 months of recuperation, Mu, who had completely recovered both physically and mentally, said to Ma Lu, "But that bastard." Then, Mu's expression changed, and he cursed in a low voice. So that's what he was talking about. 3 days later, on the 26th of September, after 3 days of nonstop high-speed flight, Archangel, SS Eternity, and SS Kusanagi finally arrived near the plant. But at this time, the Earth Army had already launched an attack on the plant. Don't let even one of the nuclear bombs hit the plant. Before they were about to enter the battlefield between plant and the Earth's army, Lux's voice sounded from the 3 battleships at the same time. She said in a sonorous tone, "Stabbing this blade of light into the heads of innocent people will only summon endless tears and hatred." Then, the Freedom Gundam, the Justice Gundam, the Assault Gundam, the Heretic Gundam, and the Storm Gundam flew out of Archangel and SS Eternity one after another and sped toward the battlefield between the plant and the Earth Army. Just as the Earth Army released the unmanned nuclear missile launcher called the Peace Pioneer and fired the nuclear bombs at the plant, the Freedom and Justice Gundams, equipped with the direct Special Force Enhancement equipment, Meteor, suddenly broke into the battlefield. They opened all the weapon launchers on the Meteor and the Gundams and fired at the densely packed nuclear bombs flying towards the plant. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of explosions erupted in space not far from the plant, emitting a beautiful pink light that appeared in space and covered the entire area in front of the plant. What a beautiful sight, Sei Ito, who had just arrived at the battlefield, whispered as he looked at the beautiful scene after the nuclear bombs exploded. Earth Army, please stop the attack immediately. At this time, Lux's voice rang out again in the full-wave communication channel. Do you really know what you're using? If talking could stop a war, then there wouldn't be a need for soldiers in this world. So after Lux's shout, the Earth Army simply fired another nuclear bomb at the plant. The Zaft Army, who was prepared, naturally wouldn't just watch as the nuclear bombs landed on their homes. They all fired with all their might to block the nuclear bombs. A moment later, the Zaft Army, who had been fighting with the Earth Army all this time, inexplicably retreated, opening up a large space. The Genesis is about to be launched. Seeing the Zaft Army's actions, Sei Ito instantly knew why they were doing this. So he controlled the Heretic Gundam to immediately stop and turn around to chase after the Zaft Army to the side. Not long after the Zaft Army retreated, a powerful beam of scarlet energy suddenly shot out from the direction of the planet's border fortress, Yakin Due. It traversed the entire battlefield and shot towards the distant depths of space. But in the path of the beam, the Earth Army and warships that were hit by the beam of light immediately exploded violently. Boom, 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 boom. Countless explosions immediately occurred within the beam of light, and a pink fireball appeared within the beam of light, the powerful energy beam lasted for more than 10 seconds. After the energy beam disappeared, all the Earth army and warships that were originally in the path of the beam of light disappeared, leaving behind a large stretch of wreckage and trash that stretched for miles in space. With just this one attack, the Earth army lost nearly half of their forces, temporarily losing the ability to fight again. So, this is the genesis. Sitting in the cockpit of the Heretic Gundam, Ito narrowed his eyes at the tragic scene presented on the optical screen and thought to himself. Similarly, the surviving members of the Earth Army and the Zaft Army, as well as the people on the three ships Archangel, Eternity, and Grass Razor, who witnessed the tragic scene at this time, were all dumbfounded. They stared at the scene on the screen in shock and remained silent for a long time. But soon, the Zaft Army came back to their senses, organized their troops, and launched an attack on the remaining Earth Army that had lost the will to fight. And Kira, who was also awakened by the attack, immediately drove the Freedom Gundam into the battlefield to stop the Zaft Army from pursuing the Earth Army that had lost the will to fight. After seeing Kira's behavior, Aslan also struggled internally for a moment. Then, he drove the Justice Gundam into the battlefield to help the Freedom Gundam block the attack of the Zaft Army, allowing the Earth Army to smoothly retreat to the warships. Chapter 397. A moment later, when all the Earth troops had successfully returned to the fleet and retreated with the fleet, the people who had completed their mission piloted their respective Gundams back to Archangel and SS Eternity to resupply. At the same time, the people in charge of the three ships that had flown back into the nearby asteroid belt and hidden themselves came to the bridge of SS Eternity one after another to discuss the genesis. As for Ito, who had returned to Archangel, he rested for a short while before returning to the garage. He floated in front of the heretical Gundam and placed one hand on the surface of the Gundam. He released his mental strength and, like a scanner, inspected the Gundam layer by layer. After all, the heretical Gundam hadn't been repaired by the Archangel's maintenance team since the start of the battle. Although he was confident that the Gundam should be fine, he couldn't withstand the intense battle that was about to come. Ito, who didn't want to lose his life because of some minor issues, naturally had to ensure that the Gundam's body was in perfect condition. "What are you doing?" Mu, who had arrived at some point in time, asked curiously as he looked at Ito, who was floating in mid-air with his eyes closed, with his palm pressed against the surface of the Gundam. Inspecting the body, Ito said calmly without any change in expression, "You can inspect the body like this." Mu turned to look at Kedro Maddock, the captain of the maintenance team, and asked with a puzzled expression. The latter shrugged, indicating that he didn't know what Ito was up to. "This is my special method," Ito explained casually. "All right then, I won't disturb you from inspecting the body." Mu shrugged nonchalantly and floated to the side of the assault Gundam with Maddock. He began to discuss with Maddock the problems he had encountered while operating the Gundam. After a moment, Ito opened his eyes and sighed inwardly. "If I hadn't inspected it, I wouldn't have known that there are so many fine cracks on the exterior of the Gundam's armor. If the assault Gundam were to really attack it, it would probably take at most 2 hammer blows to shatter the armor." Then, without wasting any time, he used his mental energy to set up an alchemy formation on the cracks on the Gundam's armor. He then activated the alchemy formation and repaired the hair-thin cracks. Done. After a while, Ito exhaled softly and muttered to himself. "Are you done with your inspection?" Mu asked curiously when he saw Ito descending from the Gundam. "Yes, I'm done. What about you?" Ito, who had landed on the ground, turned to look at Mu and asked, "It's just the beginning. There's still work to be done." Mu shook his head helplessly. "Then I won't disturb you. I'll go back and rest first." Ito smiled. "See you later," Mu said. "See you later," Ito replied with a nod. Then he stomped on the ground and floated out of the garage. Then he held onto the track ladder inside the ship and returned to his lounge. He sat down and rested. Although he didn't use much mental energy during the inspection and repair for the upcoming battle, every bit of mental energy was necessary. After all, on the battlefield, especially on a space battlefield with the lowest safety factor, say Ito didn't have much sense of security. When the time came, he might have to use his mental energy to save his life. The next day, which was September 27th, C-71, after more than 10 hours of rest and preparation, the Earth Army didn't wait for the rear support to arrive and the existing forces to suffer heavy losses. They reorganized the remaining forces and advanced toward the plant territory, ready to launch another attack. All ships, prepare to attack. I repeat, all ships, prepare to attack. At the same time, Archangel, SS Eternity, and SS Grassraiser that discovered the Earth Army's movement sounded at the same time. They're here. Hearing the announcement, Sei Ito opened his eyes, got up from the bed, left the lounge, and quickly went to the locker room to change into a protective suit. Then, he rushed to the garage and floated toward the Gundam's cockpit. But not long after Sei Ito sat in the Gundam's cockpit, an external communication prompt automatically popped up from the gray optical screen. Then, Margot in a military uniform appeared on the screen. Seeing this, Sei Ito took off his helmet, opened the cockpit, and quickly rushed out. I thought I wouldn't be able to make it. Margot looked at Sei Ito, standing in front of her in a pilot's protective suit, and said with a smile, "Without your order, how could I leave?" Sei Ito chuckled. Then Sei Ito saw another necklace under Margot's loosened collar that flew out with the crystal pendant necklace he gave her. He reached out and grabbed it. "He used to be a pilot?" Sei Ito asked. "Uh-huh." Margot turned her head slightly and responded in a low voice. "Pay attention. I'll show you a magic trick." Sei Ito smiled slightly and reached out to take the necklace and the crystal pendant necklace he gave her. He held them in his hands and said to Margot. Then, under the latter's slightly curious gaze, several blue electric arcs flashed between his hands. After the electric arcs disappeared, he opened his hands and put a new pendant necklace that combined the two necklaces in front of Margot. This way, you don't have to wear two necklaces at the same time in the future. Sei Ito flicked the necklace pendant that had turned into a crystal material and chuckled. This. Margot looked at the necklace floating around her neck in shock and was speechless. "When the war is over, I'll tell you how I did it." Sei Ito reached out and hugged Margot's waist, then lowered his head and kissed Margot's lips. The latter closed her eyes naturally and kissed Sei Ito deeply. "Don't forget, when the war is over, you have to come with me." Sei Ito, who let go of Margot, reached out and caressed her cheek. I'll wait for you to come back." Margot nodded slightly and replied with a gentle face. "Well, you can wait for the news of victory on the Archangel." Sei Ito smiled. Then, he gently stepped on the ground and floated back to the cockpit to wait. However, Sei Ito and Margot did not notice that the second half of their intimate process was seen by Mu, who was sitting in the cockpit of the assault Gundam. A touch of sadness flashed across his face, and he remained silent. A moment later, the three ships, Archangel, Eternity, and Grassraiser, finally arrived near the battlefield. Then, Andy Baltfield's order sounded in the Gundam's communicator. "All mech warriors attack." As Andy Baltfield's order fell, 6 Gundams flew out of the Archangel, the Grassraiser, and the Eternity at high speed towards the battlefield where the two sides were fighting not far away, including the assault driven by Mu, the storm driven by Diego, the heresy driven by Ito Sei, the assault driven by Kaka, the red assault driven by Kira, and the justice driven by Aslan. However, before Sei Ito and the others arrived at the battlefield, the huge energy beam that they had seen before, wrapped in a net of electromagnetic radiation and with a scarlet energy beam inside, once again appeared on the battlefield. It crossed the battlefield where the two armies were fighting and shot towards Earth. After more than 10 seconds, everyone knew where the target of the beam attack was. It was the largest and most important military base of the Earth Army on the Moon, the Tuolimi Space Base. Not only that, when the beam destroyed the Tuolimi Space Base, it also destroyed half of the second support fleet that was rushing towards plant. Obviously, this attack was precisely calculated. At this time, the Gundams driven by Sei Ito and the others, as well as the three ships, Archangel, Eternity, and Grass Razor, also arrived at the battlefield and launched an attack on the Earth Army. Although they had 6 Gundams and 3 powerful battleships, it was still the same old saying. In the face of absolute numbers, a small number of elites could not change the outcome of the entire war. So no matter how hard they tried, they were still dragged into the vast ocean of the People's War. Not to mention destroying the Genesis, which was in the process of changing the reflecting mirror. Even breaking through the Yegendue fortress was not easy. Just as they were trying to break through the front line and get closer to Yegendue, the Earth Army's main force and command ship, Archangel, and several other warships suddenly turned around and flew towards Plant's territory. Roughly guessing the purpose of Archangel's change of direction, Maul and the others immediately responded. They left Eternity and Grass Razor to continue to assist their Gundams in the battle, while Archangel quickly caught up with Archangel and intercepted it. It's time. Looking at the Archangel and Archangel that were gradually confronting each other on the screen, Ito secretly said in his heart. Immediately after, he controlled the Gundams to quickly destroy the Earth Army MS in front of them, and then rushed towards Archangel at high speed. Along the way, any body that blocked the path of the Gundams, whether it was the Earth Army's MS, Special Model MS, or Plant MS, all became ghosts under its gun. Under this invincible state of charge, the Gundams finally arrived near Archangel and Archangel when the two ships began to fight. Ito, what are you doing? Quickly leave there. As soon as the Gundams appeared near the two ships, Maul's anxious voice immediately came through the communication channel. Don't worry about me. Fight however you want. I know what I'm doing. Ito quickly replied in the communication channel and then cut off the connection. He nimbly dodged the Archangel's Vulcan cannons and missiles, as well as the stray bullets and attacks from the surrounding warships, and continued to approach Archangel. About 2 minutes later, the Gundams finally passed through the layers of obstacles and arrived at the outer deck of Archangel near the boarding port. They landed in a very hidden blind spot. Then Ito controlled the Gundams to forcefully break open the boarding port of Archangel. He immediately jumped out of the cockpit of the Gundams and waved his hand to put away the Gundams. Then, he quickly turned around and jumped in next to the boarding port. Then, Ito quickly rushed toward the bridge of Archangel without stopping. At this moment, Archangel also received news of an intruder and immediately sent out a large number of soldiers to intercept the intruder. However, this motley crew was simply delivering food and experience to Ito. Therefore, he broke through the Archangel's blockade without stopping and arrived in front of the elevator leading to the bridge. Flay. Just as Ito was about to open the elevator door in front of him suddenly opened on its own. Then, Flay and several soldiers in white uniforms ran out of the elevator. Captain Ito. Flay, who was attracted by the shout, immediately saw Ito standing in front of her. She almost instinctively threw herself at him and cried out in surprise. As for the soldiers beside her, they did not have any fighting spirit at all. Therefore, they did not pay any attention to Ito, who was clearly an enemy. They only quietly stood to the side and looked at the two of them. Sergeant Alsta, there's not much time left, one of the male soldiers nervously reminded in a low voice. That's right, Captain Ito. Let's leave quickly. Flay grabbed Ito and prepared to tell him to leave with them. Since you came out from here, you should be the staff of the bridge, right? Why don't I see Nader with you? Ito asked them. Captain Bajalaru is stopping Chairman Azrael, so? Another male officer said in a low voice. Is that so? Ito frowned. He raised his hand and pulled Flay's hand away from his arm. Then, he pushed her towards the male officers, turned around, and entered the elevator. He said to them, You guys go first. I'll go save Nader. Swoosh, the elevator door immediately closed again, sending Ito to the bridge. However, although the elevator door opened, another emergency isolation door blocked in front of him. Seeing this, Ito frowned. He directly took out 2 Gans pistols and held them in his hands. Then he fired at the emergency isolation door in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of explosions echoed in the narrow elevator room. Then, a large number of depressions instantly appeared on the emergency isolation door. After a few seconds, the door suddenly burst open, revealing the situation inside the bridge. In the Bridge of the Angel, Bajaluru fell to the ground with a painful expression on her face. Her right shoulder, left waist, and left calf were shot once each. Next to her, Azrael, the leader of the Blue Persian Chrysanthemum, was quickly typing on the keyboard. At the same time, he shouted with a crazy face, "Go to hell, Archangel!" As soon as Azrael's voice fell, a scarlet energy beam immediately shot out from the muzzle at the front of the angel, aiming at the heavily injured Archangel opposite it. Chapter 398. Just when the Archangel was about to be hit by the Scarlet Positron Cannon, a broken Gundam suddenly appeared in front of the bridge of the Archangel and blocked the bombardment of the Positron Cannon with its shield. But even so, when the Positron Cannon disappeared, it also turned into cosmic dust along with the Gundam and disappeared from the eyes of the people on the Archangel. Boom! At this time, another loud noise exploded on the emergency isolation door, and then a huge gap large enough for a person to pass through immediately appeared on the already damaged isolation door. Then Seito's figure rushed into the bridge of the Archangel through the broken gap. "Who are you?" Azrael, who was awakened from his madness by the loud noise, quickly raised the pistol in his hand and shouted at Seito. "Tensei," Bucky Lulu called out weakly. At this time, Ito Sei, who had rushed into the bridge, stomped his feet and instantly appeared in front of Azrael. When Azrael instinctively fired in panic, Ito Sei quickly raised his hand and hit Azrael's arm, which was holding the gun, upwards. Then, he reached out and grabbed Azrael's neck. With a twist of his palm, Ito Sei ended his life. Then Ito threw Azrael's body aside, grabbed the CIC communication headset next to him, and sent a message to the Archangel. "Archangel, this is the Archangel. I am Seito," Seito said with a headset in his hand. "Seito." In the next moment, Margot's image appeared on the optical screen diagonally above the bridge of the Archangel, and she exclaimed in surprise. "Okay, Margot, I have taken control of the bridge of the Archangel, but because there is no corresponding operator, I can barely maintain the navigation of the Archangel, but I can no longer continue to fight, so the safety of the Archangel depends on you." Seito first smiled at Margot to comfort her, then told her the current situation. "I see. I will protect the Archangel." Hearing Seito's narration, Margot immediately responded with a serious face. Then her expression changed, and she asked with a face full of concern, "How is Natale?" "Her situation is okay. Her life is not in danger for the time being, but she needs emergency treatment, so she can't communicate with you yet." Seito looked at Bucky Lulu, who was sitting on the ground and panting violently. "Do you need me to send someone over?" Margot asked quickly. "No, I can do it for emergency treatment." Ito Sei shook his head and said. Then he smiled at Malu, who looked surprised. "My treatment skills are better than ordinary doctors." "All right then. You treat Nader first. We'll talk later." Margaret knew that Ito Sei wasn't a person who would let things go for no reason, so she didn't doubt him and said immediately, "Okay." Ito agreed, then hung up the communication, threw away the CIC headset in his hand, and quickly floated to Bucky Lulu. He looked at Bucky Lulu and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, it will be fine soon, and I promise there won't be a scar left." "Okay." Bucky Lulu tried to make a smile and whispered, "Bear with the pain." Ito said softly as he reached out and unzipped Bucky Lulu's military uniform, pulled out the white undershirt from the waist to the lower body, and opened the waist to reveal the wound inside. Then, after the wound on Bucky Lulu's waist was exposed, he quickly pulled off the protective suit glove on his hand, and his right palm instantly pierced the wound on Bucky Lulu's waist. Ugh! The sudden sharp pain made Bucky Lulu frown. Her forehead was full of sweat, and she groaned. But then, Bucky Lulu's attention was attracted by the incredible scene that happened to her waist, and she forgot the pain. Seito's palm that was inserted into the wound on her waist suddenly lit up with a blazing white light, and then a strange feeling came from the wound on her waist and quickly spread throughout her body. Then the wound grew and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a deformed brass bullet was slowly expelled from the wound and finally floated near the wound. Baki Lulu looked at the wound, which had completely healed except for some bloodstains, and the brass bullet floating next to the wound in shock. She was speechless. Seito ignored Bucky Lulu's shock, but directly reached out and took off the military uniform on Bucky Lulu's upper body from her shoulder, and once again used alchemy to repair the wound on Bucky Lulu's shoulder. After dealing with the wound on her upper body, Seito immediately used his finger as a knife and scratched on Bucky Lulu's left calf. Soon, a small piece of fabric made of the same material as the thick black stockings on Bucky Lulu's leg floated in front of her, and Seito, revealing the wound that was still bleeding on Bucky Lulu's leg. Then Seito reached out and clasped Bucky Lulu's wound. It's done. After a while, after another brass warhead floated to Bucky Lulu's side, Ito-sei said in a low voice. Then he waved his hand and summoned a rejuvenation talisman, activated it, and threw it on Bucky Lulu's body to restore some of her blood. Bucky Lulu was still in shock at this time, and she couldn't say a complete sentence at all. Okay, don't be shocked. You will know these things in the future. Now hurry up and clear your mind and protect the angel with me. Seito reached out and gently stroked Bucky Lulu's cheek, then reminded her with a smile, but remember not to tell anyone about the methods I used to save you today. After that, he got up and floated to the helmsman's position, then began to pilot the angel. After him, Bucky Lulu, who reluctantly calmed down, also carefully stood up from the ground. She floated to the CIC and stood between the CIC and the radar operating table. She reached out and grabbed the CIC headset next to her and put on her ear. While contacting the angel, she carefully observed the radar. Angel, please cover us as we withdraw from the battlefield. Bucky Lulu connected to the angel's communication and said, Natale, are you okay? Margaret's image once again appeared on the optical screen of the angel, looking at Bucky Lulu, who was covered in blood, and said in surprise, Captain Rames, now is not the time to talk about this. Please help us withdraw from the battlefield. Bucky Lulu repeated, I understand. Margaret was taken aback at first, then quickly said, just as the angel assisted the angel to withdraw to the edge of the battlefield, Lux's voice once again sounded in the full-wave frequency channel. She said, Zaft Army, please stop launching the Genesis immediately. We have been attacked by nuclear weapons before, and we know the sorrow and pain this will bring. Do we want to repeat the same mistake? Could attacking others heal one's own wounds? Repeating the mistake of pushing innocent people and children to death, is this justice? Do you still not understand what the result of firing at each other will be? Not good. An unknown airframe has appeared, 35 meters away. At this time, Bucky Lulu, who was watching the radar, suddenly said to Seito loudly. At this time, it should be Kreutzer's godly Gundam. Seito frowned and muttered to himself. Then, he quickly jumped up from the helmsman's position and floated down to the gunfire control station while saying to Bucky Lulu, You take over the piloting of the angel for the time being. I will control the gunfire. Try not to let the enemy get close to us. Okay, Bucky Lulu agreed, quickly threw away the headset in her ear, and floated to the helmsman's position. However, as soon as Ito-sei and Baji Lulu finished their handover, the Gundam that seemed to be divine had already appeared beside the Archangel and Dominion Angel. Fortunately, they were not the only warships here. There were also Storm Gundams and Dual Gundams guarding them. However, before they could launch a defensive counterattack, the Godly Gundam was intercepted by the Freedom Gundam that had arrived at some point in time. Then, the two warships fought in the nearby space. However, the Dragonite system that the Godly Gundam was equipped with was simply too overpowered. The Storm Gundam accidentally entered the edge of the battlefield where the two warships were fighting and was instantly crippled by the laser beams fired by the rapidly moving Dragon Knights, causing it to lose its ability to fight. Fortunately, there was still a Gundam by its side, which saved it from the cannon fire of the Dragon Cavalry at the critical moment. Although the Storm Gundam had escaped from the battlefield, the Freedom Gundam was unable to do so. It was surrounded and shot by countless laser beams. Very quickly, the laser beams shot out by the Dragon Cavalry destroyed the Freedom Gundam's meteor parts. At the same time, Kira, who was piloting the Freedom Gundam, discovered Flay, who was sitting in the escaped ship. Although he did his best to block the Gundam's shot, he failed to defend against the attacks of the Dragon Knights who were scurrying around. In an instant, the escape ship Flay was exploded, turning into a pile of debris. At the same time, Ito suddenly felt a weak spiritual fluctuation appear in the universe. When he followed the spiritual fluctuation, he immediately discovered the source of the spiritual fluctuation. It was Kira piloting the Freedom Gundam. As expected of the strongest regulator, he actually managed to break through to the spiritual level. At this moment, he can be considered a true new human, Ito inwardly thought. At this time, for some unknown reason, the godly Gundam that destroyed the escape ship Flay was and did not continue to attack the Freedom Gundam. Instead, it turned around and flew in the direction of Yakindue. However, the moment the Gundam of God turned around and left, the Freedom Gundam also flew out from the explosion of the escape ship and chased after the Gundam of God, flying towards Yakindue at high speed. Chapter 399. When the Gundam reached the vicinity of the Yakindue fortress, it immediately released the Dragon Knights to fire at the Genesis and Grass Razor. The powerful Dragon Knights fired many laser beams at the same time, instantly causing the two ships to suffer varying degrees of damage. Fortunately, the Freedom Gundam finally arrived at the scene and stopped the Gundam that was wreaking havoc. At this time, the Freedom Gundam's reaction speed was almost comparable to the Homo evolutus NT ability. It seems that we have nothing to do for the time being. Ito, who was sitting in front of the cannon control console and looking at the battle scene on the Angel's optical screen, said to Bakilialu, who was piloting the Angel. Bakilialu responded with a slight sigh of relief. Then Nader, what are you going to do in the future? Ito asked. Hearing Ito's question, Bakilialu realized how overboard her current behavior was. Not only did she resist the orders of the higher-ups, but she also watched the enemy get killed. In the end, she even helped Ito take control of the Angel. This was tantamount to betraying the military career she was prepared to fight for the rest of her life. At the same time, it also shattered the beliefs in the bottom of her heart. I don't know. Bakilialu lowered her head slightly. Her face was a mixture of confusion and pain as she said in a low voice. Since you don't know, then after the war is over, how about you leave with me? Ito said in a gentle and soft voice. Anyway, you have nowhere to go, right? Leave with you? The confusion on Bakilialu's face deepened as she repeated in a murmur. Leave with me, Ito said with certainty. Let me think about it. After a moment, Bakilialu sighed and looked at Ito with a weak face. Okay, Ito said softly to Bakilialu, then turned to look at the image on the screen and said, the war may be over. Hearing this, Bakilialu temporarily suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart and looked up at the image on the optical screen. In the image, a large number of ZAF battleships and MS fleets quickly retreated towards the planet without any will to fight. They completely ignored the Archangel, Eternity, and Grass Razor that were hovering near them, as well as a small number of MS and battleships that were fleeing. Is ZAF giving up on the Yakindue stronghold? Bakilialu said in surprise. Based on the situation, it should be. Ito said. Under the watchful eyes of the people in the 4 ZAF battleship, the retreat lasted until the last MS left Yakindue lasted fortress. But even so, the battle was still not over. The Freedom Gundam was still fighting with the Gundam of God. The Justice Gundam and the Assault Gundam also didn't withdraw from Yakindu Way. The main body of the Genesis was still intact, ready to launch at any time. In this somewhat torturous and long wait, more than 10 minutes passed. The Freedom Gundam that had been fighting near the main body of the Genesis suddenly accelerated. Holding a beam spear formed by a combination of two beam swords in its hand, it rushed in front of the Gundam of God. In an instant, the beam spear in its hand pierced near the cockpit of the Gundam of God and came out from the back of the Gundam of God. Then, without stopping, the Freedom Gundam quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, a powerful energy once again gathered inside the main body of the Genesis. In an instant, it turned into a huge energy beam and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it bombarded the back of the Gundam of God that happened to be blocking the path of the beam. In less than 2 seconds, the Gundam of God that was still in its PS phase transfer state was completely melted away. Then, an even more violent explosion fiercely erupted from the inside of the main body of the Genesis. Together with the dazzling pink light produced by the explosion of the Gundam of God, it destroyed the main body of the Genesis and blocked the powerful energy beam that it had just shot out. At the same time, a violent explosion sounded inside the Yakindu Way fortress next to the Genesis. A large amount of smoke and fire spewed out from the ports of the Yakindu Way fortress, destroying all the facilities in the Yakindu Way fortress. Notify the entire Zaft army and the Earth army in this universe. Not long after the explosion of the Yakindu Way fortress and the Genesis, a female voice suddenly came out of the full-wave communication channel. Her tone was solemn as she said, "Now, Plant has begun preparations for the armistice agreement between Plant Management Country and the Earth Army. In addition, Plant's Interim Supreme Council has issued a request to Earth to stop all fighting in this universe." "It's over?" Hearing the announcement in the communication channel, Bucky Lulu leaned back on the chair and muttered to herself, "It's over." Sei Ito, who had already left the artillery control station when the announcement appeared, floated to Bucky Lulu's side and looked down at her with a smile. "So you have to think about it as soon as possible." "I will." A complicated look flashed across Bucky Lulu's face again as she responded in a low voice. "Sei Ito Natale." At this time, Margot's image suddenly appeared on the optical screen of the Archangel and said, "We are beginning to evacuate now. Please follow the Archangel closely." "Got it." Sei Ito looked up and said to Margot on the screen. Then the image flashed and returned to the appearance of the universe outside. Sei Ito floated to the helmsman's position and said to Bucky Lulu, "Leave the piloting to me. You should rest first. After all, your body is still a little weak." "Okay." Bucky Lulu obediently got up from her seat, floated to the captain's seat in the center of the bridge, sat down, and closed her eyes to rest. Then Sei Ito operated the Archangel to follow closely beside the Archangel. Together with SS Eternity and SS Kusanagi, they left the battle area and returned to the asteroid belt to hide again. "Okay." After the Archangel stopped, Sei Ito got up from the helmsman's position and floated to Bucky Lulu. After finding that she had fallen asleep, he did not disturb her. He directly floated to the CIC, grabbed the headset, and contacted the Archangel. "Margot, get someone to prepare and suppress the remaining soldiers in the Archangel with me," Sei Ito said to Margot. "Okay, I will get someone to prepare." Margot agreed, then hung up the communication and arranged it. A moment later, she contacted Sei Ito again and said, "It's ready. We are now rushing to the boarding gate of the Archangel." "I know. I will assist you from the inside," Sei Ito replied. "Okay," Margot said. Then, Sei Ito hung up the communication with Margot and opened the broadcast on the ship. "Announced to the crew of the Archangel. Now, the Archangel has been officially taken over by us and belongs to the warship under our control. Later, soldiers will disembark for inspection. Please stay in place quietly and do not resist. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Repeat." After repeating the announcement 3 times, Sei Ito took off the CIC headset and summoned a light machine gun in his hand. He turned around and walked into the elevator, landed on the next floor, and then stood guard outside the elevator door. Sure enough, soon after, a group of crazed Earth soldiers rushed over with guns in their hands. The moment they saw Sei Ito guarding the elevator door, they raised their guns and fired. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not talk nonsense and immediately fired back. If Sei Ito was just an ordinary soldier, they still had a great chance of recapturing the bridge, but the key was that Sei Ito was not an ordinary soldier. In this world, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a monster in human skin, so the tragedy of this group of rebels was doomed. It did not take long for them to be eliminated by Sei Ito in the passage. After them, there were basically no rebels in the Archangel, so the soldiers who came later did not take much time to complete the suppression of the Archangel. They gathered the remaining Earth soldiers in the Archangel and suppressed them in the garage. "You really impressed me, Lieutenant Sei Ito." After a while, Tiger Andy Baltfield, who led the soldiers to suppress the Earth soldiers, walked to Sei Ito and smiled. When Sei Ito heard this, he did not pretend to be modest and accepted Andy Baltfield's praise with a smile. Next, the members of the 3 spaceships, who had completely taken over the Archangel, rested in the asteroid belt. Of course, supplies were still provided by the recovery merchants. After all, although Plan expressed their intention to stop the war, the situation on the Earth Alliance's side was still unclear. Therefore, the members of the 3 spaceships, who could not guarantee that the war would end, would still be considered a third party with no benefits. They were always ready to intervene in the war that might break out again. Just like that, the original 3 spaceships and now 4 spaceships drifted in space for more than a month. Finally, they received accurate information from the recycler that delivered the supplies. They knew that the Earth Alliance had agreed to Plant's request for a ceasefire. They began to discuss the details of the ceasefire agreement with Plant. It was just that the discussion had been going on for too long. Seeing that it was going to be year 72, the final version of the Armistice Agreement was still not out yet. However, after 3 consecutive months of rest and reorganization, it was basically certain that there would not be any more battles, so the 4 warships decided to split up. Among them, SS Eternity directly returned to Plant, using Lux's great influence among the civilians, the military, and the upper echelons to promote the conclusion of the ceasefire agreement as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the 3 spaceships, Archangel, and Kusanagi, returned to Earth. They used the ceasefire and the powerful deterrence of the 3 spaceships to restore Ob's independence, thus influencing the Earth Alliance to reach a ceasefire agreement. Chapter 400. Just like that, after another half a month of space travel, the 3 ships finally broke through the atmospheric tipping point and descended towards the territorial waters of Ob below. Fortunately, the current authorities of Ob approved of Carrie, the daughter of the former representative and the descendant of the 5 great families. She was currently one of the only 2 nomads who had the qualifications to inherit the representative position. Furthermore, the Atlantic Confederation was currently busy with their own affairs, so they did not mobilize their fleet to intercept them outside their territorial waters. This allowed the Archangel, main Archangel, and the disassembled Straw Razor to successfully enter Ob's territory. As for why she was one of the only 2 successors, it was because of the representative appointment system of Ob. Only the heads of the 5 great families had the qualifications to be the representative. As for people outside of the 5 great families, even if they had outstanding achievements and outstanding talents, they could only become a high-ranking government official at most. However, if they wanted to be the representative, they would have to change their father first. As for the second successor, after the 5 great families in Ob, the only ones who had the qualifications and ability to inherit the representative position were Carrie and Sei Ito's acquaintances, Lun Mina Sahak and Lun Gina Sahak. However, Lun Mina Sahak, due to her efforts, was still captured by the Atlantic Confederation in the end. She went to the colonial satellite Heaven's Guard in the synchronous orbit above Ob and gave up her qualifications to inherit the representative position. Therefore, Only Carrie and Lund Mina Sahak were left with the qualifications to inherit the representative position. However, it was worth mentioning that Lund Mina Sahak and the Sahak family she represented were not supporters of Semira Shar's neutral ideology. Therefore, Lund Mina Sahak was full of disgust towards Carrie, who was also a competitor. Originally, this disgust would not have any practical effect. After all, in the original storyline, after the fall of Ob, Lund Mina secretly piloted the Gundam to attack the Zaft military headquarters. However, he encountered Rachel, a recycler, and Song Yunxio of the mercenary group Rattlesnake. Being killed by Song Yunxio would not have any effect on Carrie, who had returned to Ob. However, due to Ito Sei's act of stealing 2 experimental Gundams before Heliopolis was destroyed, Rochelle and Song Yunxio lost their Gundams. Naturally, they wouldn't have the opportunity to sneak up on Lund Gina Sahak from the Zaft military headquarters and kill him. Instead, they left behind a hidden danger for Kaka. After all, from Lund Gina Sahak's interactions with Ito Sei, it could be seen that Lund Gina Sahak was a complete madman. For the sake of his own ambitions, he would do anything. What are you going to do with the joint army soldiers on the Angel? At this time, Ito Sei was standing on the bridge of the Archangel, watching the Archangel slowly retreat into the secret port of the Slave Island, and asked Mariu beside him. Probably just release them. After all, the war has stopped. We are not a proper military organization now, so we don't have the right to deal with captives. She sighed slightly and said, "What does Carrie mean?" Seito asked again. "Probably release them too." She then looked at Seito with a strange expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just want to solve the problem of those soldiers as soon as possible and get a clean angel." Seito shook his head slightly and smiled, then asked, "Do you remember what you promised me before? After the war is over, you will leave with me." "Yes, I remember." She smiled lightly. "Then have you decided what to tell them?" Seito looked at the many members in the bridge and asked softly, "I'm going to tell them after I settle down." She turned her head and looked at the familiar faces around her and said softly, "Okay." Seito nodded and replied. At this time, the Angel finally stopped in the secret port with a slight tremor from hull. But because of the current regime of Ob, no one planned to leave the warship. They quietly waited for Carrie, Kisaka, and Aslan, who was disguised as Carrie's bodyguard, to negotiate with Ob. "I'll go to Nader and have a look." After everything was settled, Seito said to Maru. "Okay," Maru said. Then Seito turned and left the bridge of the Angel. He walked down the port and walked along the shore to the Angel, which was also docked in the secret port of Slave Island. After a while, he entered the Angel and arrived at the bridge. Swoosh, the sensor door automatically opened in front of Seito. Nader. Seito bypassed the CAC, who was temporarily selected from the soldiers of Grass Razor, and walked to the side of the captain's seat and greeted. "Captain Seito." Bucky Lulu looked up at Seito and called out, "How is it? Have you thought about it?" Seito looked into Bucky Lulu's eyes and asked softly, "Yes." Bucky Lulu's face flashed with a complicated expression, but she still said straightforwardly, "In front of outsiders, Bucky Lulu has always been a decisive and excellent soldier. Your decision is..." Seito looked at Bucky Lulu curiously and asked, "After making such a big mistake, I definitely can't go back to the army, and I myself, like Captain Ramis, have doubts about the Alliance Army itself, so I don't plan to return to the army." When speaking of this decision, Bucky Lulu's face flashed with a look of pain and sadness, but then Bucky Lulu put away the expression on her face and looked at Seito and said, "I've decided to be with you." When it comes to being together, Bucky Lulu's cheeks immediately became rosy, and her original straightforward tone also changed a little. She looked to the side with a shy look. "Have you really decided? You know, after being with me, you may never see your family again." Seito asked again. "Yes." A look of hesitation flashed on Bucky Lulu's face. Then it was replaced by firmness, and she said seriously, "I see." Seito stretched out his hand, stroked Bucky Lulu's cheek, and said softly, Bucky Lulu's face, who was being stroked by his palm, immediately flashed an unnatural look. She lowered her head and blushed. Then there was a long wait. The ob on duty, who they thought would arrive soon, did not appear. It was as if they were forgotten, and no one paid attention to them. Seito, come to the bridge. In the middle of the night, Margaret's voice suddenly came from the communicator in the room, and she said in a serious tone, "Okay." Seito frowned and agreed. Then he hung up the communication, put on his military uniform, and rushed to the bridge. After a while, Seito came to the bridge. "What's wrong?" Seito stepped into the bridge and asked Margaret. Just now, Director Erica Simmons of the Dawn Society sent a message saying that they are under house arrest by the Ob government, and she wants you to rescue them. Margaret looked up at Seito and said with a serious expression, "What is this for?" Seito said in surprise. "According to Director Simmons, it seems to be an order given by someone called Lund Gina Sahak." Margaret also frowned in confusion. "It's him." Hearing Margaret's words, Seito said with a look of realization, "You know this person?" Margaret asked curiously. "Well, the heir of the Sahak family, one of the 5 major families of the Ob, a lunatic with an abnormal brain." Seito curled his lips in disdain, then asked Margaret. Simmons said nothing else, such as where are they now? She said, "It seems to be in a new government building, but she doesn't know the details." Margaret replied, "I see." Seito nodded slightly and said, "Well, I'll go there and take a look now." "Do you want someone to go with you?" Margaret asked with a worried look. "No, it's troublesome if there are too many people, and they might not be able to help me even if they go there." Seito shook his head slightly. "Then you should be more careful." Margaret looked at Seito with concern. "I know, I will be careful." Seito nodded and promised. Then he turned and walked out of the bridge, left the Archangel, and slowly walked to the outside of the secret port of Slave Island. "Stop!" Before Seito left the port of Slave Island, 2 armed soldiers suddenly walked out from the side and pointed their guns at Seito. Sure enough, they are also monitoring this place. Seeing the behavior of the 2 soldiers, Seito secretly said in his mind. Then Seito raised his hands, indicating that he was harmless, and stepped back with a smile. After stepping back for a distance, Seito suddenly broke through the space barrier and appeared in front of the 2 soldiers who had just breathed a sigh of relief. In the shocked expression of the 2 soldiers, he quickly stretched out his hands and grabbed their necks, and with a twist, he ended their lives. With 2 muffled sounds, the bodies of the 2 soldiers fell to the ground like broken cloth bags. Then Seito didn't even look at the 2 bodies on the ground. He stepped past them and continued to walk outside. Along the way, Seito encountered a few more waves of interceptions, but they didn't cause him any trouble. He easily broke through their defense and left the secret port of Slave Island. He summoned a sports car and drove toward Obi City at high speed. About 20 minutes later, Seito's sports car finally arrived near the newly built government building. Then Seito drove around the government building a few times. After confirming the surrounding environment, he stopped at a corner of the government building. However, Seito did not immediately get out of the car and enter the government building. Instead, he sat in the car and released his mental power, scanning the government building floor by floor, exploring the place where Carrie and others were imprisoned. Found it. A moment later, Seito discovered Carrie, who was under house arrest in a small conference room, as well as Erica, Aslan, and Kisaka, who were imprisoned in 3 separate rooms. Now that he had found the imprisoned people, Seito immediately got out of the car and came to the front of the government building. He used alchemy to decompose a large gap in the wall in front of him, stepped into the building, and quickly walked toward the imprisoned people. Perhaps no one thought that someone would invade the government building, or perhaps the defense of the government building was just that lax. But Seito did not encounter any obstacles along the way. He easily arrived at the place where the imprisoned people were. There are quite a lot of guards, Seito thought to himself as he looked at the dozen or so soldiers guarding the corridor. Then he flipped his hand and summoned 2 smoke bombs. He unlocked them and held them in his hand for a moment. When the smoke began to rapidly form, he immediately threw them into the corridor. Oh no, someone is invading. Sound the alarm. As the smoke from the 2 smoke bombs filled the air, the soldiers on guard immediately became alert. One of the more quick-witted soldiers hurriedly yelled. Immediately after, the sound of an electric bell rang in the entire government building like the sound of a school bell at the end of a class. And at this moment, the smoke had almost dispersed and basically shrouded the entire corridor. Seeing this, Ito immediately ran out of the corner, rushed into the corridor under the cover of the smoke, and launched an attack on the vigilant soldiers. A moment later, when the concentration of the smoke decreased slightly and the situation in the corridor was vaguely visible, he discovered that the soldiers who were guarding the corridor were all lying on the ground with horrified looks on their faces. After dealing with the soldiers guarding the corridor, Ito strode to one of the doors, broke the lock, and pushed the door open. Immediately after, the figure of Erica Simmons in the Dawn Society uniform appeared before Ito's eyes. "Beautiful lady, as per your invitation, I'm here to save you." Ito walked up to Erica, reached out to grab her right hand, leaned over like a knight, and kissed the back of her hand before getting up with a smile. Erica Simmons looked at Ito, standing in front of her with a complicated expression, and asked, "Where are Carrie and the others?" "They're still locked in a room for the time being, waiting for us to rescue them." Ito released Erica's right hand and chuckled. "After all, compared to them, you're more important to me." Upon hearing this, Erica Simmons's heart skipped a beat, but she still didn't show it on her face. She said anxiously, "Let's go, or we won't be able to escape." After saying that, she ran out of the room. Seeing this, Ito shrugged and quickly followed. Together with Erica, who picked up the soldiers' weapons on the ground when she ran out of the house, they rescued Carrie, Aslan, and Kisaka and quickly ran out of the government building with them. Fortunately, several of them were not mediocre. Whether it was their physical fitness or military accomplishments, they were several times stronger than the average person. So, it only took them a minute to rush from the floor where they were imprisoned to the lowest floor, and they ran out from the position where Ito entered the government building. Chapter 4:01. The moment Ito's group of 5 ran out of the gap, 2 thick searchlights shone down and enveloped Ito's group. They stood out like objects on display. Then, more than 100 fully armed soldiers suddenly ran out of the bushes around the government building and surrounded them. Behind these soldiers, 3 tanks and several armed off-road vehicles slowly drove over. The muzzles on them were all aimed at Ito's group of 5. "We meet again, civilians." At this moment, a blurry figure stood up from one of the armed off-road vehicles and shouted at Ito's group through the loudspeaker installed on the vehicle. "Lund Zinasahak," Ito said with narrowed eyes. "Tonight's arrangement was prepared to deal with the remnants of the Ashari family, but I didn't expect that woman Erica to bring you here." "What a pleasant surprise," Lund Zinasahak said in a mocking tone. "Kisaka, if I kill him, can you control these soldiers?" Ito ignored Lund Zinasahak's words. Instead, he turned his face slightly and said to Kisaka, who was protecting Carrie with Aslan and Erica, "Probably not." Kisaka glanced at the faces of the soldiers surrounding them and said, "Is that so? Then it looks like we'll have to wipe out all the guys here," Ito said calmly. "What are you going to do?" Carrie asked. "Of course it's—" Before Ito could finish, Lund Zinasahak spoke again. "Erica Simmons, I'll give you a chance now. As long as you can kill Carrie, I promise to let you go and continue to let you be in charge of Dawn Social." Hearing this, Kisaka and Aslan's bodies twitched imperceptibly. They were obviously affected by Lund Zinasahak's words and became wary of Erica. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't agree to it." Erica Simmons knew that she couldn't hesitate at this moment, so she answered loudly almost without any hesitation. You don't know how to appreciate favors." Lund Zinasahak huffed angrily. "Originally, I saw that you were still useful and wanted to keep you alive to serve me. Since that's the case, then all of you can die." "Fire!" As soon as Lund Gina Sahak finished speaking, a middle-aged man in an Aubrey uniform beside him immediately ordered loudly, "Return to the building." At the same time, Saito reached out to grab Erica Simmons and quickly retreated into the building while shouting to the trio. At this moment, a burst of intensive gunfire sounded in an instant. Bullets that couldn't be seen by the naked eye immediately hit the position where Ito, Sei, and the others were standing before. The splashing sparks and shrapnel instantly bounced out in all directions. "What do we do now?" Aslan asked. "What else can we do? Let's fight," Saito said indifferently. Then he suddenly punched the wall beside him, creating a huge crack. Pieces of earth and debris slowly fell from the cracked wall to the ground. Ugh! Aslan looked at Ito's actions in astonishment. He subconsciously muttered in his heart, "Is this guy really a natural person?" As for Kasaka and Carrie, their reactions weren't any better. They looked at Ito, who was digging out the rubble from the wall with strange expressions, speechless. Erica, on the other hand, didn't say anything. She quietly watched Ito's actions as if she already knew what was going to happen. At this time, Ito-sei had already dug out dozens of irregular pieces of gravel the size of a knuckle from the cracked wall. Holding them in his hand, he carefully moved to the edge of the gap. Then, he suddenly threw the gravel in his hand outwards. After that, he retreated to the side of Kaka and the others without even looking at them. The next moment, a series of screams suddenly sounded outside, causing the originally dense gunfire to stop immediately. Then, Lund Zena Sahak's exasperated voice came in. "Don't stop, keep shooting. Get the tanks up there as well. Also, inform the soldiers at the front door to enter the government building. Kill them immediately when you see them." "Yes, sir." The voice of the soldier who gave the order to shoot came in after Lund Zena Sahak. "Do you think it's possible that he'll order the tanks to bombard the government building?" Ito turned to look at the people around him, whose expressions had changed drastically. "If he can't take us down, he definitely will." Erica pondered for a moment and said with certainty, "It can't be. Using heavy weapons in our own country's territory." Aslan looked at Erica in surprise. "That person can't be inferred by Chong Li," Kasaka said with a solemn expression. "Why is it like this?" Carrie whispered with a pained look on her face. "Since the situation here is already like this, let's try to break through from the front door." Ito once again dug out a pile of rubble from the cracked wall and turned to the others. "Okay." Carrie and the others nodded and followed Ito with guns in hand, walking toward the front door. Halfway there, they ran into the soldiers who came in to search. Then, without hesitation, both sides immediately attacked each other. Soon, the dozen soldiers in front of them were all killed or injured by Ito and the others. Then they quickly ran to the soldiers, took off the soldiers' bulletproof vests, and put them on. Then they picked up the soldiers' guns and put them on their backs. They took the grenades that they had not used yet and started to break through again. It's just that as they moved forward, the interceptors behind them no longer used guns and grenades to attack them. Instead, they used shoulder-fired anti-tank cannons, which greatly increased the difficulty of breaking through. Damn it! After dodging another anti-tank cannonball, Ito cursed and got up, smashed the wall next to him with a punch, and stepped in. Carrie and the others looked at each other and followed him in. Then they saw Ito destroying the wall in front of him like a wall-breaking machine, breaking through the government building horizontally from a room. "What a monster!" Aslan murmured subconsciously as he watched Ito's actions. Kasaka and Carrie didn't say anything, but their faces showed that they agreed with Roland's decision. In this way, after about a few minutes, Ito finally broke through the government building and ran out from the other side of the wall with Carrie and the others. Of course, they were chased by the soldiers in the building along the way, but in the end, they were all eliminated by Ito, Sei, and the others. Then, in order to prevent the other party from guessing the direction of their breakthrough, they deliberately changed the location of their breakthrough twice and set up traps and fake wall breakers. That was why they did not encounter many soldiers after their breakthrough. They quickly eliminated them and disappeared completely under the cover of night. It was not until more than half an hour later that the 5 of them reappeared in the captain's lounge of the Archangel. What should we do now? Sitting in the main seat, Margaro glanced at Kisaka, Carrie, Aslan, and Erica one by one and asked softly, "If possible, I'd like to ask Captain Seito to assassinate Lunginusahak himself. Only by killing him can we solve our current problem." Kisaka looked up at Carrie and said after a moment of silence, "I agree." Erica said in agreement. "Is there no other way?" Carrie asked hesitantly. "I'm afraid there is no other way." Kisaka shook his head slightly. Why is it like this? Aubrey was not like this." Carrie lowered her head, her hands clenched into fists, and asked herself excitedly, "If you don't want Aubrey to continue like this, then take back what belongs to you and change it." Kisaka looked at Carrie and said, "Carrie, there's one thing you may not know. In fact, the Gundam was originally developed in cooperation with the Atlantic Federation under the urging of the Sahak family." Erica suddenly said, "What?" Carrie, Margaro, and Aslan exclaimed at the same time. The Sahak family has always been a family that supports the Federation. They do not agree with Sir Jimmy's philosophy from the bottom of their hearts. They want to overthrow Sir Jimmy and become the representative themselves to realize their ambitions. In order to gain the power to ascend the throne and show their closeness to the Union, they took the initiative to contact the Atlantic Federation and propose to participate in the Gundam development plan. Erica explained, "These bastards." Carrie shouted angrily. She finally understood why her father once said that he did not know about the Gundam development plan, but later accepted it. Keeping people like this will only push Aubrey into the abyss and turn the efforts of Jimmy's representative into ashes. Aslan, who was standing aside and talking to Carrie and the others without interrupting, suddenly said, "Indeed." Margaro also agreed. "I understand." Carrie lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Finally, she said in a low voice, then looked up at Seito, who was standing aside with his arms crossed, and asked with a serious expression, "Lieutenant Seito, please assassinate Lunginusahak." Hearing Carrie's request, Seito first turned his head to look at Erica on the opposite side. Seeing that there was no expression on her face, he turned to look at Margaro. The latter also looked up at him at this time. A look of concern flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Seito smiled at Margaro to comfort her, then looked at Carrie, who was looking at him with expectant eyes, and nodded slightly. "I can promise you. Thank you very much." Carrie thanked sincerely. Chapter 402. But as a condition, I hope to obtain access to all the confidential information of the Dawn Society after this, Seito said to Cuckley. Hearing this, Kisaka and Aslan both frowned at the same time, while Erica's eyes flashed. Mauve looked at Seito with some confusion, but did not ask any questions. "Just a look," Cuckley asked with a serious expression. "Yes, just a look. No backups, I can assure you of this," Seito said. "Okay, I can promise you that," Cuckley agreed. "Then it's a deal." Seito put down his crossed arms, walked to Cuckley, and extended his hand with a smile. Seeing this, Cuckley also got up from her seat and reached out to shake Seito's hand. "Give me the address of Sahak's house, and have your people monitor the whereabouts of Lunginusahak so that I can determine the time of action," Seito said as he let go of Cuckley's hand. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Kisaka nodded. "Okay, let me know if it's done." Seito glanced at Kisaka and nodded. Then everyone except Captain Mauve left the captain's lounge one after another. Seito led them to the rooms temporarily assigned to them for rest. But when he sent Erica to her room, Seito did not leave, but followed Erica into the room. "What are you going to do? Do you still want to touch me?" Erica said coldly as she looked at Seito, who followed her into the room. "No." Seito shook his head slightly, then looked at Erica and said, "I came to ask you, after I assassinate Lunginusahak and remove Cuckley's obstruction, do you want to come with me? Why should I go with you?" Erica looked at Seito with a mocking expression. "Because you need me, and I need you. Ito-sei took a step forward and walked up to Erika. He lowered his head slightly and stared in her eyes, saying softly, "And I once said that I want to get your man. Do you need me and the person who gets me?" A trace of confusion flashed across Erika's face as she muttered to herself. But soon, she came to her senses and took a step back to distance herself from Seito. She looked at him coldly and said, "Do I need you? What a joke. You know very well whether it's funny or not. Besides, I've already done that to you. So how can I let you go? So even if you don't agree in the end, I will still take you away by force. In any case, you don't have any relatives in Aubrey. I believe that you can live anywhere you want." Seito narrowed his eyes and said with a serious expression, "You." Hearing Seito's simple yet domineering words, Erika was immediately enraged. She pointed at him and shouted, "In that case, why are you still asking me? Because I have expectations for you. I hope that you will go with me willingly." Seito spread his hands and said to Erika, "I'm not that despicable," Erika said with a sneer. "Sigh, then after this is over, I can only take you away by force." Seito sighed softly. After that, he turned and walked out of the room. As he walked, he said, "I'm leaving this place first. You should also think about it. Don't say those angry words." The door opened automatically in front of Seito. Then, Seito stepped out, and the door closed again. In the room, Erika stood there in a daze. Thinking that Ito Saigaku had really left without doing anything to her, a complicated emotion flashed across her mind. She fell into a daze. 3 days later, through Kasaka's secret communication, Seito finally saw Lund Zenasahak's action record. In other words, if he didn't have any social engagements, he basically stayed in the master bedroom of the Sahak family every night, Seito said as he looked at Lund Zenasahak's time record. Yes, at least on the surface. As for whether he left the master bedroom again after returning to the Sahak family, "We're not sure," Kasaka said. "You're not sure?" Seito frowned slightly. "Yes. After all, the Sahak family is one of the 5 major families of Ob. Their internal defenses aren't much worse than the Twilight Society's. That's why we could only get this much," Kasaka said apologetically. Seito casually tossed the white paper in his hand onto the table and looked up at Kasaka. "All right then. I'll go to the Sahak family tonight to investigate. If conditions permit, I'll kill him directly. Do you need any help from us?" Kasaka's expression changed as he asked in a deep voice. "You just need to provide me with a means of transportation back and forth. Nothing else." Seito shook his head and said, "Okay," Kasaka agreed. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." "Okay," Seito said. Kasaka, who had completed his task of transferring the information, nodded politely to Seito, then turned and left Seito's lounge, disappearing behind the sensor door. After that, there was nothing to do. After about 10 hours, when it was 10 o'clock, Seito finally left the Archangel. He got into the car that Kasaka's men had prepared for him at the port and sped towards the Sahak family in the core area of Ob. At this time, Ob was still in the post-war reconstruction stage. Even after half a year of recovery, there were still very few vehicles at night. Therefore, Seito, who could drive as fast as he wanted, quickly drove into the core area of Ob and arrived at the Sahak family's residence. The Sahak family lived up to its name as one of the 5 major families of Ob. Its area alone was extraordinarily large. It was backed by a mountain with forests on both sides, a lawn in the front yard, and a fountain in the center. A huge European-style villa comparable to the Ob government building was located in the center of the courtyard. It was surrounded by a wall made of marble, and there was only a black iron gate with roses and vines as the entrance and exit. Seito stopped the car at a secret location not far from the Sahak family, got out of the car, and approached the Sahak family courtyard. After a short moment, Seito stopped outside the Sahak family's courtyard. He carefully inspected the wall to see if there was anything strange about it. After discovering that it was just an ordinary wall, he quickly leaped up the wall and flipped over into the Sahak family's courtyard. Then, he carefully sneaked towards the central villa. Perhaps the Sahak family members didn't place too many defensive measures in the front yard. Therefore, Seito didn't encounter any trouble along the way, other than discovering defensive measures in several hidden corners. He easily sneaked to the side of a European-style villa, then carefully opened a window beside him and jumped in. This was a long corridor. The floor was covered with a bright red wool carpet, and a crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. The walls on both sides were filled with wooden decorations and small wall lamps. 2 wooden doors were placed several meters apart from each other in the wall. According to the information, the first floor is the main hall, the chore room, the kitchen, and the living quarters of the servants. The second floor is the guest room, and the third floor is the residence of the patriarch and the study room. Seito sized up the surroundings while inwardly thinking. The staircase to the second floor only exists in the main hall, while the staircase to the third floor is at the end of the second floor. In other words, if I want to go up to the third floor, I can only go through the main hall and not the long path. Thinking until here, Seito made a decision in his heart. He turned around and walked towards a wooden door not far away. He shook open the door lock, pushed open the door, and walked in. In an instant, a large number of neatly stacked clothes, bed sheets, tablecloths, and other cloth products appeared before Seito's eyes. Obviously, this was a clothes drying room, but Seito didn't care about this. He directly stepped on the cabinet beside him and jumped up, grabbed the top of the cabinet, and pulled with both hands. Then he stepped on the horizontal bar of the cabinet and pressed his hand on the white ceiling to activate his alchemy skill. A blue-white electric light flashed, and a metal door half the height and width of a person without any decorative patterns appeared on the ceiling. Then, Seito stretched out his hand and opened the metal door above his head. Then he rushed up. Obviously, there was another room above this room. At this moment, in the room, a black-haired woman wearing a green off-the-shoulder dress was caressing her chest with one hand and reaching the bottom of her dress with the other. She closed her eyes and indulged herself in doing something that was very loving to her. Seeing this, a black line flashed across Ito-sei's head. He took out a small stone and shot it at the acupuncture point on the side of the woman's neck. In an instant, the woman who was still indulging in pleasure fainted immediately. Seito went around the woman's bed and went straight to the door. He carefully opened the door and peeked in the direction of the stairs. At the entrance of the stairs, 2 burly men were guarding there with serious expressions. "Wipe it." Seito curled his lips. He closed the door and returned to the room. He found a spot near the ceiling and did the same thing again. But this time he was unlucky. It wasn't an empty room above, but a solid wall. Seito had no choice but to continue using his alchemy skill to create a foothold in the wall above. Then he jumped to the third floor. On the third floor, Seito released his psychic power and began to investigate his surroundings. In an instant, Ito-sei discovered that there was a secret chamber 2 meters to his left. The passage of the secret chamber was connected to the study of the head of the family. His target, Lun Jinasahak, was sitting in the study, writing something with a crazed look on his face. Chapter 403. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Mafeng, Nikfani, and Kei's Woliang for their tips. Seito didn't pay too much attention to Lun Jinasahak, who was frantically writing something. Instead, he turned towards the direction of the secret chamber and used alchemy to create a steel door on the wall. In the pitch-black and narrow space, a blue-white lightning bolt that was as tall as a person and half a meter wide suddenly lit up. A steel door without any decorations appeared in front of Seito. Seito pushed it open with both hands. Seito stepped into the secret chamber. The secret chamber wasn't big, only about 20 square meters. There were no decorations on the walls around Seito. It was completely made of cement. The only thing in the secret chamber was a central set of equipment that Seito had seen in the DSSD in Dawn Society. It was connected to a quantum computer, compared to the central set of equipment in Dawn Society and DSSD, which required a separate room. The central set of equipment in Sahak's house was many times smaller. It was like a small server that could be carried by one person. Obviously, this was where the most confidential information of Sahak's house was stored. Ito slowly walked in front of the computer and did a few simple operations. Seeing that it required a password, he decisively gave up and stored the computer and central set of equipment into the Rubik's Cube world. Although Sahak's house was only one of Ob's 5 great houses, and the information they had was mostly confidential documents. The Sahak's businesses around the world, their subordinates, and the small amount of secret information they had stolen from Dawn Society were of no use to Ito. However, giving them to Carly and the others would have unexpected uses. Seeing that he was about to sweep away the person in charge of Dawn Society and their information, Ito was still able to provide appropriate assistance. Glancing once more at the empty secret chamber, Ito turned and walked towards the passage leading out of the secret chamber. The passage wasn't long, only about 2 meters long, but it was filled with a large number of guards and security devices. However, because Ito was walking from the inside to the outside, and the door to the secret chamber had never been opened, these security devices were not activated. Ito smoothly walked through the passage and arrived at the location where the secret chamber was connected to the study room. Then, a superalloy door appeared in front of Ito. It stopped him in his tracks. Standing in front of the door, Ito stretched out his hands. He stuck it on the surface of the superalloy door and combined it with the alloy material formula he got from Aubrey in his mind. He used alchemy to decompose the door in front of him. About a few minutes later, Ito loosened his hands on the surface of the door. The superalloy door finally melted away under Ito's decomposition, revealing the wall behind the superalloy door. Looking at the wall in front of him, Ito smiled slightly. Once again, he decomposed the wall into mud and put it into the Rubik's Cube world along with the bookshelf outside the wall. Now that there was no obstruction in front of him, Ito quickly rushed out of the passage. With one leg on the ground, Ito went straight to the left side of the bookshelf, where Lun Gina Sahak was still writing on the desk. The moment Lun Gina Sahak reacted, Ito chopped his neck, breaking his neck bone and ending his life. Bang! Lun Gina Sahak, who had died from a broken neck, fell weakly onto the table with a dull thud, his eyes wide open in disbelief. After completing the assassination, Ito turned his head to look at the room again. He slowly walked to the safe on the side and opened it with alchemy. He took out some confidential paperwork and a special item that represented the Sahak family. Then, he walked back to the passage, put back the bookshelf that was originally there, restored the wall to its original state, and left the Sahak family on the long way. Ito returned to the car. After that, Ito put the central unit and the quantum computer in the backseat of the car, started the car, and rushed back to Slave Island. After a while, Ito returned to the secret port of Slave Island and parked the car. He got out of the car and took out the central unit and the quantum computer that he stole from the Sahak family. He carefully sneaked back into the port. He returned to the Archangel. "Come here and give me a hand," Ito, who went straight to Kisaka's room, shouted to Kisaka, who was training inside. After hearing this, he stopped what he was doing and walked in front of Ito and reached out to take the computer. "Be careful. I got this from the Sahak family's secret room. It should be used to store confidential documents. It may be useful for you and Carrie to control Aubrey," Ito explained to Kisaka. Kisaka's expression immediately changed when he heard Ito's words. He carefully put the computer on the bed and turned it on to check. "It requires password authentication. I think you'd better find Erica or someone else to solve it later," Ito reminded him. "How is it?" Kisaka, who saw that the computer required a login password, stopped what he was doing and looked at Ito with anticipation. "It's been solved," Ito said calmly, then reached into his arms and took out something from the safe in the Sahak family study. He threw it in front of Kisaka. "This is from the Sahak family's safe. It should be something useful to you." "Not bad." Kisaka picked up the special item with the Sahak family emblem engraved with a laser on the surface and nodded. "That's good," Ito reminded him. I'm done with the matter. I hope you can control Aubrey as soon as possible and complete the deal you promised me. Don't worry, we won't forget, Kasaka said in a deep voice. That's for the best. Seito shrugged and turned to leave Kasaka's room. He waved with his back to Kasaka in the room. I'm going to rest first. The next night was uneventful. At least Ito and the others slept soundly until dawn. From the second day onwards, Kasaka and Erika became busy. They were not seen much for 3 or 4 days, and then reappeared on the 5th day. They left the Archangel with Carly and Aslan and went to the government building again. In the afternoon of the same day, Aubrey's staff appeared in the secret port of Slave Island and began to overhaul the Archangel and Dominion Angel. At the same time, a group of Aubrey soldiers also boarded the Dominion Angel and took the imprisoned Earth Alliance soldiers out of the Dominion Angel and transferred them to Aubrey's custody. They waited for Aubrey to negotiate with the Atlantic Federation before determining the treatment of these soldiers. It seems that Carrie has regained power. In the captain's lounge, Ito looked at Marlene in front of him and chuckled. In this case, the armistice agreement should be reached smoothly, right? Marlene looked up at Ito and said, "Of course." Ito said with certainty, "After Carrie regains power, Aubrey will definitely leave the Atlantic Federation. This way, many neutral countries will also be free from the control of the Atlantic Federation. Even if it's not on the surface, there will be movements in the dark. This will increase the pressure on the Atlantic Federation, plus Teacher Malchier's lobbying and the division within the Federation. Also, with the sincerity shown by Plant, which is represented by the Interim Parliament, the armistice agreement will definitely be discussed in 1 or 2 months. That's the best," Marlene said with ease. "Yeah, once the armistice agreement is signed, we can leave." Ito, who was sitting across from Marlene, reached out and grabbed Marlene's hands with a smile. "I've always heard you talk about leaving, but after leaving, where will we go?" Marlene looked at Ito with a puzzled expression and asked, "You'll know when the time comes." Ito lowered his head and kissed Marlene's fingers as he smiled mysteriously. "Okay, you're always so mysterious. I hope the place you take us to won't disappoint." Marlene rolled her eyes at Ito and said, "It definitely won't disappoint you." Ito let go of Marlene's hands and smiled. Just like that, another 3 months passed. It was March 10th of the year CE 72. After half a year of intermittent negotiations, the Earth Federation and Plant finally confirmed the details of the armistice agreement. On this day, the armistice agreement was signed on the Junia 7 that had already become a ruin. The agreement prohibited the use of nuclear engines and neutron interference eliminators. The use of Mirage technology for military purposes was prohibited, and the number of MS machines was also limited. Okay, the agreement is signed. It's time for us to leave. The second day after the agreement was signed, in a building in Orb, Ito said to Carrie, Aslan, and Kasaka, who were sitting together, "Leave? Why do we have to leave?" Carrie asked in confusion. Whether it's the Archangel or the Dominion Angel, they used to belong to the Earth Alliance's warships. If they blatantly stay in Ob, they will be destroyed. If they leave Orb in Orb, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Aslan explained. Then why don't we just hide them and not let the people of the Atlantic Federation find them? Carrie said again. The key is, Lieutenant Ito and the others want to leave, right? Kasaka looked at Ito, Marlene, and Bucky Lulu sitting opposite him. Yes. Marlene turned to look at Ito and nodded. After a pause, she continued, but I will ask for the crew's opinion before leaving. If any of them are willing to stay in Orb, I hope you can take care of them appropriately. Okay, no problem. Kasaka nodded and agreed. Thank you very much. Marlene leaned forward slightly and thanked sincerely. You don't have to. In fact, we should be the ones thanking you. Kasaka shook his head slightly and said. Then they talked about some unimportant things. Marlene, Ito, and Bucky Lulu left the government building and returned to the Archangel and Dominator Angel. Everyone assemble. Marlene, who returned to the bridge, ordered in a solemn voice. Immediately, The order to assemble sounded in the Archangel. Then, no matter what the crew was doing, they immediately put down what they were doing and ran to the garage to wait in line. After a while, say Ito and Marlene walked into the garage and stopped in front of everyone. Everyone relax. Marlene looked at the many familiar faces in front of her and said with a smile, "This time, I called everyone here mainly to announce one thing. That is, I am ready to leave." What? Hearing this, the soldiers immediately exclaimed subconsciously. They looked at Marlene in surprise and waited for her to continue. Now that the war is over, we no longer need to stay on the Archangel and wait for a battle that may happen at any time. In other words, we are free, Marlene said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers realized that the war was over and they were free. Thus, the soldiers who had nothing to do couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. I have already discussed with Major Kasaka. If you choose to leave the Archangel, you can freely become citizens of Aub and live a peaceful life, or do other things you want to do. Marlene continued. Then what do you mean by leaving, Captain? A soldier standing in the front row asked loudly. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Marlene. Let me say this. At this time, say Ito stepped forward and walked to Marlene's side and said to the soldiers, "I believe everyone has probably heard about the matter between me and Captain Marlene." As soon as he finished speaking, the people in the crowd, especially the soldiers working on the bridge, nodded in unison, indicating that they understood. Then it's easy to say. What Captain Marlene meant by leaving is to leave with me and live in a new place. Say Ito stretched out his hand and hugged Marlene's waist, then pulled her into his arms and said with a smile. Marlene, who was in his arms, rolled her eyes at Sei Ito. She stretched out her right hand behind Sei Ito and quietly pinched his waist, then twisted it. Sei Ito, who felt a little pain, turned his head and grinned at Marlene, indicating that he was wrong. He shouldn't have hugged her in his arms so suddenly in public. What about the Archangel? Another soldier asked. For the Archangel that fought side by side with them, all the soldiers have strong feelings for it, so they asked this question. The Archangel will probably stay in Aub. When Marlene also looked up at him, Seito said, "After all, I only have one pair of hands, and I can only drive one of the two ships, Archangel and Celestial. Then do you need people on the ship?" Another soldier asked loudly. Then after Seito and Marlene looked at him, he said embarrassedly, "I feel that the ship doesn't know what to do. I think since you're going to drive the ship, then whether it's maintenance or something, you will definitely need people. So I want to stay on the ship and leave with you. I don't know if that's possible." Chapter 404. Seito exchanged a glance with Margot in his arms. After nodding slightly, he turned to the soldier who was waiting for a reply and smiled. "If you don't mind, we welcome you." I don't mind," the soldier said happily. "Then we'll stay too." After the soldier, several more soldiers shouted, "Thank you for your consideration, but I still want you to think about it carefully." Seito gestured to the soldiers and said, "I'll give you 24 hours to think about it carefully. Choose to stay in Aub and live a peaceful life as an ordinary citizen, or choose to stay on the battleship and leave with us. And I want to remind everyone that those who leave with us may not be able to see their loved ones and friends in the future. Even so, are you still willing?" Hearing this, some people who originally wanted to stay on Archangel hesitated. Although they didn't expect to see their loved ones alive after they defected from the Alliance, that was during wartime. Now that the war stopped, other than those who had nothing to worry about, everyone wanted to see their loved ones again. Naturally, they wouldn't choose to follow Sei Ito to a new place to live. Okay, that's all I have to say. Think about it carefully. If you choose to go with us, please board the Archangel the day after tomorrow and leave with us." Seito finally said. Dismissed. At this time, Margot, who stood up from Seito's arms, ordered everyone, "You didn't tell me that I won't be able to see my family and friends after leaving." On the way back to the captain's lounge, Margot looked at Seito angrily. "Sorry," Seito said apologetically. I just remembered that your information said you have no loved ones, so I didn't discuss it with you and ignored your feelings. I'm sorry. Hearing Sei Ito's sincere apology, Margot didn't continue to ask and became silent. Okay, don't be angry. I promise I'll explain it to you clearly in the future. Sei Ito reached out and hugged Margot's waist. He pulled her into his arms and stood in place, looking down at her as he spoke. All right. Malu looked at Sei Ito and sighed helplessly. Thank you. Sei Ito lowered his head and kissed Malu's lips. A moment later, he separated again and said softly. Subsequently, Sei Ito released Malu. He sent her back to the captain's lounge. After that, Sei Ito quietly left the Archangel, left the secret port, and rushed to the newly built Dawn Social Workshop. The newly built Dawn Social Work Factory was still in its original location. It was not far from the secret port of Slave Island, so it did not take long for Sei Ito to arrive at the factory of Dawn Society. He then went straight to Erica Simmons, who was in the office. At this time, she was giving orders to a male staff member of Dawn Society. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not disturb him. He walked to the side and waited. A moment later, Erica, who had finished giving orders, waved her hand and asked the male staff member to leave the office. Why are you still here? Erica looked coldly at Sei Ito and said, as for why he was still here, it was because after assassinating Lun Gina Sahak, Sei Ito, who was allowed to view all the confidential information of Dawn Society, came here to check the information. I'm leaving, so I'm going to ask you again, what's your choice? Ito-sei didn't beat around the bush. He walked towards Erica step by step and asked straightforwardly, I won't leave with you. Erica's expression changed. She said in a stiff tone. At the same time, she quietly withdrew her right hand from the table and prepared to press the alarm button under the table. It seems that I still have to take you away by force in the end. Sei Ito sighed helplessly. At the same time, he took out a silver needle used for acupuncture and threw it on the wrist of Erica's quietly moving right hand. In an instant, Erica's right hand became numb. It was no longer controlled by Erica's consciousness. What did you do to me? Feeling the strangeness on her right hand, Erica's expression changed drastically. Nothing, it's just a special handbrake to prevent you from doing useless things. It'll be fine in a while. Sei Ito, who walked to Erica, explained. Then he reached out and stroked Erica's cheek with a smile. Sleep for a while. When you open your eyes again, I'll show you a completely different world. After that, the right hand stroking Erica's cheek gently slid down to her neck. With a slight shake of the palm, she fainted. Then he reached out to support Erica, who had fallen to the ground. With a thought, he sent her into a room in the center of the Rubik's Cube world and temporarily settled her down. At this time, Sei Ito, who was no longer interested in Dawn Society, turned and left the Dawn Society factory. He returned to Archangel and rested. The next night was uneventful. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. After nearly 24 hours of consideration, 90% of the soldiers on Archangel chose to withdraw from the battleship and stay in Ob to start a new life as ordinary people. After the remaining 10% of the personnel packed up, they came to the main Archangel with Captain Margot to settle down. Among the remaining 10% of the personnel, the helmsman and radar personnel of Archangel stayed, which was an unexpected surprise. Later, Margot contacted Carrie and Kisaka and asked them to arrange for 90% of the members of Archangel to stay in Ob. I'll leave them to you in the future, Margot said sincerely to Kisaka in front of her. Don't worry, Kisaka said, then looked at the Archangel in the dock and asked, Are you really going to leave the Archangel here? Yes. Margot also looked at the Archangel and said, Since everyone is staying here, there is no reason for the Archangel to leave with a small group of people like us. And, compared to us, I think Ob can take better care of the Archangel. After all, Dawn Society is also the home of the Archangel, isn't it? In the end, Margot looked at Kisaka with a smile. Yes, Kisaka smiled. Then we'll take our leave. Margot raised her hand and saluted to Kisaka, Carrie, and Aslan. I wish you a safe journey. Kisaka also saluted back. Ob's door is always open for you. As long as you want, you can come back to Ob at any time. Thank you. Margot smiled. Then Margot returned to the Archangel from the boarding port and ordered the Archangel's engine to start. Under the gazes of the disembarked Archangel members, Kisaka, Carrie, and Aslan, they slowly moved out of the secret port of Slave Island and disappeared into the blue sky and clear water. Where are we going next? In the bridge of the Archangel, Margot asked Sei Ito. On the other side, Buckaloo also looked at Sei Ito curiously, waiting for an answer. A new world. Sei Ito looked at Margot and Buckaloo and laughed. Then he ignored the two who were confused and said to the helmsman, Newman, lower the bow 20 degrees and dive to the bottom of the sea. What? Margot exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry. Since the Archangel can sail in space, it can also sail in water. Sei Ito comforted. Okay. Helmsman Newman replied, lowered the bow, and sailed the Archangel into the sea. When we reached the seabed, stop there. After a while, Sei Ito ordered again. Yes. Newman replied. After a while, the Archangel's hull shook slightly, and the Archangel stopped on the seabed. This is the new world you talked about? Margot asked with a puzzled expression. This is the prerequisite for entering the new world. Now we have to enter the new world. Sei Ito explained with a smile, then stepped to the front of the bridge and opened the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world. A pitch black dust suddenly appeared outside the bridge of the angel. It expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded into a huge black hole large enough to swallow the angel hole. A large amount of seawater gushed into the black hole through the entrance and exit of the black hole. At this time, in the bridge, everyone looked at the huge black hole that suddenly appeared in front of them in horror, speechless. Newman followed the water flow. Sei Ito smiled and ordered the helmsman, who was a little pale. Everyone looked at Sei Ito in surprise and exclaimed, That is the entrance to the new world I talked about. Sei Ito comforted everyone, then continued to shout to the helmsman, Newman, drive the Archangel in. Got it. Newman gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Then he started the Archangel's engine and drove the Archangel into the black hole along with the seawater. After a while, the Archangel completely disappeared into the black hole. Then the black hole shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a black dot and disappeared completely. Where is this? Margot, who had recovered from the shock, looked at the dark void outside the Archangel and asked, This is the new world I talked about, the world that belongs to me. Sei Ito turned around and looked at Bakililu and Margot who were standing together. Your world? Bakililu asked in surprise. Yes, my world. Everything here belongs to me. Sei Ito said with certainty. Then with another thought, the Archangel that was floating in the void immediately appeared near the ecological district in the southern plains and landed on the ground. Now I will take you to see the world you will live in the future. Sei Ito walked to Bakililu and Margot, grabbed each of them, and disappeared into the bridge of the Archangel. Chapter 405. P.S. I'm a bit stuck, so this chapter is a bit bad. Seeing Ito Sei and the other two suddenly disappear from the bridge, everyone in the bridge was shocked and inexplicably looked at each other in shock. They opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. On the other side, in the ecological city not far from the angel, Sei Ito, Margot, and Baki Lulu suddenly appeared in a relatively hidden street. Let's go. I'll take you two to buy 2 sets of clothes, then I'll accompany you to take a good look at the world you're about to live in. Sei Ito walked out of the hidden street with one hand and walked to the largest shopping mall nearby. Sei Ito, who are you? Margot murmured in shock. I'm Sei Ito. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the confused Margot with a gentle smile. Sigh. Looking at Sei Ito's familiar smile, Margot sighed unconsciously, then silently followed behind Sei Ito and walked into a large shopping mall not far away with Baki Lulu. Then they took the elevator in the shopping mall and went straight to the 5th floor that specialized in women's clothing. Let's go here. Ito-sei stopped in front of a huge glass room filled with all kinds of women's clothing and said to the two of them. The room was illuminated with dim yellow light. Welcome. Seeing that there were customers, although she felt that the other party's clothes were a bit strange, the greeter still greeted with a smile. Please help the two of them choose a set of clothes. Ito let go of the two's hands and said to the greeter, Okay. The greeter nodded with a smile and turned to look at Baki, Lulu, and Margot. After observing for a moment, she beckoned with one hand and said with a smile, Please follow me. Go ahead. Ito turned his head and smiled at Baki, Lulu, and Margot. After that, the two of them followed the receptionist into the glass room and began to choose their clothes. Ito, who had nothing to do for the time being, walked to the small stool provided for customers in the glass room and sat down and waited quietly. Women always spent a long time shopping, even if Margot and Baki Lulu were two excellent soldiers. So it wasn't until more than half an hour later that the two came to say Ito under the lead of the greeter. At this time, Baki Lulu was wearing white casual pants and a lavender long-sleeve shirt. The collar and cuffs were tightly buttoned. She still looked conservative. Malu, who was standing at the side, was about the same as her. A lavender long-sleeve shirt. The grayish-white canvas pants looked more traditional. You two, looking at the two of them, Lulu and Margot, sighed helplessly. He stood up from his seat and said to the receptionist, Please settle the bill. Yes, sir, this is the bill. Please pay at the front desk. The greeter smiled. After that, Ito took Margot and Baki Lulu to the front desk and summoned a bank card prepared for him by Ito Reina. He paid by card. Then he took Margot and Baki Lulu, who were dressed normally, to stroll on the street. How do you feel about this world? At this time, Ito, who was resting on a long wooden bench in the park, asked Margot and Baki Lulu sitting next to him with a smile. It feels good. I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Margot took a deep breath and said with ease, A very peaceful world. Baki Lulu looked at the fountain not far away and said in a daze, It seems that you like this world very much. Ito looked at the two and said with a smile, It's really good. Margot said, Baki Lulu nodded. That's good. Ito got up from the bench and said, Let's go. I'll take you to see where you will live in the future. Okay. Margot and Baki Lulu nodded one after another, followed Ito out of the park, and walked to a nearby 12-story building. After a while, the three walked into the 12-story building and stopped on the 3rd floor of one of the units. Then Ito reached out and opened the door and walked in. This is one of them, Ito said to Baki Lulu and Margot, who followed in. It's very spacious. It's enough for Natale and me. Margot turned her head and looked at the environment in the room. My world is very big. It's not enough for the two of you to live together. This is for one of you. Ito shook his head and smiled. Then give it to Natale. Margot said immediately. Okay. Ito agreed indifferently, then took out a bunch of keys and threw it to Baki Lulu. Here, this is the key. Don't lose it. I know. Baki Lulu carefully put away the key and responded. Now let's go to the other one. After Ito finished speaking, he took Margot and Baki Lulu out of the room, walked out of the unit, and stopped in front of a room on the 5th floor of another unit. This is the other one. Ito opened the door. He said to the two, The size of this room was about the same as the previous one, but there were some differences in the layout. The decoration style was a bit different. How is it? Ito took out the key and held it in his hand, then looked at Margot and asked. Very good. Margot walked to the window, opened the curtains, and looked outside, then said without looking back, As long as you're satisfied. Ito nodded, then threw the key to Margot. Here's the key. After that, the three stayed in the room for a while. Then they were taken back to the Bridge of the Angel by Ito. Looking at the three people who returned to the bridge, the other members who stayed in the bridge all looked like they wanted to ask something but didn't dare to. Their expressions were very complicated. You guys talk first. Remember to ask people to gather in the garage. I'm going to contact the registration staff to register you. and then ask them to arrange accommodation for the others. Say Ito glanced at the other people on the bridge and said to Margot and Baki Lulu, "Okay." Margot agreed. Then, Say Ito left the Angel and contacted the registration staff at the registration office. The current Rubik's Cube world was not the same as before. Communication was basically by shouting. Mobile communication and electric vehicles have long been popularized. So after receiving Say Ito's call, a staff member of the registration office quickly drove a large double-decker bus to the Angel. "Sir," after the bus stopped, 4 staff members of the registration office got off the bus with backpacks in their hands and came to Say Ito, who was standing next to the Angel, and greeted respectfully. "Come with me." Say Ito nodded, walked into the Angel, and went straight to the garage. Immediately, 20 soldiers in Earth Army uniforms, including Margot, Baki Lulu, and the bridge staff, stood in 2 rows in front of Say Ito and the staff of the registration office. "Let's start." Say Ito nodded to the 4 staff members of the registration office beside him. "Yes, sir." The 4 people responded respectfully, then took out the recently equipped quantum computer they carried with them and went to the middle of the soldiers to register. After a while, everyone's information was registered. "Sir, the registration is complete." One of the 4 staff members of the registration office walked to Say Ito and reported. "Assign them accommodation according to the procedure." Say Ito ordered in a low voice. "Yes." The man responded and returned to the staff. Then, together with Say Ito, he took all the crew members of the Angel, including Margot and Baki Lulu, and left the Angel. They got on the bus driven by the staff and headed to the city. It took about an hour or so to settle everyone down. "You guys go back and rest." Standing in front of the 12-story building where Baki Lulu and Margot lived, Say Ito said softly, "Okay." Margot sighed slightly, then turned to look at Baki Lulu beside her and said, "Natale, let's go back." "Okay." Baki Lulu nodded and agreed. Then Margot and Baki Lulu looked at each other and returned to their residence to rest. Say Ito, who temporarily settled the personnel of the Angel, instantly disappeared in front of the 12-story building and reappeared in the void. Then he ordered the magic cube in his mind, return to the main world. Start of teleportation. The information of the magic cube immediately appeared in Say Ito's mind. At the moment when the message appeared, the huge vortex that had been hidden in the void emerged again. It pulled Ito Say, who was standing in the void, into the vortex and disappeared like a streamer. Main world. As the space shattered, Say Ito's figure appeared again at the foot of the Ito shrine in a shady place. It's just that compared to the sunny day when he left, the sky is now bright with few stars. Say Ito, who simply tidied up his mood, changed back into the clothes he wore before entering the Gundam world, turned around, and walked up the mountain. "Ah-chung, you're back." As soon as Say Ito walked into the house, Yi's surprised voice immediately sounded. "I'm back." Say Ito looked at Yi and smiled. "Why are you back so late? Have you eaten?" Mother Eriko looked at Say Ito, who walked into the house. "I've already eaten," Say Ito said as he walked into the house. Then he cast an inquiring look at Yi. The latter shook his head slightly, indicating that nothing happened during Say Ito's absence. Seeing this, Say Ito was slightly relieved. He walked to Yi's side and sat down. He accompanied his mother Eriko and elder sister Suzu Ito to watch TV. It wasn't until about 11 o'clock that they left the living room together and returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, Say Ito resumed the schedule of the main world again. He got up early with Yi and went to the dojo in the backyard. He did basic morning exercises with his mother Eriko and elder sister Suzu Ito. Chapter 406. P.S. Thank you to DF for your monthly votes. Thank you to Xiao Mafeng, Nickfany, and Samplayer for their tips. As usual, he practiced the basic movements. He made himself instinctively remember these basic movements through endless repetition, familiarize himself with the subtle changes in his muscles, and nourish his willpower. Phew! Seito let out a long sigh, and the morning exercise was over. Little brother, you look more and more mature now, but your face is getting younger and younger, and your skin is getting whiter and whiter. I'm so jealous. Suzu Ito, who came to Seito's side, reached out and pinched Seito's right cheek. What could Seito say? He could only sigh helplessly. He slapped away the hand that was pinching his cheek, turned around, and returned the wooden sword to its original position. Then he left the dojo with Suzu Ito and Yi and went to the front hall for breakfast. The breakfast was not fancy. In front of everyone were 2 fried eggs, 2 thin sausages, a glass of milk, a few slices of bread, some Japanese-style pickles, and a cut apple. It was simple and nutritious. I'm going to start eating. Seito and the others pulled out chairs from the table and sat down. They put their hands together in front of them and announced in a low voice at the same time. After finishing the pre-meal etiquette, the few of them chatted as they ate their breakfast. After a while, they changed into simple clothes one after another and began to work at the shrine. After all, no matter how the surroundings changed, as a normal shrine, even if no one came to worship, they had to ensure that their daily operations were normal. At this time, Seito was sitting on a futon in the main hall of the shrine. He was a little bored and closed his mouth to organize the gains from the Gundam Seed world. The first was the scientific researchers. The biggest gain from this trip to the Gundam Seed world was probably these scientific researchers. Whether it was the group of researchers from the Dawn Society, the DSSD organization that was taken away, or the group of famous scientists from Plant, they were all elites in their respective fields. They had strong research and development capabilities. Regardless of whether it was for the common use of the people's livelihood or the needs of military strategy, as long as there was an idea, they could make it come true. What's more, the scientists among these people had powerful research and development speed that ordinary people couldn't compare with. They could greatly reduce the research and development time. It would save a lot of manpower, resources, and time. Moreover, with their existence, when he went to other high-tech worlds in the future, he didn't need to be constrained by the complete research materials, as long as he could obtain the relevant items. They will have the opportunity to decipher the detailed data and then use it for my own use or restraint. Not to mention the existence of this group of excellent scientific researchers, which could greatly promote the development and progress of social science and technology in the Rubik's Cube world. Secondly, the collected technological information and finished products were in the world of Gundam Seed. Seito had collected a massive amount of technological information that was several hundred years ahead of the original world. This technology could not only be used to improve the living conditions of the inhabitants of the Magic Cube world, but could also be used to increase the technological foundation of Seito and influence the original world. For example, the technology to create artificial colonization satellites, artificial ecological environments, gravity-free technology, and spaceships could affect the balance of the origin world. Besides, even if he didn't use it to harm the origin world, he could use it himself. It was also possible to find a chance to make a home for himself in the universe. At least the problem of going to the universe had been solved with the existence of the Lord Angel. Then there was the soul energy absorbed. Seito remembered that he entered the Gundam Seed world between the summer and autumn of CE 69 and left in the middle of March of CE 72. During this period, he spent more than 2.5 years in the Gundam Seed world. He had experienced dozens of battles, big and small, but in terms of how much soul energy he had absorbed, it was actually less than 1 million. Among them, he had absorbed 700,000 soul fragments from Unit 7 on Bloody Valentine's Day. During the Battle of Digma Crater, the Earth jointly detonated the Cyclops system and obtained about 20,000 soul fragments. During the Battle of Alaska, it was still the Earth jointly detonated the Cyclops system, and the soul fragments obtained were less than 10,000. These 3 battles were the biggest. Then there was the battle for the L4 satellite group, the Battle of the Destruction of the 8th Fleet, and the Battle of Yajin Due. The combined harvest of these 3 battles was more than 10,000, which was a little more than the Battle of Alaska. Then there was the destruction of Artemis Fortress and the harvest of large and small battles in the past 2 years, which added up to about 7,000. If you calculate it carefully, it was less than 800,000. However, Ito felt relieved after thinking about it a little. After all, Gundam Seed is a world of future technology. Many weapons do not require multiple people to operate as they do now. Many things can be operated by one person. So except for the ground battles where there are more casualties due to other factors, the total number of casualties in the space battlefield is not large. Often, there may be less than 20 people in a battle. Less than 800,000. I don't know if the willpower energy cluster has changed after absorbing these soul fragments. Thinking of a number of soul energy, Ito naturally thought of the willpower energy cluster, and he couldn't help but think. Then his mind moved, and his mind fell on the willpower energy cluster. Why does it feel like the willpower energy cluster's demand for soul fragments has slowed down? As soon as his mind fell on the willpower energy cluster, Ito noticed subtle changes in the willpower energy cluster. Although at this time, the willpower energy cluster was the same as before, greedily absorbing the soul fragments transported into its body and growing. But Ito still felt that the effect of the current soul fragments on the willpower energy cluster had decreased, as if the soul fragments were not nutritious enough. Magic Cube, what's the matter? Ito couldn't help but ask Magic Cube with his mind. The initial energy filling of the willpower energy cluster is about to end. It needs to increase the supply of soul fragments or improve the quality of soul fragments to achieve the initial transformation and evolution. Magic Cube's message still appeared in Ito's mind in an instant, and it explained, "Increase the supply of soul fragments? Isn't that asking me to go against humanity? That's too much nonsense." Ito's mouth twitched slightly, and then he asked Magic Cube with his mind how to improve the quality of soul fragments. Hundreds of ordinary people's soul fragments can be combined into a secondary soul fragment with the power of the world, Magic Cube said. Secondary? What are the other grades? Ito asked in his mind, puzzled. Soul fragments can be divided into fragment grade, secondary grade, first grade, second grade, third grade, all the way up to ninth grade. Magic Cube replied, "I understand." Ito's mouth began to twitch again. "This is really forcing me to go against humanity." Suzu Ito, who came in at some point, saw Ito's twitching mouth and asked curiously, "Little brother, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Ito opened his eyes and laughed dryly at Suzu Ito in front of him. "If you're bored, go back to the house first. I will take care of things here." Seeing that Ito didn't want to say, Suzu Ito didn't ask. Instead, she smiled. "Then, okay." Ito looked at the empty shrine and nodded. Then he stood up from the futon with one hand. Then he looked at Suzu Ito and said, "Then I will go back to the house first." "Go," Suzu Ito said with a smile and waved her hand. Ito didn't refuse. He turned and left the main hall. He walked to the back room. "Magic Cube, is there any way to directly obtain high-quality soul fragments?" Ito walked to the back room and asked Magic Cube in his mind. "Kill a cultivator, and you can get a high-level soul fragment." Magic Cube still replied quickly without any emotion. "Well, although it doesn't seem to be simple. But it looks much better than going against humanity." Looking at the answer in his mind, Ito sighed slightly and said in his mind. After returning to the house, Ito, who sat down again on the collapsed rice, continued to organize the harvest in the Gundam Seed world. In fact, there was basically nothing to organize here. The only thing left was the materials and production lines collected from the Gundam Seed world. After finishing, Ito directly descended into the Magic Cube world in the form of his mind. He appeared in front of Rita Ito. Second sister, Ito, who was sitting behind the desk and playing games on the computer, greeted Rita Ito. "Little brother, it looks like you have something to arrange for me again." Rita Ito looked up at Ito floating there, lowered her head again, and curled her lips while playing the game. "There is indeed something, but it doesn't seem to affect your game." Ito floated next to Rita Ito and looked at the female battle game on the computer screen. "What does it say it?" Rita Ito curled her lips. Rita Ito said without raising her head. Recently, a new group of researchers has been recruited. Their ability is good. I plan to let them automate the existing factory and then free up a group of people to work in a new factory. Otherwise, the new production lines will be wasted. Ito explained. That's okay. I got it. I'll talk to Mariko later and let her arrange people to execute it. Rita Ito decided casually. Whatever, as long as it can be done. Ito didn't care about it. He said with a chuckle, those people are still placed in the big laboratory. Tell the people you called to find the people from the Shuguang Society. Got it. Rita Ito nodded and agreed. That's okay. I won't disturb your game. I'm going to inform the researchers now, so that they won't ignore me. Ito glanced at the picture on the screen and said with a smile. Go, go. Rita Ito said impatiently. Oh. But before Ito left, a male voice suddenly shouted from the computer screen. Then, a female character was seen lying on the ground, and another female character began to make a victory pose. It's all your fault for disturbing me. Rita Ito looked at Ito and complained. Well, it's my fault. I'm guilty. I'm going to face the wall and reflect. Ito raised his hands and smiled at Rita Ito. Then, without waiting for her to speak again, he disappeared from the room. Bastard, next time you come, I'll teach you a lesson and let you know what it means to be a sister. Rita Ito shouted at the air. Then, she angrily picked up the phone on the table and pressed the call button. Mariko, come in. It seems that in the Rubik's Cube world, there seems to be a gap in age. It seems that I have to find a way to absorb a group of children. Ito, who reappeared in the void, looked at the city below and saw that there were almost no children in sight. He frowned and muttered to himself, is it better to accept orphans from the real world or establish a few orphanages in the dimensional world? Forget it, this kind of thing depends on the opportunity. After a moment, Ito's brows relaxed, and he said lightly. Then, he disappeared again and reappeared in the large laboratory. Ito, Sama, Cecil, who happened to be free, hurriedly greeted when he saw Ito suddenly appear. Ito first smiled and nodded at Cecil in response, then looked at the researchers standing on the experiment table and said, Man-fan, go and call those people from the Dawn Society over. Yes, Ito-sama. Cecil nodded and turned to the experiment table. After a while, he came back with a group of men and women. My lord, when they came in front of Ito, the people of the Dawn Society hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Ito-sama, I'll take my leave first, Cecil said from the side. Cecil, you don't have to leave. You'll have to carry out the following tasks with them. Ito turned his head and called out to Cecil, who was about to turn and leave. Although Cecil was somewhat confused, he still obediently stayed where he was and waited for Ito to explain. In a moment, there should be a few members of the Management Association coming to look for you. When the time comes, you and Cecil will leave with them and follow their instructions. Ito looked at the people of the Dawn Society in front of him and said, Yes, my lord. The people of the Dawn Society replied, Cecil, the main task this time is to improve the factory's production line. Most of the equipment is from Britannia. You're more familiar with it, so if there are any problems, I'll have to trouble you. Ito turned his head and looked at Cecil. Understand, Ito-sama, Cecil said respectfully. Also, Cecil, you don't have to use honorifics with me. Just use the same honorifics as Lakshata and the others. Ito looked at Cecil and smiled. That. Cecil's face flashed with a trace of hesitation, and he spoke with a hesitant tone. That's it, Ito decisively said. He then looked at the people of the Dawn Society and said, You can go and prepare. Yes, my lord. The people of the Dawn Society replied. They then left Ito's side one after another and returned to the experiment table to stop the equipment and prepare for the next task. I'll take my leave first, Cecil. Ito looked at Cecil, who was the only one left in front of him, and smiled. Then, without waiting for Cecil to reply, he scattered into countless fluorescent stars and disappeared in front of her. Chapter 407. P.S. Thank you to Shirley and Sangeek for their monthly votes. When Sei Ito's illusory body condensed again, he appeared in the room in the central area. Erica! Sei Ito called out to Erica, who was curled up, sitting with her arms around her knees and staring blankly. It's you. Hearing the call, Erica looked up at Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared. Then, she immediately stood up from the collapsed pile of rice and rushed towards Sei Ito like a madwoman. At the same time, she shouted with a ferocious expression, "You demon!" Sei Ito didn't dodge and allowed Erica to rush toward him. Then, he watched her pass through his illusory body and fall to the ground. Bang! Erica, who had fallen, hit the ground with a dull thud. You? Erica, who had fallen to the ground, looked up at Sei Ito, who had turned around to face her, in shock. She was speechless. Sei Ito floated to Erica's side, squatted down, and asked with a smile, "Are you shocked? Where's this place?" After the initial madness, Erica, who had been shocked back to her senses by the fall, stared at Sei Ito and asked coldly, "Here? This is my home." Sei Ito's illusory body sat down cross-legged, but he still floated above the ground and looked at Erica with a smile. "You know what I want to ask?" Erica turned around, got up from the ground, stepped aside, and looked at Sei Ito coldly. "Okay." Sei Ito nodded, controlled his body to float slightly, and smiled at Erica, who was not far away. "Welcome to my world." Erica's pupils shrank slightly. Although she subconsciously thought that Sei Ito's words were a little false, the feeling in her heart told her that what Sei Ito said might be true. Especially in his current state, it also indirectly proved that what he said was true. But even so, she still wanted to prove it again. "Your world?" Erica frowned and said, "Yes, my world. Everything here belongs to me," Sei Ito said with a smile. At the same time, he spread out his hands, and a ball of flame and a ball of water appeared in each of his palms. Then, he controlled the ball of water and flame to change into various shapes, such as running horses, flying birds, swimming fish, mecha warriors, or Erica's naked body. There were all kinds of strange. Erica looked at the constantly changing balls of water and flame in Sei Ito's palms. The last hope in her heart was also extinguished. His eyes couldn't help but become gloomy and silent. "It seems that you have recognized the reality." Sei Ito clenched his hands and extinguished the balls of water and flame in his palms. He stretched his body and floated to Erica, looking at her with a smile. "Even so, I won't work for you." Erica gritted her teeth and stared fiercely at Sei Ito. "It doesn't matter. I can wait." Sei Ito shrugged and said indifferently, "And I know that you were just saying things out of anger." "Humph." Erica snorted coldly and did not answer. "It has been a day since I sent you in. I think you must be starving. Now eat something first. Only when you are full will you have the energy to continue to be angry with me." Ito-sei waved his hand with a smile, and a small table and several exquisite dishes immediately appeared in the room. Then he said to Erica, "Let's go and have a look." Smelling the aroma of the food on the low table, Erica, who had been hungry for one day and one night, immediately felt her stomach growling, making her feel bashful and angry. "Go and eat. After dinner, I will take you to your new home and the place where you will work in the future," Sei Ito said to Erica with a smile. Erica looked at the food on the table and then looked at Sei Ito in front of her. Finally, with the intention of not mistreating her body, she silently walked to the table, picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the table, and began to eat. Erica was indeed highly educated and the person in charge of the Dawn Society who was in contact with important people of the country. Even though she was now very confused and hungry, her movements were still elegant and calm when eating. It was pleasing to the eye. A moment later, Erica, who had eaten her fill, put down the bowl and chopsticks on the table. She looked up at Sei Ito, who was sitting cross-legged across from her and staring at her with a smile. "Looks like you're ready. Then let's go." Sei Ito waved his hand, and the small table and the food on it immediately disappeared from the room. Then he got up and said to Erica. Although Erica had seen this incredible scene several times, she was still shocked. After hearing Sei-Ito's words, she obediently stood up from the table and waited for Sei-Ito to move. Seeing Erica stand up, Sei-Ito floated to her side. His illusory hand suddenly became tangible. He grabbed Erica's arm and disappeared from the room in an instant. Then he appeared at the top of a tall building in the Southern Plains ecological city, looking down at the bustling crowd below. "This is the city you will live in from now on," Sei-Ito said softly to Erica, who was shocked by the change in space. Then, after she calmed down, he disappeared from the top of the building with her again and appeared on the street below. "Let's go. We'll walk around and let you familiarize yourself with the situation here. When it's about time, I'll take you to register, collect the initial relevant items, and arrange a place for you to stay," Sei-Ito said as he pulled Erica along. Just like that, Erica silently strolled around with Sei-Ito, carefully observing the situation in this world so that she could be mentally prepared. About an hour later, Sei-Ito finally ended his stroll with Erica. They came to the registration office, registered their identity, and collected their identity documents, bank cards, and the initial consumption vouchers for daily necessities. After completing the registration, Sei-Ito led Erica out of the registration office and to the place of residence arranged for her. Taking the city's public transportation, Sei-Ito and Erica soon arrived at a residential area near the big laboratory. They found a unit on one of the floors closer to the center of the residential area, took the elevator to the 7th floor, and stopped in front of a security door. "This will be your place of residence from now on." Sei-Ito reached out to open the door. As he walked in, he said to Erica, who was following behind him, "It may not be as big as the place you lived in Aubrey, but I think the facilities and entertainment will be much better than when you were in Aubrey. After all, you were the person in charge of the Dawn Society back then. You definitely didn't have as much time for entertainment as you do now." This room wasn't small either. It was more than 130 square meters in size, with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 2 bathrooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 balconies. If Erica lived here alone, it would be enough for her to play around. "Here's the key," Sei-Ito said as he took out a bunch of keys and threw them to Erica, who was looking around the room. When the latter heard this, he casually raised his hand and easily grabbed the key in his hand. "Let's go. I'll show you where you'll work in the future." After a while, Sei-Ito, who had checked all the rooms, took Erica out of the residence, went downstairs, and took public transportation to the big laboratory in the suburbs. "This is where you'll work in the future." Sei-Ito led Erica into the front hall of the big laboratory. He then led Erica straight to the innermost experimental area and stopped in front of the work area of the Dawn Society members. However, at this time, the members of the Dawn Society had already left with the management staff, according to his previous instructions. They went to the factories to carry out automated modification tasks, so no one was there. Only the shut-down instruments were placed here. "You should be familiar with these," Sei-Ito said to Erica, whose expression changed slightly when she saw these instruments. "I got these from Heliopolis. Of course, they're also the staff of the Dawn Society, so you don't have to worry about not having familiar subordinates who will listen to your command after you work here." Erica finally understood. It turned out that the members of the Dawn Society in Heliopolis were not dead at all. They were all brought here by Sei-Ito. At the same time, Erica also figured out something from the current situation. The whereabouts of the things lost in the secret factory of the Aubrey Society should be here. In that case, the things lost in the Aubrey Society's factory and the 3M1 Gundams with Natural Use OS are also here, Erica said with certainty. "Yes," Sei-Ito nodded and admitted. Then, Sei-Ito took Erica to meet the leaders of the other 2 groups of researchers in a large laboratory, Lloyd, Lakshata, and Celine McGregor. Among them, Celine McGregor and Erica were both from the Gundam Seed world, so they were naturally closer. After a simple introduction, they could already talk together harmoniously. "Celine, come here," Seeing this, Sei Ito called out to Salim McGregor. Sorry. Salim McGregor said politely to Erica, then walked to Sei Ito and asked in confusion, What's the matter? Salim, pay more attention to Erica in the future. Sei Ito whispered to Salim McGregor. What's wrong? Salim McGregor looked at Erica, who was looking around not far away, in confusion. For some reason, she's not happy with me for the time being. I'm afraid that she'll do something out of line. So please pay more attention to her, Sei Ito said vaguely. Got it. Salim McGregor sized up Sei Ito and nodded. That's good. Sei Ito smiled. Okay, go to your thing. Okay. Salim McGregor nodded and walked away from Sei Ito. She greeted Erica when she passed by, then returned to the laboratory where the DSSD organization was located and continued with her work. Chapter 408. P.S. Thanks to Wu Mie for the tip. Okay, I'll send you back now. I brought you here today mainly to familiarize you with the environment. As for when you want to work, it's up to you. Sei Ito, who floated back to Erica, said. Then he took Erica out of the laboratory and sent her back to her new home. After she settled down, he exploded into a pile of fireflies and disappeared in front of her. Finished. Yi, who returned to the room, looked at Sei Ito, who had just opened his eyes, and asked curiously, almost finished. Sei Ito smiled at Yi in front of him, then asked, Why are you back? Oh, I forgot. I can call you for lunch. After being asked by Sei Ito, Yi immediately remembered what he was going to do and quickly stood up from the rice. It's already noon. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Let's go. Don't let Annie and sister wait too long. Yi walked to Sei Ito, reached out, and pulled him up. Okay. Sei Ito nodded, stood up from the rice with Yi's pull, and left the room with Yi and came to the front hall. Sit down and eat. Eriko, who saw Sei Ito and Yi coming out together, said, I'll get you rice. Suzu Ito, who had already started eating, put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and got up from her seat. Thank you, sister. Sei Ito, who pulled out a chair and sat down, thanked her. Thank you, sister. Yi, who was sitting down, also quickly thanked her. After a while, Suzu Ito came back with 2 bowls of steaming white rice and handed them to Sei Ito and Yi. I'm starting. Sei Ito and Yi placed their bowls on the table and clasped their hands in front of them. Then, the two of them finished their pre-meal etiquette and enjoyed lunch with Eriko and Suzu Ito. For the rest of the afternoon, no one came to the shrine to pay their respects. Sei Ito, Yi, and Suzu Ito, who were extremely bored, sat in the courtyard behind the house, soaking their feet in a large basin of water while listening to the cicadas on the trees. They sat together and played poker to pass the time. The day passed quickly in this leisurely and comfortable atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Today was the day of the blackball team's mission. Sei Ito, who was used to checking the composition of the blackball team, was immediately surprised after seeing the situation in the blackball room. It turned out that in the blackball room at this time, in addition to the original 3 old team members, Kirikawa Ritsuko, Yoshimi Kikaku, and Akano Chiyuko, there were more than a dozen newcomers, and among these dozen newcomers, except for a young man and a young woman who seemed to be a couple, who were ordinary people. All of them were cultivators below B level. It seems the situation in downtown Yodo is very serious. Looking at the situation presented in the small blackball inquiry device, Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, But these guys are hidden dangers. It's better to arrange them to do a big mission to eliminate some of them. Sei Ito, who had made up his mind, immediately pulled up the map of downtown Yodo. He began to search on it, and soon found a group of special people suitable to be the mission target in Bunkyo District, and then passed the mission to number 1 in the blackball room through the small blackball, and let him release it. At this time, because of the imprisonment of the anti-magic array in the blackball room, the newcomers who were taught a good lesson by Yoshimi Kikaku, who wore black tights and had a physical ability that completely crushed others, finally calmed down and quietly listened to her talk about the rules of survival in the black ballroom. Then, under the order issued by the Black Ball number 1, they were teleported out to perform a mission with a look of dead relatives. This time, the mission targeted the Black Ball team was a group of monks who came to Yodo's Lamon Guanyin temple because of Yodo's bloody night. Counting the cultivators who already existed in Lamon Guanyin temple, the total number was as many as 38 people, which was twice the total number of the Black Ball team. And the most important thing was, although the strength of these monks was mostly D-level, and only a few had reached C-level, their leader was a genuine B-level cultivator. In contrast, the members of the Black Ball team were no different from sending themselves to their deaths. No wonder they had that expression. Just as Sei Ito was nestled in the house watching the Black Ball team perform the mission. At the foot of the Ito shrine, a young man covered in blood ran toward the Ito shrine, and not far behind him, 2 men with katanas were chasing him perseveringly. Just when they saw the young man running to the shrine, a trace of hesitation flashed on their faces. But then it was replaced by fierceness, and they accelerated to chase the young man. They didn't know if the young man's speed was that fast, or his potential erupted under the threat of death, and he was not caught by the 2 men until he ran into the shrine. Who is it? Suddenly hearing the sound of chaotic footsteps, Eriko, who came out to check, immediately asked loudly, "Mother, save me." The young man heard the sound and immediately shouted anxiously. After hearing his shout, the expressions of the 2 men behind him immediately changed, and at the same time, a fierce light flashed in their eyes, and they pulled out their katanas to attack. The sudden attack of the 2 men immediately suppressed the words that Eriko wanted to say in her throat. She suddenly stepped back and slid backward like a ghost. "Who are you?" Eriko asked the 3 men again. "Mother, they're Ono family samurai. They're evil people. Kill them quickly." The young man immediately ran to the side and shouted at Eriko, completely ignoring Eriko's question. "Humph!" Hearing the young man shout, the 2 Ono family's samurai snorted at the same time and didn't explain. Obviously, they regarded the young man and Eriko as a real mother and son. "Mother, what's wrong?" At this time, holding a katana, Suzu Ito walked out from the backyard and looked at the 3 strangers in the shrine and asked Eriko, "Wife, quickly come and save me. The 2 of them are Ono family samurai. They want to kill me." Without waiting for Eriko to speak, the young man immediately shouted again. "Yuping, immediately send a signal to the family head." Seeing Suzu Ito walk out, the 2 Ono family's samurai immediately looked at each other vigilantly, and then one of the men whispered to the other, "Okay." The samurai named Yuping immediately responded, and immediately reached into his arms to take out something, and then without waiting for Eriko and Suzu Ito to stop him, he threw it into the sky. The thing that was thrown by him suddenly flashed with a bright red light, and like a meteor, it suddenly flew into the sky and exploded, and then a strange energy wave was instantly transmitted in midair. Seeing this, Eriko and Suzu Ito's expressions changed slightly at the same time. Without thinking, they immediately launched an attack on the 3 people. Eriko, who was barehanded, directly went to the 2 Ono family's samurai, and Suzu Ito went straight to the unfamiliar young man and instantly attacked him with an Iato. The latter's body flashed slightly, and he dodged Suzu Ito's Iato. Then, he ran to the back room and shouted, "Wife, are you trying to kill your husband?" Unfortunately, the young man only paid attention to Suzu Ito, who was chasing after him, and did not notice Yi, who walked out of the house with a katana. So, the next moment, Yi suddenly attacked him with a slash on his chest. The young man's body was immediately slashed by the katana, and a slender wound so deep that his bones could be seen. A large amount of blood spurted from his chest, and the powerful force of the katana repelled him in an instant. And this retreat just happened to give Suzu Ito, who was chasing after him, an opportunity. She took a few small steps, and then suddenly raised her katana and slashed the young man's back, cutting him to the ground. Isn't this the guy from the family who came with the people from the Ministry of Environment last time to ask for shelter? Sei Ito, who also came out of the house after hearing the sound of the battle, frowned and asked the young man whose face was pale with Ie's katana at his throat, "Why is he here?" "I don't know." Suzu Ito looked at the man lying on the ground with disgust and said, "But this guy is very annoying. Not only did he cause trouble, but he also opened his mouth and shouted nonsense." Opened his mouth and shouted nonsense? Seito looked at Suzu Ito strangely and said, "This bastard actually dared to call me wife. He really doesn't know what's good for him." Suzu Ito sneered. "Then he really does have a death wish." Seito also looked at the guy on the ground with disgust, then turned to Yi and said, "Yi, throw a rejuvenation talisman on him to keep him alive. We'll deal with him later." "Okay." Yi agreed, then took out a rejuvenation talisman, activated it, and threw it on the man lying on the ground to keep him alive. "I'll go to the front and take a look." Seito looked up at Suzu Ito and then walked to the front yard. At this time, in the front yard, Eriko, who was barehanded, was fighting with two samurais who cooperated well with each other. However, although Eriko was barehanded, with her level, she seemed to be at ease. She calmly dodged the attacks of the two samurais, and from time to time, she used her understanding of kendo to counterattack the gaps between the two samurais' cooperation. The moment Seito walked out of the backyard, Eriko, who was being attacked from both sides, suddenly took a step forward and flashed out from under the sword of the samurai named Yuping. She reached out and grabbed his wrist. With a flash of silver-white light, the long sword in the samurai's hand was snatched away by Eriko. Then, with a backhand swing, a silver-white crescent-shaped sword energy immediately flew out from the sword, cutting off the attack of the other samurai and slashing his chest. Then, with a twist of the wrist holding the sword slashed diagonally at the chest of the samurai named Yuping, knocking them both to the ground. Seeing that the battle was over, Seito walked to Eriko's side and called out, "Mother." Chapter 409. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Mafeng, Nikfani, and Dreammaker for their tips. Ah-chung, stop their bleeding. Don't let them die. Eriko, who was standing with a sword in her hand, looked at the two samurai who were lying on the ground with painful expressions and were about to struggle up, and ordered Ito-sei. "Got it." Ito-sei nodded. He walked slowly to the two men and squatted down. At the moment when they tried to resist, he quickly hit their necks with both hands and knocked them unconscious. Then he took out the rejuvenation talisman to stop the bleeding and treat their injuries. "Mom." At this time, Suzu Ito and Yi dragged the young man to the front yard of the shrine and called out, "What's going on?" Eriko turned to look at the young man who was thrown to the ground by Suzu Ito and asked, "This guy won't say anything." Suzu Ito frowned as she looked at the crazy and mocking young man on the ground. "Mom, leave it to me." Seito got up and walked to the young man's side. Eriko nodded and agreed to Seito's request. She stood to the side and watched him. "You don't need to sneer. You'll suffer later." Seito looked down at the young man at his feet and chuckled. He then took the long sword from Ye's hand and drew a formation with the young man as the center. "This is an illusion formation?" Suzu Ito looked at the formation that Seito drew and asked in confusion. "Yes." Seito waved his hand and threw out dozens of talismans. He arranged them in a specific position on the formation and then handed the long sword back to Yi. Although Suzu Ito didn't know what Seito wanted to do with the illusion array, she didn't say anything. She just stood there and watched as Seito activated the array. A misty, silver-white light suddenly emerged from the line Seito drew on the ground with his saber. In the blink of an eye, it formed a circle with a diameter of about 2 meters. Then, a bright, white, transparent hemisphere with a silver-white line as its boundary enveloped the young man. Then, the talismans that Seito had placed at specific spots in the magic circle floated up as if they were being controlled by someone. They stuck close to the surface of the hemisphere and suddenly lit up. The talisman papers suddenly lit up. The expression of the young man, shrouded in the hemispherical sphere, immediately changed. He looked around with a confused expression, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. At this time, Ito-sei, who was standing outside the array, moved his mind, and a wave of spiritual force spread out from his body and invaded the outer layer of the array according to a specific trajectory. It was attached to the young man's body without leaving a trace. It began to affect his thoughts. "Father, it's just a woman. Is there a need to make such a fuss?" A moment later, the confused young man suddenly opened his mouth and said, "What Ono family? They're just a poor family. I don't think they would dare to cause trouble for our Yoshikawa family, for a woman, unless they want to die." The young man said with disdain, "I didn't think that your Ono family wouldn't know what's good for you. You actually came looking for us. You really don't know what's good for you." The young man's face showed a look of disdain. He said with a condescending look, "Father, don't waste time talking to them. Just kill them." The young man said impatiently, "Father, you actually hit me for a woman from the outer family." The young man said with a face full of disbelief, "Bastard Ono family, I want you to die a horrible death." The young man said with a face full of hatred, "Ah, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'm an animal. Let me go." The young man begged with tears streaming down his face. "Bastard, go to hell." The young man said with a ferocious face, "It's all that Ito family's fault. If they didn't refuse to accept our family's protection, how would we end up in this situation? Since I'm going to die, then you all will die with me." The young man said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Sei Ito slightly frowned. They stared coldly at the young man who was talking to himself in the illusion array. "Mother, they are Ono family's warriors. They are evil people. Quickly kill them." The young man shouted loudly. Hearing this, Eriko slightly frowned. She somewhat understood something. "Wife, quickly come and save me. They are Ono family's warriors. They want to kill me." The young man shouted again, but this time his face flashed with a trace of lust. Suzu Ito, who was watching from the side, was even more disgusted. She couldn't wait to go up and kill the young man. "You two bitches, if I have the chance to escape, in the future, I will definitely press you two under my body and play with you like bitches," the young man said with a gloomy face and resentment. Hearing this, Seito's face turned cold. His spiritual power changed and activated the maximum power of the illusion array. "I don't want to be fried in a frying pan. I don't want to be fried in a frying pan," the young man shouted with a frightened face. From this guy's words, after he left our house that day and found a place to stay, he went out to vent his anger and did something to a woman from Ono family. However, he didn't expect Ono family to go to war for that woman and try to kill him. Therefore, he came to our house with the intention of dragging them down with him. When Seito turned to look at Eriko and Suzu Ito speculated, "How despicable." In the end, Suzu Ito said angrily, "It's just that it's a bit strange." From what he said, his father definitely knows about this matter. Moreover, he has met with Xiao Ye's family. But now, he's letting Xiao Ye's family pursue him without doing anything. This isn't normal, Yi said with a puzzled expression. That depends on the specific situation. Either this guy's father is selfless and Ono family is too powerful, so he had no choice but to give up his life for the benefit of the family. Either that, or their entire family has already been exterminated by little Ye's family, and no one else can rescue him. That's why such a situation has occurred, Seito said with a cold smile. However, from the situation when his family came here that day, this guy is probably the only successor of his family. It's obvious that he can't be abandoned. Then the only possibility is that his family has been exterminated by Ono family. If that's the case, it seems like we're in big trouble, Suzu Ito said with a frown. "Mother, do you know about this Ono family?" From what he said, it seems like they used to be a well-known family in Kyoto. Seito raised his head and asked Eriko. "No." Eriko shook her head. "So it's like that." Seito raised his hand to rub his forehead and lowered his head slightly as he muttered to himself. "No need to think so much. When Ono family comes, We'll do our best to clear up the misunderstanding and try to resolve it peacefully. If we can't resolve it peacefully, then we'll fight to the end. Eriko finally decided. Okay, Seito, Suzu Ito, and he nodded at the same time. Then Seito looked at the empty front yard and said, but just in case, the front yard still needs to be decorated. Up to you. Eriko agreed. What do we do with this guy? He turned his head to look at the young man whose face had turned purple and whose mouth was dripping with saliva. He frowned and asked, Kill him, Eriko said calmly. Oh. Yi nodded in response. Then he pulled out his long sword. After Ito casually dispelled the illusion, he walked in front of the young man and casually stabbed his sword into the young man's chest. He killed him. Big sister, Yi put on these 2 clothes. Ask mother for the specific instructions on how to use them. At this moment, Ito flipped his hand and produced 2 black tights and handed them to Suzu Ito and Yi. Oh. Suzu Ito and Yi took the black tights and casually flipped through them. Go put them on. If there really is a battle later, we might need them. Eriko said to Suzu Ito and Yi. Okay. The 2 nodded. Holding the tights, they walked to the backyard together with Eriko. At this moment, apart from the 2 samurai who had been knocked unconscious, Ito was the only one left in the front yard of the shrine. After roughly scanning the size of the front yard of the shrine and mentally guessing where the enemy might be, he walked to the young man's corpse and casually threw it to the side. Then, he began to arrange the ground in the front yard. It was not until about 10 minutes later that Ito, finished the arrangement and stopped. Finished? At this moment, Suzu Ito asked Ito. She was wearing a black tights, loose casual pants, and a white long-sleeve shirt. Her long hair was tied into a simple ponytail. She held a long sword and asked, Yes, because we didn't know when the enemy would come, we only arranged a soul-shaking formation and a sealing formation. Ito said as if he was dissatisfied. It's already very good. Suzu Ito raised her hand and rubbed Ito's hair. She smiled and said, And now I'm not wearing these clothes for nothing. But when Mother explained it to me, I was really shocked. It has such a strong effect on the body. It's okay, Ito said. At this time, inside, he was also wearing a black tight-fitting shirt and a pair of light yellow casual trousers. Eriko, who was wearing a beige long-sleeve shirt and holding a Gans sword, and Yi, who was wearing blue denim pants and a white long-sleeve t-shirt and holding a long sword, also came to the front yard one after another. Together with Ito and Suzu Ito, who were also holding Gans swords, they stood in the main hall and waited. Not long after, in just 10 minutes, a team of 13 people, led by a burly man who looked to be in his 50s, walked in from the torii of the shrine. As they approached, Ito found that, except for the burly man, 3 middle-aged men, 4 middle-aged women, and 2 young men, who were special cultivators, the other 3 were pure samurai. Hello, Ono Matriarch and Ono Matriarch. I am Eriko Ito of the Ito family. After the group of 13 people stood in the front yard, Eriko, Suzu Ito, Ito, and Yi immediately walked a few steps closer to each other and stopped when they were about 1.5 meters away from each other, then looked at the burly man and said, Hello, Ms. Eriko Ito. The burly man responded indifferently. Then his gaze fell on the 2 injured samurai and asked indifferently, I wonder if you can explain to me. That kind of indifferent tone and indifferent expression, it was clear that Ono Matriarch didn't care about Eriko Ito and Ito behind him. This made Eriko, who originally wanted to have a good talk, frown slightly, but with the thought that it was better to have less trouble, she opened her mouth and explained. In other words, all of this is a misunderstanding, right? After listening to Eriko's explanation, Ono Matriarch looked indifferently at the young man's corpse that was thrown on the ground by Ito and said indifferently, Yes. Eriko nodded and said, Since it's a misunderstanding, why did you injure my Ono Matriarch? Ono Matriarch looked up at Eriko and asked slowly. That kind of arrogant attitude and the strength in his words once again made Eriko and Ito behind her feel uncomfortable. This is just a defense that I had no choice but to defend. Eriko's voice was no longer as calm as before, and she frowned and said indifferently, "Ridiculous. Do you think it's a last resort just because you said it was a last resort?" Ono Matriarch sneered and said disdainfully, then ordered behind him, "Go wake the two of them up." "Yes." A young man among the three warriors bowed his head and responded respectfully. He quickly walked up to the two warriors, took out 2 pitch-black pills from his pocket, and stuffed them into their mouths. He then patted their chests and made them swallow the pills. Cough, cough. The moment they swallowed the 2 pills, the 2 unconscious warriors immediately woke up. They coughed and opened their eyes. When they saw the people beside them and Master Xiao Yi standing there, they struggled to get up from the ground. They staggered to Master Xiao Ye's side and half-knelt on the ground. With a weak voice, they called out, "Master Xiao Yi, Yuping, Kongping, tell me everything that happened after you arrived." Ono Matriarch didn't even look at the 2 injured warriors kneeling beside him and said indifferently. Sei Ito, who was observing the situation of the Ono Matriarch, suddenly noticed that when Ono Matriarch said, "Tell the truth," the 2 warriors' reactions were clearly off, especially the old warrior standing beside Ono Matriarch. He even moved his finger and put away his sword. "Yes," the 2 samurai replied in unison. Then, the samurai named Kong Ping said, "Master, we were ordered to kill Yoshikawa Yuki. We followed him all the way here without stopping. It is obvious that his destination is here. Moreover, after Yoshikawa Yukinori ran into the shrine, he called this woman mother and that woman wife. We can be sure that they are together. Ms. Ito, did my warriors say anything wrong?" After listening to the 2 warriors, Ono Matriarch looked at Eriko and said with a mocking expression, Chapter 4:10. That's generally correct. Eriko frowned and said in a deep voice, "But no need to explain." Master Ono suddenly waved his hand and interrupted Eriko's words. "Since it's the truth, then all of you can die together with Yoshikawa Yukinori." Following Master Ono's words, the old samurai immediately stepped forward and slashed at the defenseless Eriko with his sword. Although Eriko was not prepared for the old samurai's sneak attack, her instincts as a cultivator made her subconsciously take a step back. Although this step was not enough for Eriko to completely dodge the old samurai's attack, it was enough to give Sei Ito some time. Sei Ito, who was standing behind Eriko, quickly stepped forward and held his Gantz sword horizontally, instantly blocking the old samurai's attack. At the same time, his left hand released the thunder palm towards the old samurai. "Do it!" Master Ono saw that his sneak attack had failed and immediately shouted. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal, and he quickly retreated into the crowd behind him. Immediately after, a small triangular formation formed by 2 concentric circles appeared in front of Master Ono. Following this, a seemingly real, yet illusory, ferocious dog drilled out of the circle. In the blink of an eye, it grew to half a person's height and 1 meter long. Its black fur trembled as it charged towards Eriko. Clearly, Master Ono's main target was Eriko. Around Patriarch Xiao Yi, the 3 middle-aged men in the group formed the same hand seal at the same time, forming a triangular formation with their backs against each other, protecting Patriarch Xiao Yi in the middle. Then, a bright yellow light appeared under the 3 of them, enveloping them and Patriarch Xiao Yi like a pillar. The other 4 middle-aged women chanted an unknown incantation and released a debuff spell towards Eriko, Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, and Yi. In the end, the other 2 young men, including Yuping, Kongping, Takahito, and another samurai who was not injured, charged towards Eriko, Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, and Yi. On the other side, the moment Master Ono shouted, "Do it!" Suzu Ito and Yi both drew their swords at the same time. Their bodies flashed, and they charged out from behind Eriko. In an instant, they arrived in front of the 4 chanting middle-aged women and slashed their swords down. With 2 muffled sounds, The hands of the two middle-aged women who were retreating quickly flew off from their arms at the same time. A large amount of blood instantly appeared in front of Suzu Ito and Yi. It was as if a high-pressure water gun was shot toward the two of them. At the same time, two painful screams came from the mouths of the two middle-aged women who had their hands cut off, stimulating everyone's eardrums. After doing all this, the two of them did not stop. With a light tap of their feet, they instantly escaped from the four swords that were slashing towards them. Like ghosts, they suddenly appear beside the two injured samurai and slash their swords horizontally. Chong chong. Two sounds of metal clashing instantly sounded in the night sky. Then, two broken swords flipped and flew outwards. At the same time, two long swords that shone with a pale yellow and silver-white light immediately slashed the waist and abdomen of the two injured samurai. It was as if a knife was cutting through butter. Puff, puff, the moment the swords slashed through, the two halves of their bodies suddenly fell to the ground. A large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain from the two bodies that were still standing in the same place. A fishy smell immediately spread out. Impure. At this moment, the other two middle-aged women who were not disturbed finally finished chanting the incantation in their mouths. One of them pointed at Suzu Ito and shouted, "Impure thoughts." The other middle-aged woman pointed at Yi and shouted. As the two of them finished speaking, Suzu Ito and Yi's bodies flashed with a dark light at the same time. Then, Suzu Ito felt that her body was somewhat abnormal. It was as if she was stuck in mud, and her heart and hands were not at ease. Yi, on the other hand, felt that his mind was not focused. He was unable to concentrate. If these two situations occurred under normal circumstances, naturally there would be no effect. But now, they were in the midst of a tense battle. Therefore, the moment the two of them were affected by the two negative spells, for swords slashed at Suzu Ito and Yi. Fortunately, they were wearing black tights, so other than being forced to stagger a step due to the strong force of the swords, they did not suffer any injuries. But after being attacked, the two of them simultaneously felt a chill in their hearts. Each of them used a special method to suppress the negative spells on their body. At this time, Suzu Ito's body suddenly emitted a layer of bright, white silver light. Coupled with her beautiful face, she was as holy as a fairy under the moon. But that holy face was overflowing with murderous intent. Then, Suzu Ito's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind a young man. With a twist of her wrist, she rushed towards another young man. And the moment after Suzu Ito left, the young man standing behind Suzu Ito suddenly split into several irregular pieces of flesh. Mixed with blood and internal organs, they fell to the ground. Another fishy smell pervaded the air. On the other side, Yi directly opened the dragon eye. Using the strong wild will of the dragon eye, he suppressed his chaotic thoughts. Then, using the dragon eye's powerful characteristic of being able to see the opponent's attack clearly, he beheaded a warrior in front of him with a few slashes. Then, he fought with another warrior. In a short while, this warrior also followed in the footsteps of the previous warrior. After getting rid of the two warriors, Yi did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the four middle-aged women. Evil Chi. At this time, the two middle-aged women who had their hands cut off finally finished chanting the incantation in great pain. Looking at Yi, who was rushing towards them with hatred in their eyes, they screamed, disease-tearing entanglement. The moment their voices fell, two streams of air suddenly wrapped around Yi's body. This caused the wild nature of Yi's dragon eye to increase by a lot. Under the influence of this, a crazy and bloodthirsty smile immediately appeared on Yi's face. He quickly rushed towards one of the middle-aged women. At the same time, a sense of weakness welled up in Yi's heart. However, it was immediately suppressed by his strong wild nature. Unaffected, he continued to rush towards his target. At this time, the two middle-aged women also felt that the negative magic they released did not seem to affect Yi. A trace of panic flashed across their faces at the same time. Without thinking, they turned around and ran to the side, trying to avoid the pursuit of the obviously abnormal Yi. But at this time, Yi, whose reason was somewhat affected by the dragon eye, was indeed very strong. Coupled with the strong physical strength provided by the black tights he wore, Yi instantly rushed behind one of the middle-aged women. With a slash of his sword, he left a slender wound from her left shoulder to her right waist. The deep slash directly cut the middle-aged woman's spine, causing her to fall to the ground. Ha ha ha, this long-awaited feeling is really great. Yi looked at the middle-aged woman who was lying on the ground like a worm. He laughed wildly and slashed her shoulders and legs with his sword, watching her struggling in pain. Yi, what's the matter with you? Suzu Ito, who had finished off the other young man, suddenly appeared beside Yi. Looking at the crazy Yi, she frowned and said. Yi turned his head and looked at Suzu Ito with his vertical beast eyes. With an innocent and playful look, he said, "Big sister, it's nothing. Just let this old woman be quiet. Don't disturb our entertainment." Yi. Suzu Ito frowned and looked at Yi in front of her and called out worriedly. But after glancing at the three middle-aged women who were preparing magic again, Suzu Ito, who knew that now was not the time to delay, had no choice but to give up investigating Yi's situation. With the strong explosive power provided by the black tights, she instantly appeared in front of a middle-aged woman and chopped off her head. "Big sister, really? How can you leave me out of such a fun game?" Yi tilted his head and looked at Suzu Ito killing a middle-aged woman. His face still had that innocent look, and he muttered with a slightly dissatisfied tone. Then, without looking at the middle-aged woman on the ground who was about to die, he stomped his foot and instantly appeared beside another middle-aged woman with a broken arm and waved his long sword. When Yi stopped again, the middle-aged woman with a broken arm in front of him immediately twitched and fell to the ground. A large number of thin and long wounds appeared on the surface of her body, and bright red blood flowed out like countless faucets. Then Yi's figure flashed again and appeared beside the last middle-aged woman. Together with Suzu Ito's long sword, he slashed the middle-aged woman's body. "Annoying, I actually didn't win." Yi, who was swinging his sword, pouted and looked at Suzu Ito with his vertical beast eyes. Yi. After Suzu Ito looked at Yi and the beast eyes in her eyes again, she held her long sword upside down and quickly formed a seal with both hands. A wave of spiritual energy rushed towards Yi and fiercely shouted. Yi only felt a special wave of energy rush in her mind, causing her spirit to shake. Then, an extremely uncomfortable feeling appeared in her mind, causing her to be unable to maintain the dragon eye state. She lowered her head and let out a painful groan. After a moment, Yi, who had regained his senses, looked at Suzu Ito and called out, "Big sister, you finally recovered." Suzu Ito looked at Yi, who had recovered, and let out a long sigh. "Sorry, I made you worry," Yi said in a low voice with a gloomy expression. "Well, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's finish this battle first." Suzu Ito patted Yi's shoulder and smiled. Then, without waiting for Yi to reply, she held her sword and walked towards the defensive formation formed by the three middle-aged men. Behind her, Yi, who had recovered, quickly followed and attacked the triangular boundary formation with Suzu Ito. Chapter 411. At this moment, time once again returned to the beginning. Following Master Ono's shout, Eriko regained her senses at the same time. She held her sword and chased after Master Ono. However, she was immediately blocked by the old samurai who was forced back by Sei Ito's thunderpalm. Then, she was stopped by the hound summoned by Master Ono. Looking at the hound in front of her, Eriko frowned slightly and thought to herself, "It's actually a contracted beast." The hound's forelimbs were on the ground, its hind legs were slightly bent, and its body was in a straight line. It looked at Eriko fiercely and growled. Then, its black fur suddenly stood up, and it suddenly turned into a black shadow and pounced on Eriko. Eriko tapped her foot and instantly dodged the hound's bite. At the same time, she casually slashed the hound's body. However, the expected feeling of the blade hitting flesh didn't appear. Instead, it was as if she slashed the void. The blade entered the hound's body without any resistance, and then came out from the other side. At this time, the hound that wasn't affected by the slash stomped its foot again and opened its mouth to bite Eriko's arm. Clank, the sound of metal colliding came from Eriko's arm and the hound's mouth. Can it switch between illusion and reality? Eriko frowned. Her left hand, that wasn't bitten, immediately formed a seal and pressed it on the hound's head. However, the hound wasn't stupid. When Eriko's seal came, it let go of its mouth and dodged to the side. At the same time, it scratched at Eriko with its two front paws. The hound's scratches weren't ordinary scratches, but scratches with corrosive properties. This could be seen from the black soil where the hound's paws landed. Seeing this, Eriko turned the Gant's sword in her hand and blocked the hound's scratches. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a black light suddenly flashed on the hound's body. Then, a pitch-black smoke came out of the hound's mouth and blasted toward Eriko's face. One must know that face was very important to any woman, so when she saw this attack, Eriko's expression immediately changed slightly. She urged the black tights to provide a powerful explosive force and quickly retreated. The moment Eriko retreated, the black smoke reached her previous position and then suddenly exploded, and the smoke floated there like a cloud. What a vicious, contracted beast! Eriko muttered to herself with a bad expression. With a shake of her wrist, a wave of spiritual power instantly spread out from her palm. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire body of the Gant's battle saber and wrapped the pitch-black Gant's battle saber with a layer of bright silver shell. Then, Eriko's figure flashed and appeared beside the hound. She swung the sword. Since the hound was a hound, its instinct as a beast to sense danger naturally existed. So the moment the sword fell, the hound dodged to the side, dodging Eriko's attack. Then, it opened its mouth again and spat out a black smoke at Eriko's face. Seeing this, Eriko's expression changed from ugly to ugly. Then, she tapped her foot and flashed to the other side. Then, she urged the black tights with all her strength and continued to attack the hound. With the help of the black tights, even if the hound was an energy body, its light weight could provide it with extremely high movement speed, but it still couldn't completely dodge Eriko's attack. So, after a while, a dozen large and small silver scars appeared on its body, burning its energy body. The hound crouched on the ground. Its blood-red eyes flashed fiercely as it looked at Eriko and growled. Oomph! With a cold snort, Eriko swung her sword and slashed out a crescent-shaped silver-white sword light at the hound. When the hound jumped away to dodge, she suddenly appeared beside it and stabbed the hound's lower abdomen, leaving a long silver-white scar on it. Ouch! The hound howled in pain. It turned its head and spat out a cloud of black smoke. It jumped 2 times in a row to dodge to the side. Eriko quickly turned and flew back. At the same time, she swung the sword again and slashed the silver moon into the black smoke. There was a zap sound like the sound of an electric arc jumping, immediately sounded in the black smoke. Then, the broken silver half-moon broke through the black smoke's obstruction and flew out from the other side. It can even corrode energy. Eriko frowned vigilantly. This hound can't be left alive. Eriko, who had made up her mind, squatted slightly and then suddenly jumped up. The powerful explosive force provided by the black tights fiercely sent her into the sky. She paused in the sky like a person in the moon. Then, her whole body suddenly emitted a silver light and disappeared from the sky in an instant. Woof! The moment Eriko disappeared, the hound instinctively howled and immediately jumped to the side at the same time. However, although the hound's reaction was fast enough, it could not withstand the speed of Eriko's moves. The moment the hound jumped, Eriko's figure appeared at the hound's tail and bombarded the ground like a meteor. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the shrine, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye quickly spread in all directions in a circular shape. A large amount of smoke and dust began to appear, enveloping the figures of Hound and Eriko. Then, without waiting for the smoke to disperse, the Hound's miserable howl sounded in the night sky. Ouch, boom. After that, another explosion sounded in the smoke and dust. Following that, a gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust that shrouded the area, revealing the situation inside. On the ground where the smoke had dispersed, a shallow, circular pit about 1 meter in diameter appeared. Eriko stood in the center of the pit with a cold expression on her face, holding the Gant's sword in her hand. She quietly looked at Master Ono, who was protected by the triangular barrier. As for the Hound, not even a trace of it remained. At the beginning of the battle, after Ito forced the old samurai to retreat with a thunder palm, he immediately stepped forward and prepared to attack him. However, the old samurai threw out 2 senbon, which went against the samurai's rules and blocked Ito's attack. Then, he waved his sword to stop Eriko, who wanted to attack Master Ono. After Eriko was blocked by the Hound, she rushed towards Ito and fought with him. The old samurai was indeed an experienced samurai. His well-honed sword skills had almost reached perfection. If he had not met Ito, a freak who had stayed in the heavenly world for 8 years, ordinary people with strength below the peak of C-class would have died under the old samurai's attack. What's more, this was an old samurai who did not care about his reputation. He often threw out senbon to disrupt his opponent's line of sight and distract them. Then, when his opponent was distracted by the senbon, he would strike at their vitals. Under the old samurai's actions, even an expert who had reached the peak of C-class or a newbie who had just entered B-class could have died in his hands. However, the old samurai was unfortunate to have met Ito, who was better at playing dirty than him. Therefore, he was doomed to a tragedy. When the old samurai threw out another senbon, Ito's body moved slightly to the side and dodged the other senbon. Then, he stomped his foot, and a blue light suddenly flashed under his feet. Then, a stone pillar suddenly appeared under the old samurai's feet and pierced his lower body. The old samurai frowned in surprise and quickly jumped to the side. At the same time, he threw 3 more senbon at Ito, but Ito also threw a few senbon back. With a burst of ding-ding-ding, the 3 senbonzai thrown by the old samurai were intercepted by the senbonzai thrown by Ito. Both of them fell to the ground, and the remaining senbonzai still flew quickly towards the old samurai. At the same time, Ito mentally calculated the second landing place of the old samurai. His feet shook again, and another sharp stone pillar suddenly appeared on the ground, stabbing towards the old samurai who had just dodged the senbon attack. Feeling the difference under his feet, the old samurai frowned and jumped again, but this time he was greeted by Ito's close attack. The old samurai instinctively blocked in midair, but Ito suddenly retracted his sword, turned around, and blasted another thunder palm at the old samurai. This time, the old samurai, who had nowhere to hide in midair, had to take the thunder palm, and then endured the numbness of the electric current, forcibly controlled the muscle movements of his whole body, and rolled to the side. Ito, who felt the old samurai's rolling rout in his heart, put his hands in front of him and slammed them on the ground. With a flash of blue and white light, a huge stone palm suddenly appeared on the ground and grabbed the old samurai who just happened to roll into the palm. The old samurai, who was squeezed by the huge stone palm, turned red, and a low cry of pain came from his throat. At that moment, a loud noise sounded not far behind Ito, and a visible wave of air blew past his body in the blink of an eye and continued to spread into the distance. Ito, who was still maintaining the dragon vein alchemy, turned his head to look in the direction of the sound and thought to himself, "Mother's move, except for the final effect, really resembles Yi Guqing's heavenly fairy. Now that big sister, Yi, and mother have taken care of their opponents, I can't drag this out any longer." Ito looked back at the old samurai whose face was beginning to turn purple and thought to himself. Then, The electric light in his hands flashed again, and two palms made of huge stones rose from the ground. As if swatting a fly, they slammed the old samurai's palms together with the old samurai's palms, which had turned back into mud. With a muffled sound, dark red blood seeped out of the mud between the two stone palms. Seeing that the old samurai had been taken care of, Ito didn't remove the two stone palms. Instead, he got up and walked with Eriko, who walked out of the shallow pit on the other side, toward Master Ono, who was protected by the triangular boundary formation. Chapter 412. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Mo Phone and Nickfany for their tips. At this time, the Ono family's master, who was protected by the triangular boundary formation, had an ugly expression. He never thought that a small family with only 4 people, 3 of whom looked like juniors, would force him into this situation. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have attacked with the intention of taking over the shrine. But seeing that the situation had reached this point, Ono family's master's heart became ruthless. His face twisted, and he coldly ordered, Ichue, Kong Sheng, Shanichiro, use devouring ghost. Yes. Hearing Ono family's master's words, the 3 middle-aged men's faces suddenly changed, but they still firmly responded. One hand formed a seal, while maintaining the existence of the triangular boundary formation. The other hand reached into their lapels to search. In the next moment, the 3 hands each held a mothball-sized transparent bead that had black mist curling around it. From time to time, it would reveal a ferocious face. Then the 3 people's faces tightened, and they raised their hands to throw the transparent beads into their mouths. At this time, the 3 people's faces suddenly flashed with a black color. Then the black gas instantly spread from their faces. In the blink of an eye, it covered their entire body. Then a thin red line quickly extended from the 3 people's forehead, like a small blood net crisscrossing on the 3 people's exposed skin. Ayo! As if they were in great pain, the 3 people raised their heads and howled at the same time. Then 3 pairs of 6 bloodshot eyes stared at Eriko, Suzu Ito, Sei Ito, and Yi, who surrounded them outside the triangular boundary formation. A crazy aura instantly rushed towards the 4 people. Not good. They are possessed by evil spirits. Eriko's face slightly changed and said in a deep voice. As soon as Eriko's voice fell, a violent black energy exploded from the 3 people's bodies, instantly shattering the triangular boundary formation protecting them. Then the 3 people, like 3 pitch-black shadows, rushed towards Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi. Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi all tapped their feet and quickly dodged. At the same time, they filled their swords with chi and spiritual energy. The 3 people's bodies were wrapped in black gas, and their faces were ferocious. The middle-aged men with slender fingers like withered claws began to fight. Clang, clang, clang. When the blades collided with the withered claws, there was a clear sound of metal colliding. When the 3 middle-aged men broke through the boundary formation and rushed towards Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi, Master Ono, who had already started chanting when he gave the order, finally completed his spell. A bright yellow light suddenly expanded rapidly with him as the center. In an instant, a bright yellow circle of light about 3 meters wide appeared on the ground, forcing Sei Ito, who was about to attack Master Ono, to retreat. Then, under Sei Ito's gaze, a lotus spell platform made of stone slabs suddenly rose from the ground and lifted Master Ono up. Dozens of slender arms made of stone slabs danced around Master Ono's body. An altar spell? Sei Ito, who was standing outside the circle of light, frowned as he watched Master Ono and the effects of his spell. Die for me, said Yi Futian. At this time, Master Ono's face was abnormally red as he pointed at Sei Ito and shouted with a twisted smile. As family head Ono's words fell, the dozens of stone mud claws that were dancing around him immediately stretched out. Like a vine, they turned into a black shadow and grabbed towards Ito Seiji. Seeing this, Ito didn't hesitate and quickly formed a hand seal in front of him. Activate! A wave of spiritual energy shouted. A silver-white pentagram spell formation suddenly lit up on the ground of the shrine's front courtyard. Then, like a pillar of light, it fiercely rose into the air. A large number of tiny runes the size of a baby's palm quickly rose from the ground like ants. In an instant, they covered the entire surface of the silver-white pillar of light and exploded with a dazzling white light. As these runes lit up, a strange wave of energy began to wreak havoc in the pillar of light formed by the silver-white circle of light, affecting Master Ono's spell casting. And as this strange wave of energy wreaked havoc, the dozens of stone slabs that were about to reach, Ito, suddenly stopped and hardened from the tip. Then, they shattered into dust and floated to the ground. At the same time, the three middle-aged men who were possessed by evil spirits also stopped and began to howl in pain. Eriko, Ito, and Yi, who were fighting with them, seized this opportunity and quickly brandished their swords. However, even though their movements were paused and their energy was unstable due to the influence of the array, the black smoke surrounding their bodies still had an innate defensive effect. Therefore, even though Eriko and the other two's attacks weren't weak, they only managed to cut a large amount of flesh wounds on the surface of the three. They still didn't manage to injure their bones, let alone cripple them. However, this wasn't bad. At least, as long as they continued to attack, the three middle-aged men would definitely die. Sealing spell formation. Looking at the silver-white pillar of light that wrapped around him, Master Ono said with a fierce expression. Then he stretched out his hand and broke off a slender finger from one of the stone slabs that was still standing beside him. Then he casually cut his arm. Streams of bright red blood, with subtle energy fluctuations, instantly gushed out from the cut. Like a blood mist, it scattered in front of Master Ono and blended into the surrounding stone slabs and the stone lotus platform under his feet. Then, a demonic red light flashed. The stone lotus platform and the surrounding stone slabs all shone with a blood-red light. They once again twisted and spun vigorously. A faint red light spread out from the center of the stone lotus platform that had already turned blood-red. In an instant, it covered the bright yellow circle of light and dyed the ground red. The red light emitted from it made the shrine's front yard look like hell. With the protection of the red circle of light, the restored stone slabs once again clawed at Ito's face. Using your own essence blood to strengthen a spell. I don't think you can last long with such a demonic method. Ito tapped his foot. His body instantly dodged the incoming stone slabs and stepped into the red circle of light. While rushing toward Master Ono, he said with a sneer, "Don't waste your time talking nonsense with me. You can experience it yourself." Master Ono snorted disdainfully. His hands immediately changed seals. As his hand seals changed, ripples suddenly appeared on the ground that was originally emitting blood-red light. White bone arms rose from the ground one after another. Along with the ghostly wails, they all grabbed at Ito, who had stepped into the circle of light. It even has a spiritual attack. Listening to the annoying, ghostly cry, Ito frowned as he felt that his heart was slightly shaken. At the same time, he threw out dozens of talismans from his sleeve, allowing them to fall in the air. He formed a lightning fist seal with one hand and released it toward Master Ono. A bolt of lightning flew out from the tip of Ito's finger in an instant. Like a twisted silver snake, it shot out. Seeing the lightning attack, Master Ono's body trembled. Family head Xiao Ye's spirit energy surged, and the surrounding stone and mud arms instantly overlapped in front of him, colliding with the lightning bolts that shot towards him. Boom! With a loud explosion, the dozens of stone slabs exploded into countless pieces of stone. However, the power of the lightning was completely canceled out. Then, the broken stone slabs slightly twisted. More dirt flowed up from their bodies and formed new slabs of stone slabs that danced around Master Ono's body. At this time, the talisman that had been thrown out by Ito Sei finally came into contact with the skeletal claws that were swarming towards Ito Sei on the ground. Then, a large amount of silver-white light suddenly lit up, turning into clusters of bright white flames that swayed in the air. Like maggots, they burned along with the white bone arms. Awoo! As the skeletal claws burned, howls of pain could be heard in the air. You think I can't do anything to you just because you have a fake turtle shell? What a joke. Sei Ito sneered and immediately formed a Lin seal with his hands. Then he stomped on the ground with his feet, and a silver light immediately appeared on the ground. Sei Ito then stomped on the ground and turned into a black shadow as he dashed into the distance. All the skeletal claws and stone mud claws he encountered along the way were smashed into pieces by his punches and kicks. They melted into the ground and turned into new skeletal arms and stone mud claws that grew out of the ground. When he arrived at the place he wanted to go, he waved his hand again and threw out a dozen talismans, which turned into bright white flames to clean up the surrounding white bone claws. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and stamped his feet again, leaving a silver-white sunken footprint on the ground. Then, he continued to move in another direction. Just like that, Sei Ito circled around Master Xiao Yi and paused 7 times to form the seal with the 7 words Do, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. Combined with the 2 Lin and Bing seals from the previous 2 pauses, they formed the 9 syllables mantra. At this time, Sei Ito, who had returned to the place where he formed the Lin seal, formed the 9 syllables mantra again with both hands. At the same time, he activated his own pure energy, and with the coordination of his spiritual force, he connected the silver-white sunken footprints left behind by the 8 pauses and formed a mantra formation. 9 pure silvery white light suddenly lit up, following which Lin, Bing, Do, Zhejiezhen Lai, Qian, Xing, these 9 silvery white words abruptly appeared, surrounding family head Xiao Yi and his altar in the center. Return. After the white bone claw and stone mud claw that had collapsed because of the 9 syllables mantra disappeared, Sei Ito immediately formed the Zhe seal with both hands and shouted. As Sei Ito's words fell, the time within the 9 syllables mantra seemed to flow backwards. The white bone claw and stone mud claw that had been formed by Master Xiao Ye's control once again turned into mud and quickly flowed towards the ground along the white bone claw and stone mud claw. At the same time, the red circle of light also slowly receded towards the stone lotus platform. Bastard! Seeing this, Master Xiao Yi angrily shouted and opened up the wound on his arm again, releasing a large amount of blood to increase the power of the formation. At the same time, due to the excessive bleeding, Patriarch Xiao Ye's face immediately turned pale. His originally pitch-black hair also began to turn white, and fine wrinkles appeared on his glossy skin. He looked as if he had suddenly aged more than 30 years. However, even so, the 9 syllables mantra formation's ability to communicate with natural energy was not something Master Xiao Yi could contend against. Therefore, after a stalemate, the stone mud claw around Master Xiao Yi completely disappeared and the blood lotus platform returned to its stone color. The yellow circle of light also retracted back into the stone lotus platform. Cracks appeared on the surface of the stone lotus platform. Seeing this, Sei Ito once again formed the seal and shouted at Master Xiao Yi, Miejingguan. Just as he finished speaking, a blazing white flame suddenly appeared in the air around Master Xiao Yi. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge flame that was as tall as a person. It enveloped Master Xiao Yi and burned fiercely. Within the flame, Master Xiao Ye's blood-curdling scream instantly sounded. Not long after, he turned into a pile of black dust that fell to the ground and disappeared along with the flame. It's finally over. Looking at Master Xiao Yi, who had completely turned into ashes, Sei Ito waved his hand and removed the 9 syllables mantra formation. He looked at the messy ground and sighed softly as he muttered to himself. Then he turned his head and saw that Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi had already finished their battle and were standing on the side with their swords in their hands as they watched the show. Little brother is indeed amazing to be able to use that method to set up the 9 syllables mantra formation. Suzu Ito immediately said with a smile when she saw Sei Ito looking over. It's just that we specialize in different things. Sei Ito shrugged and smiled lightly. Then he turned his head and looked at the scattered corpses in the front yard and said, "What do we do with these corpses? Do we deal with them on the spot, or should we gather them together and cremate them before throwing them into the back of the mountain? Let's burn them together." Eriko pondered slightly and said, "That's good." Sei Ito nodded and waved his hand to throw out more than 30 talismans. Using his mental power, he controlled them to float onto the corpses and pieces of flesh on the ground. They turned into blazing white flames and instantly incinerated them, leaving only black ash and blood on the ground to show that they had once existed. "Looks like we'll have to spend a lot of money to repair the front yard," Suzu Ito said helplessly as she looked at the front yard that had been damaged by the battle. "No need." Sei Ito smiled at Suzu Ito. "HM?" Suzu Ito looked at Sei Ito in confusion, not knowing what he was talking about. At this time, Ito Sei clasped his hands in front of him and pressed them on the ground. Then a large blue and white electric light emerged from his palms in an instant. With his palms as the center, the electric light spread to the entire vestibule. In the blink of an eye, the electric light covered the entire vestibule. Chapter 413. Under the effect of the electric light, the potholes on the ground caused by the battle suddenly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were alive. In a flash, the potholes connected together and returned to their original appearance before the battle. Moreover, they were brighter than before, as if they were newly paved. "Wow!" Looking at the restored front yard, Suzu Ito exclaimed in surprise. "Ah-Cheng's alchemy is so convenient." Eriko looked at the restored front yard and sighed. "Alchemy?" Suzu Ito looked at her mother in confusion. "Yes." Eriko nodded in response. Let's go get 2 buckets of water and clean the ground now." Sei Ito, who stood up, clapped his hands and said to Yi, who was standing opposite him, "Okay." Yi responded and immediately ran to Sei Ito's side. Together with Sei Ito, they walked to the backyard of the shrine. After a while, they carried 2 buckets filled with water back to the front yard. Together with Sei Ito, they splashed the water on the ground. "I'll go get a broom," Suzu Ito quickly said. After saying that, she quickly ran to the back room, put away the katana in her hand, took a big broom from the utility room, and returned to the front yard. With the help of the water flowing slowly on the ground, she began to clean. In this way, with the efforts of Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, and Yi, it took them half an hour to finally clean the front yard of the shrine. A fresh smell of soil faintly diffused. "It's finally clean." Suzu Ito, with one hand on the ground and the other on her waist, looked at the wet ground and said with a long sigh. Then, Suzu Ito, who was carrying the broom, returned to the back room with Sei Ito and Yi, who were each carrying 2 buckets in their hands. "Yi, let's go take a bath." Suzu Ito, who put the broom back in the utility room, shouted to Yi. "All right," Wang Yao said. Yi, who also felt uncomfortable, quickly agreed. At this time, Suzu Ito suddenly turned to Sei Ito and asked with a smile, "Little brother, do you want to join us?" No need. I'll wait until you're done." Hearing this, Ito Mori said with a dry smile. Although he really wanted to, but if it wasn't for the fact that he had to take a bath together, he couldn't be like the real him. He couldn't be honest with the young women at home without any hesitation. "Okay, then I'll go take a bath with Yi first." Suzu Ito didn't mind. She nodded and pulled Yi to the big bathroom on the other side. Phew, after Suzu Ito and Yi left, Sei Ito quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah-Cheng." At this time, Eriko, who had already finished taking a bath and changed into a bathrobe while they were cleaning the front yard, suddenly called out. Sei Ito looked at Eriko in confusion. During the battle today, Yi seemed to go berserk. Do you know what happened? Eriko looked at Seito and asked softly. Yi went berserk? Seito repeated to himself. Then he understood what Eriko was talking about and nodded. I know. That's Iye's family's bloodline ability, Dragon's Eyes. It's a kind of magical eyes that will arouse a wild consciousness after it's opened. It has the ability to see through other people's actions, past and future. However, because the wild consciousness brought about by the opening of the eyes is too strong, it will affect people's temperament to a certain extent. It's like going berserk, Seito explained to Eriko. Then, without waiting for Eriko to recover from the shock of the Dragon's Eyes ability, he continued, but don't worry too much. We found a solution. Today's berserk was only because he was affected by the negative magic of the 4 witches in Iye's family. Otherwise, Yi wouldn't be like this. I see. Eriko, who had recovered from the shock, muttered to herself, seeing through the past and future. What a pair of terrifying eyes. I see. At the same time, Suzu Ito, who was in the bathroom, heard Iye's explanation. She sighed with the same shock. After a long while, Suzu Ito and Yi, who had finished bathing, returned to the room wearing light blue bathrobes and holding their respective black tights in their hands. Little brother, you go wash up, Suzu Ito said to Seito in the room. Oh, Seito nodded, got up from his seat, and walked towards the big bathroom. Who, at this time, Seito, who was naked, slowly sat in the large wooden water bath, feeling the warm and comfortable feeling when the warm water hit his body, and exhaled comfortably. By the way, I don't know how the Black Ball team's battle situation is today. Seito, who was sitting in the warm water, suddenly thought. Under normal circumstances, the Black Ball's mission time was 120 minutes, which was 2 hours. When a young man broke into the shrine, the Black Ball's mission had just started, which was about 10 minutes into the mission. It took less than 3 minutes to deal with the young man and the 2 Ono samurai. Then, Seito arranged the magic circle in the front yard and waited for the Ono family to arrive with Eriko for nearly 30 minutes. It took about 10 minutes to annihilate the Ono family, and then it took about half an hour to clean up the front yard. In addition, it took more than 30 minutes to wait for Suzu Ito and Yi to bathe. It just happened to be 2 hours. Thinking of this, Seito immediately stretched his hand out of the water and turned his hand to summon the small black ball inquiry device. Then, the situation of the Black Ball team was displayed on the suspended screen composed of laser beams emitted by the small black ball. At this time, the members of the Black Ball team were returning, but Seito noticed that everyone, including Kiriko Ritsuko and Yoshimi Yoshi, died except for the female student who entered the Black Ball room due to suicide and a short and fat cultivator among the newcomers. At the same time, the 38 monks in Raimen Guanyin Temple, who were the target of this mission, except for a few D-level monks who survived, all of them, including the B-level leader, were also dead. Ding, the score starts. As soon as he returned to the Black Ball room, before the short and fat cultivator could adapt, a soft sound immediately came from the Black Ball and was expressed in words. Glasses girl, this time you got 0 points. You did a good job. You're already a qualified warrior with a total score of 93 points. The surface of the Black Ball showed a weak photo of Nikechi Yuko when she first entered the Black Ball room. 0 points? Why is it 0 points? Nikechi Yuko muttered with some dissatisfaction in her tone. Because the time is up, and the mission goal was not completed, so the score is 0 points. The Black Ball stated after hearing Nikechi Yuko's muttering. Oh. Nikechi Yuko responded a little sullenly and went to the side to wait. Scumbag, this time you got 0 points. Your eyes always stay on the chest of the pornographic woman. Your performance is too wretched. The total score is 0 points. The surface of the Black Ball jumped to a photo of the short and fat cultivator and commented, You lousy thing. Why did you call me a scumbag? Looking at the Black Ball's evaluation, the short and fat cultivator immediately shouted with a red face. This mission is over. The black ball ignored the short and fat cultivators, scolding and announced directly. Then, two lasers once again shone down from the ceiling of the room, teleporting Nikechi Yuko and the short and fat cultivator out of the black ball room and threw them in different places in Yodo City. Only two survived. Sei Ito looked at the empty black ball room and thought, but the performance of the female student named Nikechi Yuko once again exceeded my expectations. It seems that just for her, I have to prepare more strengthening projects. Immediately, Sei Ito put away the small black ball inquiry device in his hand and continued to take a bath comfortably. It was not until half an hour later that Sei Ito, who felt that his body was soaking in the water, simply washed his body, left the large bathroom, and returned to the bedroom wearing a bathrobe. "What's wrong?" Sei Ito, who walked into the room, looked at Yi, who was sitting in a daze on the bed, and asked in confusion. "Ah-chung, I went berserk during the battle today." Yi looked up at Sei Ito and said with a gloomy expression, "I heard about it from Mother." Sei Ito sat beside Yi, reached out and hugged her in his arms. He rested his chin on the top of Yi's head and gently stroked her back with his right hand, comforting her. "It's okay. It's not your own fault. It's just because you were affected by the enemy's negative spell. Just pay more attention when you fight with others in the future." Yi's head moved up and down in Sei Ito's arms, whispering, and then said, "By the way, when I was taking a bath, Elder Sister asked me what happened at that time, so I told Elder Sister about Dragon Eye. And just now, Mother also asked me about your berserk when you and Elder Sister went to take a bath, so I also told her about your Dragon Eye." Sei Ito said, "In this way, when you have a situation in the future, Mother and Elder Sister will not make a fuss about it." "That's good." Yi exhaled softly and relaxed. "Well, since you have thought it through, let's rest." Sei Ito lifted Yi in his arms and smiled. "Okay." Yi agreed, got up and went to the side to turn off the light, then returned to the quilt, leaned her body in Sei Ito's arms, hugged his waist, closed her eyes, and said, "Good night, Ah-chung." "Good night, Yi." Sei Ito tightened his arms around Yi, bowed his head and kissed her forehead, softly said. Then he closed his eyes, hugged Yi, and rested. After a while, he fell asleep with Yi. After that, nothing happened that night, so the Ito family slept soundly until the morning. In the morning, it was still about 6 o'clock. Sei Ito and Yi got up from the bed one after another after a simple wash. They changed into exercise clothes and went to the dojo to start the morning exercise at the beginning of the day. When Yi and Sei Ito just walked into the dojo, Suzu Ito on the side greeted Yi. Chapter 414. P.S. Thanks to "Please call me Demon King, Your Highness" for the tip. Big sister. Yi bowed slightly and greeted. "You came at the right time. I remember you said yesterday that your dragon eyes can see through other people's movements. Now let's spar and let me feel the power of your dragon eyes." Suzu Ito walked to Yi's side and threw the wooden sword in her hand to Yi. Her tone was filled with eagerness. Yi reached out and caught the wooden sword that Suzu Ito threw to him. He turned his head and looked at Sei Ito beside him. After seeing him nod, he said to Suzu Ito, "Okay." Then he walked to the center of the training hall with Suzu Ito. The two of them stood still and faced each other with their swords. At this time, Eriko, who was cultivating at the side, also stopped her movements and walked to Sei Ito's side. Together with Sei Ito, they watched the spar that was about to begin. In the center of the training hall, Yi, who was standing with his sword, gently closed his eyes. He opened his mouth slightly and took a deep breath, then exhaled softly. At the same time, he opened his eyes again. Yi's originally dark brown round pupils had now become slender, beastly eyes, like those of a snake. They emitted a faint golden light, and a deep sense of oppression pressed down on Suzu Ito, who was standing opposite him. These eyes and this sense of oppression, he really does have the aura of a dragon. On the opposite side of Yi, Ito Rin, who felt the oppressive feeling from Yi's golden beast eyes, slightly raised the corner of her mouth and said in her heart. Then, Suzu Ito's hands that were holding the sword tightened. Her white feet, which were not wearing socks, fiercely stomped on the wooden floor of the training hall, creating a small circle of white fog. The resulting powerful force instantly pushed Suzu Ito's body forward. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Yi. The wooden sword wrapped in great force whizzed towards the side of Yi's face. He felt the swift wind that accompanied the wooden blade. Yi's feet didn't even move. The wooden sword in his hand suddenly appeared in front of Suzu Ito's wooden sword, blocking her slash. Then, just as Suzu Ito was about to retreat and attack again, he turned his feet slightly and landed on the spot where Suzu Ito was about to land. At the same time, he reached out his hand and pressed down on Suzu Ito's shoulder, pushing her away. Suzu Ito staggered a few steps forward and quickly stopped. With a slight frown, he raised his saber and aimed it at Yi again. A moment later, Suzu Ito moved again. She turned into a black shadow and ran around Yi. However, Yi, who was being run around by her, was still unmoved. He stood still with his sword in hand. Then, when Suzu Ito approached him, he suddenly attacked. He chopped at the spot where Suzu Ito was about to attack. Bang! The collision of the two wooden swords immediately made a clear sound. Next, Yi fully displayed the ability of the Dragon Eye. He always dodged, moved, and attacked when Suzu Ito was about to make a move. He was one step ahead of Suzu Ito's intention to move, dodge her attack, and counterattacked at the most uncomfortable position. Okay. A moment later, Suzu Ito's body suddenly erupted with a burst of spiritual power, forcing Yi away from the battle. She waved her hand helplessly and said, "This ability is really terrible. If I didn't surpass Yi's reaction speed or strong strength, I would be at your level. In a battle between people of the same level, I would definitely be restrained by you, and then die of depression." Yi, who put away the Dragon Eye, smiled at Suzu Ito with an embarrassed expression. "But what is your ability to see the past and the future like?" Suzu Ito looked at Yi curiously and asked, I can perceive some scenes according to my needs, but those scenes are scattered, and some are even more inexplicable, so it depends on the situation." Yi slightly tilted his head and explained. "Oh." Suzu Ito nodded indifferently, indicating that she understood. She didn't have to figure out the principle of Yi's Dragon Eye. She was just curious. "Okay, continue with your morning exercises." Eriko, who was on the side, saw that the matter was over and clapped her hands to remind them. "Yes, say Ito, Suzu Ito," and Yi agreed at the same time. Then, they each chose a place and began their daily basic training. At around 7:30, the four of them finished their morning exercises and began to enjoy breakfast. Then, they cleaned the shrine and prepared for the day's business. Is this a secondary soul fragment? It doesn't seem any different from a normal soul fragment. At this time, Sei Ito, who was wearing simple hunting clothes, was sitting cross-legged on a futon in the main hall. He supported his chin with one hand and supported his thigh with the other. His eyes were listless as he looked in front of him, using his mind to communicate with the Rubik's Cube world. He looked at the 3 secondary soul fragments that he had collected from Little Ye's family during the battle yesterday. The so-called secondary soul fragments were not much different from normal soul fragments, except that they looked better. They were all irregular thin pieces of gray mist that exuded a strange, attractive force. When touched with mind power, they would also feel cold. But yesterday, I should have obtained 15 secondary soul fragments from Little Ye's family. Why did I only obtain 3 secondary soul fragments, and the rest are still normal? Sei Ito frowned and thought to himself, "Rubik's Cube, what's going on?" Sei Ito, who wasn't familiar with soul fragments, asked Rubik's Cube with his mind. Only when a cultivator's soul has undergone metamorphosis will it leak out secondary soul fragments. Of the 15 people yesterday, except for 3, none of them had undergone metamorphosis. Rubik's Cube explained, "Metamorphosis of the soul? Under what circumstances can the soul undergo metamorphosis?" Sei Ito frowned and asked, Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator reached a certain level of cultivation, their soul would naturally undergo metamorphosis after advancing. In addition, only by experiencing the influence of special events, coincidental encounters, and great enlightenment can one undergo metamorphosis. Rubik's Cube said, "Great enlightenment? Isn't this the same as the root, wisdom, and realm of Buddhism and Taoism?" Seito thought to himself. Then he asked Rubik's Cube again, "Does that mean that as long as the requirements are met, an ordinary person can also leak out secondary soul fragments when they die?" "Yes," Rubik's Cube affirmed. "There shouldn't be many people like this. In the modern era, I don't know how many there are, but in ancient times, only great scholars and great sages can leak out high-level soul fragments when they die." Seito thought to himself. In addition to today, there are still 5 days left. At the end of the next mission, Nakachi Yuko will definitely get 100 points. At present, there are too few options to strengthen her, so it's impossible for her to improve too much. This means that Nakachi Yuko, who is an ordinary person, may not be able to suppress the new cultivators in the next mission. It seems that I'll have to transmigrate again in the next 2 days. But which world should I choose? Seito frowned and pondered, putting aside the matter of the secondary soul fragments. Just then, the prayer bell outside the donation box suddenly rang, awakening Seito from his contemplation. "Thank you very much." Suzu Ito's voice sounded. Someone actually came to pay respects at this time? Seito stood up from a futon with a strange expression on his face. He walked to the entrance of the main hall and looked at Suzu Ito, who was standing in front of the donation box. He saw a young woman who looked to be about 20 years old. She was about 155 meters tall and had a slim figure. She was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt, a black pleated miniskirt, bright pink high-barrel stockings, and canvas shoes. Her long black hair was tied into 2 ponytails, and her skin was fair. Her appearance was above average. She was chatting with Suzu Ito. "Goodbye." The woman looked at the shrine and bowed slightly to Suzu Ito. Then, as Suzu Ito bowed in return, she turned and walked down the mountain. "It's strange that someone would come to pay respects," Suzu Ito muttered softly as she watched the woman leave. "Big sister, do you find it strange too?" Seito walked to Suzu Ito's side and said, "Of course, it's not like you don't know that there are no residents around our house. Tokyo has not recovered because of the QB incident. Now, no one goes out at all. How could anyone come to our shrine, which is now a remote place, to pay respects?" Suzu Ito sighed. "Do you want me to follow and take a look?" Seito asked. "Don't. I don't want my little brother to become a pervert, an idiot, or a stalker." Suzu Ito looked at Seito and teased. "Yo, big sister knows a lot. It seems that you have read a lot of these things." Seito raised his eyebrows and retorted, "Your big sister is a person who has been in society. What's so strange about knowing these things?" Suzu Ito retorted indifferently, "Little brother, you know these terms very well. Do you have any strange hobbies?" With that said, Suzu Ito smiled and looked up and down at Seito, as if she really saw something. "I'm a boy. It's normal for me to know these things," Seito said disdainfully. "That's true." Suzu Ito nodded indifferently, then asked Seito, "Do you want to eat watermelon? I'll get it." "Sorry to trouble you, big sister," Seito said. "Well, wait here." Suzu Ito stretched out her hand and flicked Seito's forehead, smiling. Then she walked around Seito, turned around, and walked to the back room. After a while, she came out with a dark brown wooden tray and put the tray on the right side of the main hall. She picked up a piece of watermelon placed on the tray and said to Seito, "Little brother for you." "Thank you." Seito walked to Suzu Ito's side, reached out, and took the watermelon. Then he sat down on the steps and began to eat. It's good to live leisurely like this. Suzu Ito, who was also sitting on the steps, reached out and took a piece of watermelon from the tray. She took a small bite, looked in the direction of Tori, and sighed softly. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.